It all started with the fact that the main character, when he came to his senses, found himself in a novel about an unusual world, the Taoist and the Beast, in the body of a tiger. Sometime later, two men found a dog that had been killed by someone. One man noticed that someone had killed the dog without a single bark and had walked away from there without leaving a trace, without even being caught in a trap. And then the same man noticed that this was clearly not an ordinary animal. Suddenly, two other men ran up to those two men and said that the noose and the trap were also in place. The men said that the traps were definitely set correctly, which meant the animal must have been injured, but there was not a single trace. Turning to their boss, the very first man said that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and they had better leave here quickly. Then their boss shouted for everyone to shut up because they were preventing him from thinking. The man began to think that if his instincts were not deceiving him, then they were trapped, and if they moved now, this beast could attack them, but they could not remain inactive either. After thinking for a moment, the man said that they would leave from here and commanded that the others leave the traps, which they would pick up tomorrow, and also that they should stick together until they reach the valley. The boss wanted to add that the guys shouldn't act rashly, but before he could finish speaking, a man suddenly fell to the ground. Someone's huge red paw pinned the man to the ground, and the claws left deep wounds on his chest. As it turned out, it was a huge tiger, which, after a little while, forcefully threw the man aside. The men did not expect this beast to appear at all. Their leader could not load his crossbow because his hands were shaking so much from fear. Suddenly, with its mouth wide open, the tiger rushed straight at the man. And then the beast began to wave its paws with sharp claws. The man with the severed arm but still alive said that they had disturbed someone who shouldn't have been touched. But the tiger was not going to leave anyone alive and attacked the last survivor. The next day, in some village, someone asked about what they say, that today is that day. A man and a woman were sitting at the table and eating dinner. One of them asked again. The other answered that today was the day of the offering for the owner of the mountain. The man, taking a bite of food, replied that it was so, and it would be tonight. The woman asked who it would be this time, to which the man asked if she knew the local nobleman, and then said that it would be one of his slaves. And then he added that this slave was still small, but her hair was white and her eyes were blue, just like a ghost's. Night fell. The nobleman stood on the street, waiting for something, when suddenly someone called out to him. As it turned out, it was an old woman, and next to her stood a little girl covered with clothes. The gentleman answered the old woman that she was a good girl for bringing the girl, and now she could go, and then added, already turning to the girl, that she should follow him. The girl, clutching the clothes that covered her in her hands, did not move from the spot. Then the man shouted at her and said that he told her to follow him, and only then did the girl come to her senses. The nobleman led the girl to the palanquin, where several men were already standing, greeting the nobleman. When the girl sat down in the palanquin, the men lifted it up and carried it somewhere, and the nobleman stood and watched, seeing them off. Meanwhile, the girl's hands were shaking very badly. The men carried this palanquin somewhere further and further into the mountains. Having left him for some time, I realized that they immediately, as if afraid of something, ran back. For a while nothing happened, the palanquin just stood on the ground. Then the girl decided to get out of it. When she got out of it, the girl immediately ran in some direction. When she reached the cave, the girl stopped and exclaimed about how big the cave was. But then, remembering something, she immediately fell silent and covered her mouth with her hand. The girl thought to herself that she would soon meet the master of the mountain, which meant she had to behave with dignity so that he wouldn't get angry. She thought that she was the one who would become the bride of the master of the mountain. Making her way deeper into the cave, the girl shook with fear and thought about how dark it was here. Suddenly someone asked her who she was, and the girl froze with tears in her eyes. Trying to go further, the girl's legs gave way and she fell to the ground, and her cloak flew off. Suddenly, someone asked the girl even louder who she was, while the girl was shaking with fear. The girl stuttered and wanted to answer, but she couldn't say it properly. But after a little while and gathering her courage, she clearly answered that she was the one who would henceforth honor him as her husband, and said that her name was Chelsea. This time the tiger did not answer. The girl blushed a little and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that she had probably said too much. Suddenly, a huge tiger emerged from the depths of the cave. The girl stood up abruptly and screamed that she had been told that the first time always hurts, but they told her to endure it if she wanted to become a bride. And then, putting her hand on her chest, she said that she belonged entirely to him, her husband. Then the tiger screamed for Chelsea to get out of there, and the scream caused the girl's hair and dress to flutter. The tiger said that he wasn't interested in all the nonsense the girl had just said, causing the girl to freeze with a blank expression on her face, and suddenly she burst into tears. The beast asked loudly why she had suddenly started crying, but the girl was too busy sobbing to answer. The tiger tried again to tell the girl to get out, but she immediately burst into tears even more than before. This made the beast fall to the ground, covering his head with his paw and thinking about how much he hated crying. Then, more calmly, the tiger again tried to ask what had happened and why she was crying, but the girl continued to sob loudly and did not answer. Suddenly, having calmed down a little, she answered intermittently that she was his fiancé and he was throwing her out. Wiping away the girl's tears with his claw, the tiger sighed and replied that since it was dark outside, he would allow her to spend the night here. Then the girl burst into tears again and began screaming, which shocked the beast. Snuggling up to the tiger's paw, Chelsea looked up at the beast with a smile on her face, leaving snot on its fur. The next morning, the girl lay on the tiger's fur and snored quietly. The beast, meanwhile, was no longer sleeping and was thinking about how long this girl had been sleeping. And then, remembering the appearance of this girl, white hair, blue eyes, he noted that there are very few people in the world with such an appearance, and noticed that she had leukemia. The tiger thought that the girl was cursed by unknown creatures, and she also had the power of one of them. And now this little child would become a terrible creature, over whom everyone would tremble with fear. And then he thought about the fact that the blood of these white-blooded people is an elixir that has no equal, and he added that now everyone would come for her, and that she was more dangerous than he thought, which meant that she couldn't be left. Suddenly, the girl woke up. Still half asleep, she stroked the tiger and asked him if he was awake. Suddenly blushing a little and becoming more animated, Chelsea said that they had spent the night together, which meant that she was now officially his fiancée. Suddenly, the tiger stood up abruptly, causing the girl to fall to the ground, and told her that since the sun had already risen, she should go back to her home. The girl replied that she could not, because she had been told that if she did not become his bride, she would be punished. The tiger, surprised, asked the girl who would punish her and who dared to do it, to which the girl replied that it was the nobleman and his son. The beast, hearing this, thought that those bandits were sent by the same people, and it turns out that this little girl is their sacrifice for him. Chelsea begged the tiger not to leave her and said that she was very good at washing and eating absolutely everything, and that she was generally good at everything, and therefore he should not leave her. The beast thought that if he sent the girl back to the village, she would be immediately thrown out and die. Not wanting to do this, the tiger thought about what he should do. Having come up with an idea, he thought about sending her to another village, and if he also gave her some useful herbs, then perhaps she would survive. Tiger led Chelsea to the exit of the cave, holding some things in his teeth. Opening his mouth, he threw some roots and a piece of cloth onto the ground. After looking at these things, the girl immediately asked what they were. The beast replied that he gives her ginseng, and she takes it and goes, without returning to her own, to another village. The girl tries to object, saying that she is his fiancée. Frightened, the tiger tells the girl to stop talking like that, because how can he be her husband? And then adds that she should not say anything unnecessary and do as he tells her. And then he collects ginseng and a blanket with his tail, and says that if she sells this root, she will be able to buy a small house, and even have some left over. The tiger then gives these things into Chelsea's hands, to which she says that she doesn't need anything and that only him is enough. But then the beast turns around threateningly and tells the girl to stop making him angry. And then he goes into the cave, thinking that he is the one who is the master of the mountain, and therefore is doomed to be alone forever. But then the girl calls out to the beast, to which he tells her to get out of here already. But Chelsea says she can't go down and doesn't know where the other village is. The beast sighs, thinking that he can help, because he is basically not busy. And then he presses his head to the ground and tells the girl to sit on him. Chelsea resolutely ties the blanket containing the ginseng around her chest, and then she starts to climb up the tiger's face, which makes him a little puzzled and asks if she can do it easier. But he himself thinks that she could have climbed up from the side. Having climbed onto the tiger's head, the girl turns her head and suddenly her eyes widen. As it turned out, she saw incredibly beautiful mountains and forests from above. Patting the tiger on the head, Chelsea says that she is probably the first person to sit on the neck of a ferocious tiger like this, which makes him angry. And then she happily closes her eyes, points her finger forward, and shouts for the beast to run as fast as possible, calling him her husband. And then the tiger pushed off and jumped forward, telling the girl to stop calling him husband. Having gone down a little lower, the tiger said that there was already a village over there. Chelsea, meanwhile, was pulling the tiger's ears, and he asked her to stop doing it because it hurt him. The girl immediately let go of his ears and apologized. And then she suddenly hugged the beast by the neck. In response, the tiger told her not to stick to him and to come down faster. In response, the girl immediately agreed, let go of the tiger and slid down his paw. As he walked back into the cave, the tiger said out loud that although he was a little interested, She had already become boring to him, and therefore they should never see each other again. Then Chelsea quickly grabbed the beast's tail and asked him where he was going. In response, the tiger asked if the girl didn't know what a sin it was to hold animals by their tails. The girl replied that she knew about it, but he was leaving his bride, to which the beast replied that she was not his bride at all. Continuing to pull the tiger's tail, Chelsea reminded him that they had spent the night together, and therefore she was his fiancée. In response, the tiger said that the girl was completely crazy and asked how a tiger and a human could get married and whether she understood what it meant to spend the night, because she was babbling all sorts of things. The girl screamed that despite everything she had married him, so he should be responsible for her. Wondering where the little girl got such strength from, the tiger said that he even got her ginseng, which she could sell and live without denying herself anything. Chelsea abruptly threw the bag of ginseng to the ground and shouted that she didn't want it that way, and that if the tiger wasn't around, she didn't need this useless herb. The beast asked himself whether the girl could imagine how expensive this useless grass was, and then he thought that it would not end like this, which meant that, even though he did not want to do it, he would have to. Worried that his tail would fall off, the tiger suggested that the girl go to the village to sell this ginseng and then return back, thereby paying for the dowry. The girl's mind seized upon the word dowry, and her eyes sparkled and she herself blushed. Joyfully picking up a ginseng wrapped in cloth from the ground, she told the beast not to go anywhere because she would return quickly. The tiger agreed with this and began to warn the girl. He told her not to hurry too much, but the girl ran along the road as fast as she could. He then added that she should be careful, and Chelsea immediately fell to the ground. But a second later, she stood up and walked on, disappearing into the distance. Near one of the houses in the village, near a fire on which stood a kettle, an old man sat and fanned the fire with the help of a fan. Chelsea walked up to him and said that she had come to sell him something. When the old man looked at the girl, he immediately caught the gaze of blue eyes, and then the old man jumped away from the girl with a scream. But as he moved away, his scream became quieter. The man said to himself that he thought it was a ghost, and then, clearing his throat, asked what the girl had brought him. The girl took out some ginseng from the cloth and gave it to the old man, who began to look at it closely. Realizing it was ginseng, the old man loudly asked Chelsea where she found it, to which the girl replied that her husband gave it to her. And the man asked again, and the girl replied that she had to sell it to pay for her dowry. Suddenly, something awakened in the old man, and he thought that these roots looked to be about 300 years old. And this child clearly did not know their value and looked very stupid, which meant that he could easily deceive her and get this root for a couple of coins. But suddenly he came to his senses and sighed, thinking how base it was that he had thought of deceiving a child. And then the old man said that he could not buy such an expensive product, and advised her to go to the house of a local rich man, and said that she should definitely say that he conveyed that this was real ginseng. In response, Chelsea bowed low to the old man, thanking him. Meanwhile, eating meat in his cave, the tiger was thinking out loud that nothing could compare to the emotion of tearing meat from a bone alone. The beast said that the world is always like this, namely that the fault lies with the one who was deceived, because one cannot be stupid, because this is already unforgivable for this world. And in general, if you think about it, then he is the one who suffered, because he was living well. And then some child came and almost took away his peaceful life. But then he thought, what would happen if the girl suddenly came here with a dowry, maybe moved in? But a second later he dismissed this thought and said that he was the master of the mountain, and therefore how could he just up and move because of some girl? Suddenly a female voice asked him if he was worried, to which the beast asked again that he was worried about some girl. But then the voice replied that nothing had been said about the girl. Then, feeling a little awkward, the tiger replied that he was worried about his ginseng. In response, the voice said that it was understandable that he was worried about him, because these disgusting people would definitely resort to dirty means to get ginseng. The voice continued and said that perhaps this girl would be beaten and he would be taken away, or perhaps, so that she would not spread rumors, I would kill her altogether. These words made the tiger a little nervous. Meanwhile, in the village, a nobleman was sitting and eating meat and rice while someone was actively calling him. The man slammed the table and shouted that he had warned them not to disturb him while he was eating, and then added that because of them he had lost all appetite, and then asked what had happened there. The servant replied that the doctor uncle had sent someone to sell ginseng. The nobleman went out to look at this ginseng, and when he saw it, he thought that it was the first time he had seen a root of such size, and wondered how such a valuable thing had ended up in the hands of a child. But then he noticed that the girl had white hair and blue eyes, and suspicions crept into his head. Then, grabbing his chin, The man asked if she was a slave of one house, naming the name of the master who had served the girl in the previous village. Chelsea asked how the man knew. Then, pointing his finger at the girl, the man shouted and asked why the offering to the master of the mountain was still alive, and stated that she had definitely escaped. And then he said that she had definitely stolen this ginseng, to which the girl replied that her husband had given her this ginseng so that she could sell it. But the man did not believe her, and without stopping shouting, said that the girl was not yet old enough to get married, which meant she was definitely lying, and declared that she was a thief and a runaway, and ordered the servants to take the ginseng from her and drive her away. The servants obeyed their master, and one of them extended his hand to the girl, telling her to give him her ginseng. While the man, holding the girl's hand, tried to take the root, Chelsea screamed that he couldn't take it away because her husband gave it to her. The servant noted that despite all his efforts, the girl did not move, and wondered how this little girl could be so strong. Losing his temper, the man pushed the girl hard and she fell to the ground. Noticing this, the nobleman said that he wanted to let the girl go if she gave him the ginseng in a friendly manner, but now it would not work, and he ordered that straw be brought. Still clutching the root in her arms, Chelsea, bursting into tears, tried to justify herself, while a servant approached her with a stick in his hand. The man raised the stick over his head with a sharp movement of his hand, intending to hit the girl, and said that now they would see how her pain receptors worked. It was already evening, and Chelsea walked barefoot on the ground, crying and saying how much it hurt and what she should do since her ginseng had been taken away from her. But when she returned to the place where she had parted with the tiger, she found no one there. The girl froze and called her husband, and then she started running around the area, calling out to her husband and saying that Chelsea had already returned. Suddenly, she stopped in front of the forest from where voices were heard, saying how delicious it smelled like girls. Some black monsters were crawling out from behind the trees, saying how sad it was that the girl was alone and how poor she was. They got closer and closer to her and asked her about how she was probably sad and in pain, and then told her to come to them because they would be with her and would never abandon her. Chelsea gave in to the persuasion and slowly approached the monsters. Suddenly, one of them opened his mouth and shouted that he was going to rip the flesh off the girl. But suddenly something cut against this monster. As it turned out, it was a tiger who said that how dare an empty soul like this covet what belongs to him. Standing behind Chelsea, the beast raised its head and opened its mouth, in which some kind of blue energy was gathering. The girl turned to look at the tiger, and then he asked who dared to do this to her. But the girl didn't answer. She just grabbed the animal's fur, and a little later she burst into tears again, screaming loudly. Meanwhile, in the village, a nobleman threw a bag of coins on the floor in front of his servant and said that he had done a good job and wanted to ask something. But the servant, as if guessing the master's thoughts, said, taking the bag in his hands, that the master should not worry because he had already put the boys on guard, which meant that if something suddenly came, he would not be able to come in. After praising the servant again, the man sent him away and stared at the ginseng, thinking how beautiful and fine it was. Leaving the nobleman's chambers, the man thought that with this money he could rest for several months. And then he thought, why not go to a restaurant to see the girls? Suddenly he saw that the gates began to crack, and some light was visible from these cracks. Suddenly the gate finally broke down and light filled the entire courtyard. At that very moment, other servants gathered in the courtyard, asking who dared to break into their master's house. Suddenly they noticed with surprise that it was their recent guest. The servant who had beaten the girl earlier asked how she dared to come back here, and then said that it was clear that she had not received enough blows then, and now she wanted to die. Suddenly a tiger came out from behind her and said that they would still see who would die today. The nobleman, hearing noise in the courtyard, came out of his chambers and shouted to ask who was making noise at night under his house. But suddenly a man flew towards him and broke the doors. The tiger, entering further and further into the yard, asked, calling them bastards, whether they dared to touch the girl. He asked if they had gathered together and beaten up a little girl, and that was all they could do, while all the men were shaking with fear. Declaring that these people were worse than trash, the tiger opened its mouth and began to collect glowing energy there. Having said that he would nobly return to them everything that they had done to the girl, the beast raised his paw, releasing his claws. But then Chelsea shouted at him to wait and held out her little hand to him. Suddenly the girl stood in front of one of the men, protecting him, causing the tiger's paw to stop halfway. Chelsea said she didn't want the tiger to kill anyone and offered to take the ginseng and go home. Hearing this, the beast stopped and scratched its head, looking away. Afterwards, he called one of the servants, which made him very scared. And then the beast, with a threatening face, ordered him to bring ginseng. But then a nobleman appeared with ginseng on a tray. Quickly bowing before the tiger The man said that he protected the route and served behind it so that nothing would happen, waiting for the master of the mountain to come. In response to this, the beast roared at the man not to lie to him. Continuing to bow, the nobleman closed his eyes and prayed that the tiger would not kill him. Suddenly, the beast said that if it were up to him, he would eat that dirty face off him, but he wouldn't do it. And he had the girl to thank for that. These words surprised the man so much that he opened his eyes wide. And then the tiger said that the man should give him all his wealth in return, and if he kept even one grain of rice for himself, it would end badly for him. Shaking with fear, the nobleman ordered that all his riches be delivered to the mountain as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the tiger and Chelsea disappeared, leaving behind a blue haze. After this, the man turned gray with fear, thinking that the husband the girl had spoken of turned out to be Spencer, the owner of the mountain, and that meant she was the bride of the mountain's keeper. Waking up the next day in his cave, Spencer wondered how it all happened. He looked at the riches that had been brought to his cave and mentally mourned his quiet, cozy nest, his quiet, routine life. Chelsea, meanwhile, said she had found wild raspberries, and then she tried to put the berries in the tiger's mouth while he was still in a state of shock. Having put the berries in, the girl asked with a smile on her face if it was true that these berries were tasty. Thinking that he had brought her back, but nothing had changed, the beast finally stood up. In response, Chelsea asked where he was going. Heading towards the exit of the cave, Spencer replied that he was going to get a drink of water, to which the girl replied that she wanted one too, and ran after him. The tiger and the girl walked together through the forest to a pond. Here, Chelsea, tugging at the tiger's fur, says that she is tired and asks how much longer they have to go, to which the beast replies that they have come, and before their eyes a pond opens up, over which fireflies are flying. Suddenly, a catfish flies out of the pond, and he says, turning to the owner of the mountain, that they haven't seen each other for a long time. In response, Spencer says that it is true and asks how he is doing, to which the catfish replies that as soon as the tiger came, his life got better, and Chelsea, meanwhile, quietly laughs, thinking about what this fish is saying. Why is it so funny to her? Spencer tells the catfish to give him what he left with him, to which the fish mockingly asks if he wants to give it to his bride, to which the tiger only annoyedly replies that he should stop talking. Here the catfish takes a small oblong box out of its mouth, and then he solemnly presents it. The beast tells the girl to try to open this box. Chelsea gets to open a box, from which light immediately bursts out. Taking out what was in the box, the girl exclaims, talking about how beautiful this hairpin is. Spencer explains that the pin was carved from a peach tree that is over 1,000 years old, and that the pin has the ability to ward off evil spirits, which is why the girl must keep it with her at all times. A slightly taken aback, Chelsea asks if he really wants to give the pin to her, to which the tiger sarcastically asks if he should wear it himself. Suddenly, tears appear in the girl's eyes. In a panic, the beast asks what happened to her again. Chelsea says this is the first gift she has ever received out of the blue. Thinking that this is her first gift, the girl presses it to her chest and mentally swears to take care of it. The next morning, the girl is sleeping on the tiger's fur again, still holding her new hair clip. Spencer turns to see the girl mumbling in her sleep, and then he suddenly gets up, wondering when Chelsea managed to lie down next to him, and the girl gasps and falls to the ground. Still half awake, Chelsea asks her husband if he's awake yet while drooling. The tiger tells the girl to get ready because they are going on a long journey. In response, the girl asks where they are going, to which the beast replies that even if he tells her, she still does not know, and then tells her to take as many valuables as she can. Chelsea walks over to the chests of floor and jewels and begins to pick them up, putting them into a bag. Suddenly, a female voice asks the tiger if he has to do this, to which he mentally replies that he will not get involved in her destiny. In response, the voice asks if he does not think that becoming a bride was her destiny, or is he simply still afraid of forming connections with other people. The beast replies that everything is not like that at all, and that a person must have a human destiny, and it is very different from him, an animal, and besides, it is enough for him that this voice bothers him. The voice notes that the tiger used to hate the word fate, but now he has begun to use this word often. In response to Spencer, he says that she has remained as grumpy as she was, despite the years that have passed. In response, the voice mockingly says that they say that the older you get, the wiser you become. But apparently this is all nonsense, because with age you can also become dumber. To which the tiger, starting to get angry, asks her again what she just said. In response, the voice innocently says that she did not talk specifically about him, and asks why he was so angry. Then Chelsea speaks up and says that she has finished getting ready and stands in front of the beast with a bag in her hands. Sometime later, a woman and a black tiger appear in the cave. Entering the cave, the tiger notices that there is no one there and asks the woman if this is not where they need to go. The woman replies that this is indeed the case, this is where they need to go. To which the tiger asks why then Spencer is not here. The woman replies that it might be because he is afraid of him, to which the black beast asks if she really thinks so. The woman says if it's not Tao, then why isn't Spencer in his own house? Hearing this, the tiger bursts into a malicious laugh and says that it is so, that he ran away because he was afraid of him. In response, the woman sighs and asks if he wants to come back. Lying down on a rock, the beast replies that he doesn't want to and says that they should stay here because sooner or later Spencer will return. And then he bursts into caustic laughter again, saying that he wants to look at that face when Spencer sees him. In response, the woman sighs again and tells the tiger not to laugh like that. Meanwhile, an old man and a little boy with a bag on their backs are walking along the road. Suddenly, as they climb the slope, they noticed a tiger in front of them. The boy exclaims in fear, and the old man, standing in front of him and covering him with his hand, tells him to move away from here. Spencer and the man lock eyes. But then the old man notices that there is a little girl sitting on the tiger's head. The boy and the man look at this girl in surprise. Noticing these people, Chelsea greets them with a smile on her face and waves her small hand. Blushing, the boy also greets her in it and waves his hand hesitantly in response. As the tiger walks away, the boy tells his teacher that there is a girl sitting on the tiger's neck, to which the old man replies that they will watch them. Night has come. A deer is running through the forest and chewing grass. Suddenly, a tiger attacks this deer. He successfully grabs this deer by the side with his teeth, while the other deer, seeing this, runs away in fear. Holding the deer in his mouth, Spencer thinks about why he always has to share his kill, but then calms himself down by thinking that they will soon reach the village. After taking the deer, the beast says that this is dinner, in response to which Chelsea runs up to the tiger and is surprised at how quickly the beast caught this deer. And then she says that you think that among tigers, Spencer has the most excellent hunting skills. The slightly stunned tiger replies that it was very easy, and then, scratching his nose, he says that he can get anything if the girl just says so. Then he tears off the deer's leg and gives it to the girl, telling her to eat it. In response, Chelsea says that she does not eat raw meat. Spencer is surprised by this and asks if she doesn't even know how to make a fire, to which the girl replies that she doesn't know. Suddenly, the old man they had met earlier notices that the tiger and the girl are having some trouble and says that they can share their fire with them. Chelsea thanks the old man and says that they can share some meat with them in return, to which the man replies that they would be grateful. Spencer is there, off to the side, chewing on a deer's body. Tiger thinks that the girl only had to bring fire here and wonders what she has been doing for so long. Looking towards the people, the beast notices that Chelsea is talking to a boy and notices how wide his smile is. The deer leg is roasted over a small fire. Chelsea looks at this and drools run down her face. Spencer scratches his cheek and asks the girl, looking away, what they were discussing for so long. Wiping away her drool with her sleeve, Chelsea replies that the boy is the same age as her, which is why they decided to be friends, and says that the boy's name is Ben. Suddenly, the girl's stomach begins to rumble loudly, and the tiger remarks out loud that the girl seems to be very hungry. Chelsea, worried and with red cheeks, replies that if the animal is hungry too, she can share with him. Spencer asks what she's talking about, because she herself is very hungry, because he can hear the whale howling in her belly. In response, the girl, a little offended, replies that the tiger has a whale in its belly. Licking his paw, the tiger says that it seems that hunger has hit the girl hard in the head, and then wonders why she's so ashamed. In response, the girl jumps up and says that everything is wrong. Spencer replies that he is not deaf, and that it is just him and her, and then asks if he can really distinguish the sound from his stomach. The girl begins to frown and puff out of anger. Suddenly, she grabs the deer's leg, and shouting that the tiger is a fool, Chelsea runs away with her leg in her hands, while the animal wonders what is happening to her. As the girl runs deeper into the forest, a woman's voice sighs and asks if the tiger can't understand the girl's feelings. And then the voice asks if Spencer should follow her, because that's what's dangerous there. Wondering what he did wrong, the tiger says that the hairpin will protect her. The voice says that maybe the hairpin will protect her from evil spirits, but there are more terrible creatures in the forest, and maybe she will even get lost. In response, licking her paw, Spencer replies that then this is her destiny. Then the voice asks if fate did the same to her, to which the tiger does not answer. And then he asks why the woman cares so much about her. In response, the voice says that the tiger can't be honest with himself, to which Spencer replies that she shouldn't say stupid things. Suddenly, an old man appears right in front of the tiger and says that the beast is not a sacred animal, but just a creature that kills people. Rising from the ground, Spencer asks again, The old man says that he is from Mount Conger, and then asks the tiger that he didn't think that he didn't know about the ghost that is always next to him. As it turns out, the ghost, who was previously a man but was killed by a tiger, does not leave him, but bewitches other people and leads them to the tiger. Spencer meanwhile remembers that the warriors from Mount Conger are keenly aware of the theme of ghosts, and then he orders his ghost to come out, and a woman appears next to him. Pointing his sword at the tiger, the old man shouts that he is betting the honor of the warrior Conger and promises to cut out the beast's throat. Spencer sighs and turns to Hannah, telling her that this is all his fault and that she needs to figure it out herself. The man asks the beast where it went as the ghost gets closer and closer to him. And then Hannah says that she will be his opponent, and her pendant starts to glow. Then a sword begins to appear from the pendant. Raising her hand, the ghost took out a sword from her pendant. Seeing this, the old man realized that this was a necklace where you could put absolutely anything, regardless of size. The man was surprised to think that this ghost could control him. After a short silence, he asked if he could ask a question. In response, Hannah said that they say that people who learn martial arts become too self-confident, and that once the old man pulled out his sword, the conversations are over. The man frowned and said that if she said so, then so be it. And then, using the dragon art technique, which created several clones of the man, he rushed to attack, thinking that this woman had lost her human essence anyway. And now the blades almost reached the ghost's head. Suddenly, the ghost blocked the blow of the real sword behind her back. The old man was surprised and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Hannah said that since he was so rude to the girl, she should pay him back with a worthy blow. Then she swung her sword and the man was thrown back. The old man's hand holding the sword began to shake, but the ghost did not retreat, and now her sword almost reached the man's face. But the man managed to block the blow, and their swords touched, creating a flash of light. The old man struggled to hold back the attack as the swords created sparks. Using the dragon arts again, the man exposed his pendant to the blow and moved to the side. But the ghost, asking where the old man was running away from her, and without looking, immediately pointed the tip of her sword to the side. And then she struck again, which pushed the opponent back. Ben called out to his teacher in fear. Meanwhile, his teacher stood leaning on his sword, his whole body shaking. The man thought with surprise how it was possible that he was losing to some ghost. Hannah, meanwhile, came closer to the old man, and he immediately raised his head. The woman prepared to strike again, and the old man wondered if she was a ghost at all. While Hannah fought the man, Chelsea sat on a rock near a field of wild wheat and ate her meat. Suddenly, someone asked her if it was tasty, which made the girl shudder. And then she turned with her cheeks full and looked angrily at the speaker. Spencer told her to go to the fire because it was cold, and he noted to himself that the girl had an appetite no worse than his. Chelsea snorted in an offended manner, didn't answer, and turned away from the tiger. Not wanting to be manipulated in this way, the tiger said that if that were the case, he would leave here, and said goodbye, and then added that he was not very pleased, so he would quickly forget about her. The girl did not expect such a reaction at all and turned around in surprise. And then she ran after the tiger. The beast thought that it could not be otherwise because she was just a child. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something and his eyes widened. Chelsea, not expecting the tiger to stop, gasped and cut herself on his leg. Raising her hand to her bruised nose, she asked why the tiger had stopped. Stepping forward, he told the girl to be quiet, and then he ordered whoever was hiding here to come out. Chelsea hid behind the tiger in fear. Suddenly, someone said that he would not say unnecessary words, and then he ordered to leave the girl and go away, and then said that if he did this, he would spare the tiger. Spencer noted that it looked like they were entering Black Soul territory. He looked at the girl and thought that he had assumed that this would happen, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly, and he began to think about what to do. And then the tiger suddenly asked if the speaker promised that he would not touch him if he gave him the girl, and thought that first he needed to survive, while the girl looked at the tiger in surprise. The Black Soul mockingly noted that the beast knew his place, and then replied that he kept his promises, and then once again ordered him to leave the girl and disappear. The girl called out to Spencer hesitantly. The tiger looked at Chelsea and ordered her to let him go. In a panic, the girl asked why he was doing this. Was it because she was angry? And then he said that she would not do it again and asked him not to do this to her. Looking sternly at Chelsea, Spencer said he didn't want to die here with her. And then he said that he, of course, became attached to her, but not so much as to die with her. And then, with a jerk of his leg, the tiger told the girl to accept her fate. And then the beast began to leave. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind the girl, who laughed and said that the white-blooded one would soon die. Meanwhile, Jean asked the old man, pointing the sword at his face, if everything was clear to him now, and then said that she would not ask him to believe her, but she wanted him to know that they did not want to harm this girl. And then she removed the sword from the man's face while he remained silent. Sighing, the old man replied that what else could he do? Even if he didn't believe, he had to believe. With a smile on her face, the ghost said that it was good that he understood everything, because there is nothing more stupid than not knowing your place. And then she asked what the man was doing here with his student, to which the old man replied that they were here for spiritual training. Hearing this, the woman said that here you can find something that you can't find anywhere else. Standing up with the broken sword in his hands, the man said that she was right, and that was why they came here, believing the rumors. In response, the woman asked what kind of rumors. The old man said that since ancient times many people have been dying in these places. Hearing this, Hannah asked the man to continue his story. The old man said that all the corpses were without limbs, and they cut the skin of their stomachs, as if they wanted to find something there. The woman's thoughts latched onto the phrase, wanted to find. Suddenly, the ghost and the old man felt something. They looked around and noticed some green smoke rising from behind the trees. Hannah guessed that something seemed to have happened. Waving his sword, the black soul repeated the word white-blooded, as if savoring it. And then he said that for more than 200 years now, they have been saying that there are no more of them left. Smiling, he said that in this world there was no one more fortunate than him. He reached out his hand to her. The girl looked at him with an empty gaze, and the black soul told her to go with him. Throwing Chelsea over his shoulder, the black soul went somewhere. The girl meanwhile recalled how, upon seeing her, all the boys began to shout insults and throw stones at her, and told her to leave their village. She remembered how after she looked back at them, they would run away in fear. She recalled how one day she held out her hands with a chipped bowl, asking for food. But instead of helping, they poured slop on the girl. And then they asked her how she dared to come here, and said that she was bringing bad luck to their village. She recalled how she had to sit outside in winter without warm clothes. But suddenly one day someone approached her. As it turned out, a nobleman approached her. This nobleman took her with him, and he gave her clothes that were not torn. He also gave her a warm blanket. But suddenly the woman who was in the room with her threw a pillow at her and shouted at her to go away and not to dare come near her. So the girl began to work as a servant in the house of this gentleman, where she was constantly shouted at. She recalled how one day, when she was unloading a cart, one of the servants said that if she did not finish it in the given time, then she would not see food that day. Then the girl thought that she needed to work harder so that she wouldn't get kicked out, and that she needed to be harder because she didn't look like them. Suddenly, she heard some girls congratulating one of them on the fact that she had been proposed to, and that she would now have a family. Chelsea decided to watch them through the fence while the girl bragged that her future husband gave her an engagement ring. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl and asked what she was doing there, and then she was beaten for being idle. Sitting on the roof at night, Chelsea thought about love, marriage, family, and imagined that the star was her husband. And then she told herself that she heard what those girls were talking about. She said, looking at the sky, that she didn't quite understand everything, but these were very beautiful words. And then she asked the stars and the moon if she too could get married, if she would have the only one who would protect her and scold others for scolding and beating her. She asked if she would have someone who would love her and do everything for her, if she would have only her husband. Thinking about this, Chelsea laughed, swinging her legs. Then one day the gentleman said that she should marry Spencer. Hearing this, the girl blushed. While doing business and remembering her future marriage, she blushed every time. Chelsea thought about what her husband would be like. She didn't want him to have a cool look. She didn't demand some angel as a husband. The girl smiled, thinking that she too would have a family, and that she would no longer be alone, and that her husband would be a tiger. Chelsea learned from one of the girls that her husband would be a tiger. This girl said that it is unknown when he will decide to eat her, his bride. Hearing this, the girl became frightened. When she was being prepared to be sent to the mountain, she was no longer happy, but thought only about the fact that she, a homeless person, was taken into a house, dressed in clean clothes, given a room just for this moment, and therefore in the end she could not become a person. She was only a ghost in human form. Meanwhile, the black soul reached its refuge, and he struck the stone with his sword. Taking the knife in his hands, he said that the girl's blood and body would belong to him, and that it would be bliss. Coming closer to Chelsea, the black soul said that he would not abandon her like the tiger did. Taking her head and preparing to plunge a knife into it, he said that she should not be sad, but that she should be reborn again. And so the tip of the knife began to approach Chelsea. But she thought only about the fact that she did not hate Spencer, because meeting and being friends with him, his warm hugs, what he did for her, what he gave her, made her happy. And so the girl prepared to die with a smile on her face. But there was no knife blow, and the crippled black soul fell to the ground. As it turns out, Spencer came out of nowhere and tore his arm off. The black soul screamed furiously, cursing at the tiger, and the tiger in turn called out to Hannah, still holding his hand in his teeth. And suddenly some black smoke appeared behind the girl, and out of it came Hannah and asked Chelsea if she was okay. Turning around, the girl asked who this woman was and what was going on here. The woman replied that her name was Hannah and that she was a ghost who never left Spencer. In response, the girl said that her husband hated her. In response to this, the ghost said that this creature was very strong and that it was probably a strategic move. And then she added that the tiger treasured the girl very much, which made her shudder a little and say that then he said that everything was not like that at all. Hiding behind the invisibility cloak, Hannah urged Chelsea to look at the beast, to look at how it was trying to protect her. And then she added that the enemy was much stronger than Spencer, while the tiger fought fiercely with the black soul. Looking at this battle, at Spencer, the girl began to remember her dreams about whether she would have the one and only. She wondered if she would have someone who would protect her and scold others for scolding her or hitting her. Remembering these questions that she asked the stars and the moon, she burst into tears. Chelsea burst into tears and said she didn't even know that, before adding that she would be more obedient from now on. Hannah didn't answer but just looked at the girl with a smile. And then she took off her robe and began to throw it over the girl, saying that it was dangerous here and they needed to leave, to which Chelsea tried to object. While Spencer was still fighting fiercely with the black soul, the ghost said that the tiger could not fight with full force because the girl might get hurt. Having accepted this argument to leave quite reasonably, she disappeared under her cloak, calling her husband at the end. A second later, Hannah and Chelsea seemed to have vanished, and the tiger thought that now he could finally fight at full strength, and then he began to concentrate energy in his mouth. And then the beast shot this energy at the black soul, causing it to fly away and knocking its sword out of its hands. The black soul sensed danger in this action. But before the soul could come to its senses, Spencer slammed his head into the ground with his paw, breaking the stone. But suddenly blood fell on this muzzle, from which red steam came out, and the tiger suddenly jumped away from his opponent. Then the black soul stood up, laughing, and his hair began to fall apart. Suddenly there were rat teeth, and he said that the tiger was not bad, but still remained a pitiful animal. As it turned out, the black soul's true form was a rat, and he said that he would rip out the tiger's limbs and pull out all of his limbs. Seeing its true form, Spencer thought of it as a furless rat with blood that had turned into poison, and then called the rat a bloodthirsty creature. Suddenly, the drops of blood that had spread across the cave floor began to take shape. Seeing this, the tiger was very surprised. The rat said that the beast had not taken into account his strength, and suddenly a bunch of small rats began to form from his blood, which rushed forward with a vile squeal. The blood rats rushed in a crowd at the tiger, and their leader shouted that the tiger would not escape from him alive. Spencer then struck one of the blood rats, causing it to burst immediately. The blood of this rat got on the tiger's paw and immediately began to burn, which caused pain to the animal. Seeing this, the rat laughed and exclaimed that it was all useless. The army of blood rats charged at the tiger again, while their leader shouted that a pathetic creature like Spencer would never be able to stop him. As the rats rushed at the tiger and burst, leaving behind their burning blood, the rat screamed that the beast would not escape from the rats made from his blood, and that the tiger should die a miserable death, as was destined for him. After some time, the tiger was covered in blood, which is why he began to become paralyzed. While the blood rats continued to mercilessly pounce on the tiger's leg, Spencer thought about how things could have been different if she were here now. Suddenly, the beast cried out that it was in pain. The rat noticed that the tiger had stumbled and was open to attack, and then he, shouting that he was caught, kicked Spencer in the face. From this blow, the tiger flew back and hit the rock behind him. The rat screamed for the tiger to die slowly and painfully, and then a bunch of bloody rats pounced on the beast. Crushed by these rats, Spencer thought only that he had to endure it a little longer, and then he pushed away all these rats, concentrating energy in his mouth. But still, all these attacks did not pass without a trace, and the beast was already pretty battered, and vapors of this poisonous blood were coming from it. Chris was surprised to note that he was still bravely going against his attacks and trying to run like a dog in water. Afterwards, he pulled out his huge claws and said that he would do him the honor of finishing him off himself. Calling his opponent a dirty rat, Spencer said he talked too much and for too long. Suddenly, Hannah attacked the rat from behind with a sword, and with a sharp movement of the sword, she made a deep cut on the enemy's neck, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. The woman told the rat that he had been too reckless. Meanwhile, the black soul shook its head in panic, making grunting and gurgling sounds. Spencer said that he was taking too long to die and indignantly told him to die already. Clutching the wound on his neck with his paw, The rat began calling his opponents small creatures, and then said that they dared to touch his body. Thinking that there would be no second chance, the tiger raised his paw, preparing to attack, and used the furious fist technique, causing his paw to glow with blue fire. And then the beast rushed at the enemy, who was discouraged by this. And so, when the tiger's paw was almost at the opponent's face, he used the furious fist technique. Rat, a second before that blow, tore his head into pieces, screamed that he hated that damn tiger. The lower part of the rat's body, still intact, fell to the ground, while the edges of the wound glowed with blue lights. The blue fire slowly but surely burned the body of the scythe. And then this fire flared up and engulfed the entire remaining body of the black soul. Meanwhile, dawn was already breaking outside. As he left the cave, Spencer breathed a sigh of relief and said that he almost died there. And when he came out of the cave, he noticed with surprise that it was already light. Hannah, holding the rat's sword and his eyes in her hands, decided to draw her tiger's attention to what interesting things they were able to obtain, and then said that they would be very useful to them in the future. Tiger asked where Chelsea was now, to which the ghost replied that she took her to an old man in the village and told them to go to the village. Then she said that if the beast suddenly died, then she would also lose her power, and if that happened, then all these creatures would attack the girl. Tiger frowned and looked at the ghost and said nothing while she smiled innocently. And then Spencer admitted that it was true, and wondered what kind of feeling had awakened in him. Hannah then suggested that they go to the girl, to which the tiger only chuckled thoughtfully. Spencer thought that as soon as he left the mountain, this happened immediately, and this would happen again. And with such strength, he was not sure that he could protect the girl. But by killing this monster, he received an eye with the ability to transform, and wondered if this was an accident. Looking at the eyes, he thought that if he were to transform into a human, he would be able to use the sword he had received and would be able to fight stronger opponents. He also noticed that he would finally be able to use the technique that he had been unable to master for so long, flame blue flower. And he said out loud that before they went to Chelsea, he had some things to sort out. And then the tiger decided for himself that he should transform into a human. Meanwhile, the old man was walking with two children. Chelsea asked how far they still had to go, and then began to worry that her husband could not catch up with her. Turning around, the man said that the village was already behind the mountain, and said that they would wait for the tiger there. Suddenly, Ben told Chelsea that the tiger could not be her husband. Then the girl, screaming and pulling the boy's hair, asked what he was talking about, and then said that if she said that the tiger was her husband, then he was her husband. Then she let the boy go and said that if he told her to do something again, he would get into trouble, to which the boy replied, holding his head and crouching down to the ground, that he understood everything. Suddenly, a man in a hat turned to the old man and asked who it was. The man in the hat asked the old man, while his carriage was riding alongside, if he was Joshua from Conger, and the old man asked if it was Harvard. And then, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, the man said that he was expressing his respect to the senior student, to which the latter replied that there was no need for such formalities. Harvard said it had been 10 years since he left Conger. The old man replied with a smile on his face that people from there will always remain family. The man suggested to the old man and the children that if they were heading in the same direction, they should go together, to which Joshua happily agreed. Meanwhile, something was happening on Mount Wulong while the sky was covered with clouds. One boar, drooling, shouted that their leader must make a decision because the number of people was growing. Another boar shouted that since there are more people, there are more animals that become food for them. And then they all shouted together, looking at the chief who had a tree growing on his back, that this was their family's business. And then they asked about who would take care of Mount Udong if their leader was gone. The boar chief thought about how he wanted to leave this place in peace, but there was no one to protect these helpless ones, and it would be too selfish to abandon them like this. Suddenly, a raven flew up to the leader and whispered something in his ear. Then someone said for the boars to disperse, and a red paw stepped onto the land of the boars. The tiger came closer and closer to the leader until he did not open his eyes. Spencer noted out loud that this was their first meeting in 30 years. The chief of the boars said that he hardly came to get even for the past, and asked what had suddenly happened to the keeper of the mountain. Thinking about how petty this boar was, the tiger asked why he suddenly started feeling nostalgic, and then said that he came to find the flame flower. The boar's thoughts caught on the phrase, flame flower, and he asked himself why the keeper needed this valuable medicinal herb. The chief said that he had this flower, and the tiger thought that he doubted that he had it, but still he had it. Then the boar said that the tiger must do him a favor, and if he refused, he would not take even a single stone from this mountain. Spencer asked again about the favor. The chief said that if the tiger was the one who defeated that bloodthirsty rat, then it would not be difficult for him. The beast reluctantly agreed and asked what he wanted to ask for. Squinting slyly, the boar said that it was not difficult at all, and then added that he just needed to follow his son and help him. Sometime later, many wild boars began to descend from the mountain. The tiger was walking somewhere with them. Hannah noted that there were a lot of wild boars here, and then asked if they had accidentally fooled the tiger. Spencer replied that there was nothing to be done. He couldn't fight all these pigs alone, and the main thing was that he got this flower. And then he added that they would see what would happen, and if something unexpected happened, they would run away. The son of the boar chief turned to the crowd and said that they had arrived, and then added that there would soon be a signal, and ordered them to wait. Spencer remembered that his son's name was Walter, and then asked his son if it was time for him to tell him what this was all about. Walter told them not to worry as they would be with them, but then added that they should know that they were putting their lives on the line. Suddenly, a raven flew from above, and the tiger and the boar quickly looked up. The chieftain's son noticed their target appear on the horizon, and they quietly peered out to watch the approaching carriage. The tiger noticed that these were human carts, and doubts crept into his head. Taking a closer look, Spencer noticed that these carts were guarded by Taoists, that is, warriors with spiritual powers. Noticing this, he asked Walter if they really wanted to rob the things that the Taoists were guarding, and then said that the boars were not only rumored to be fools. Walter replied that that was why he said they were putting their lives on the line. And then he said that their target was the ball of enlargement that the Taoists carried in their carts. Spencer was very surprised to hear that they wanted to steal the enlargement ball, because it is a potion that can increase the territory, something that many people dream of. The stunned tiger said that they had all gone crazy. Suddenly he said that he was leaving, to which the chieftain's son replied that they had already made a deal, in response to which the tiger asked what kind of wise man would bet his life on this. Walter said that it was too late to wash his hands and that there was no way out of it. Meanwhile, the leader of the boars stood on the top of the mountain. Suddenly he assumed that the operation had already begun, and then he thought about how this matter would determine whether they would be able to cope with the consequences. And then he assumed that, regardless of whether they take this ball or not, it is unlikely that people will sit idly by. Rather, they will go and attack them in response. I thought that these little people would come not only for them, but also for their territory, and their clan would be defeated and disappear. Suddenly, Walter shouted that everything would have happened like this if Spencer hadn't come. In response to this, all the other boars began to praise the tiger. Shouting that they were fighting for Spencer, many boars began running down the mountainside to meet the crew. The Taoists noticed the approach of a herd of boars and shouted that they were being attacked by the creatures and that everyone else should prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, the tiger was still standing on the dais, while one of the Taoists shouted for everyone else to protect the carts. Suddenly, this same Taoist noticed a tiger standing on a hill and said that it was Spencer, the guardian of the mountain, and suggested that he was the leader of these boars. And then the same man shouted that they had to kill him. And in response, the tiger shouted, having figured out the plan of the boar leader, that he was a bastard old man. Meanwhile, the chief, rejoicing and mocking Spencer, said that now all the enemies would be aimed at him and that he should try to dodge their attacks, and then laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the Taoists fought fiercely with the boars, cutting their bodies with swords. The already out-of-breath warrior noticed that there was no end to these boars, while a pile of boar corpses lay next to him. A whole mountain had already formed from the corpses of the boars killed by the Taoists, but the boars still did not stop their advance. Hannah noticed that the boar chief had set them up, and then asked Spencer what they would do, and then suggested that they could go back to the mountain right away. The tiger replied irritably that this was exactly what their opponents were after, and he could not afford to give them what they wanted. And then, preparing to enter the battle, he told the ghost that their opponents were now Taoists, and therefore she must be more careful. Covering herself with her invisibility cloak, Hannah replied that she understood. Meanwhile, a gentleman sitting in one of the carts noticed that the warriors outside could not calm down. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who said he would go there alone, and then ordered Joshua to stay inside with his students. Meanwhile, Ben and Chelsea were sitting at the table eating, and an old man was sitting next to them. As soon as one of the Taoists noticed that his master had left, he told him that he could rest, because they could handle it themselves, in response to which Harvard only dismissively hissed. While the Taoists were still chopping the boars into pieces, the man asked what was going on, and then he took out a small bell from his sleeve. And then he began to raise his hand with this bell up and ring it. And suddenly a huge wave of force came from the master, which began to push the boars away. As the boars flew back, Spencer, recognizing the sound, remembered something. Noticing this technique, the tiger realized that this gentleman was the leader of these Taoists. Suddenly, Harvard noticed something below and looked up. Saying that there was a big animal in them, the man turned to Spencer, causing him to cower in fear. Taking a talisman out of his sleeve, the gentleman said with a sinister smile on his face that this tiger would make a good skin. And then he used the talisman, and some things that looked like tree branches flew out of it. Luckily, Spencer managed to dodge this attack, and the branch did not hit him. The man frowned, surprised to think that this dirty animal had managed to dodge. Looking at the branch next to him, the tiger thought that if this thing had hit him, he would have died already. The beast noted that this was, without a doubt or exaggeration, a powerful spiritual force and a strong blow to whom. Looking at the master, who took out even more talismans from his sleeve, the tiger concluded that he was a very skilled fighter. The man gestured with his hand, saying that the beast would definitely not be able to avoid this, and his eyes turned orange. Using the 1,000 strike power technique, the man used the talismans, which now stood in a semicircle above him, and branches appeared from them, which now headed towards the tiger at great speed. The tiger did not expect such an attack at all. Because he did not expect this, he was unable to dodge this attack, and several branches caught up with him, but were unable to pierce him, as the tiger deftly ran away from them. The man laughed evilly, saying that if the tiger stood still even for a second, his life would end. Continuing to mock the tiger, the master noticed something was wrong. As it turned out, Spencer was quite successful in dodging these branches, which in turn hit either the boars or the ground. Harvard frowned even more, calling the tiger a sneaky cat. Suddenly, he screamed that he didn't give a damn about his skin, now he would turn him into mincemeat. And then his eyes turned bright yellow, and the bell glowed even brighter. Suddenly, branches began to emerge from the ground around the tiger, bending towards him at the ends. Soon, these branches began to come even closer together and become entangled, forming a cocoon around the beast. But Spencer didn't despair and used his furious claw technique, causing his paw to glow with blue fire. By using this technique, the tiger was able to burn his wooden cocoon with his blue fire. Suddenly, at the same time, all the Taoists and all the boars stared at this bright blue flash. Meanwhile, a tiger began to approach them, its eyes glowing with an angry red light and sticks sticking out of its back. Harvard wondered in bewilderment how this beast could have survived his most powerful attack. And then he thought about how an animal could have such incredible strength. Spencer thought about how much he didn't want to use this technique, and then asked Hannah if she had found what they needed. A second later, the ghost appeared next to the tiger, saying that she had found everything. And then she worriedly asked when he managed to get so badly hurt and if everything was okay with him. Spencer replied that he was dying. Meanwhile, the man shouted that the tiger's strength was running out, which meant that he was now definitely at the very bottom, and then laughed evilly. The woman said that they had already gotten what they wanted and suggested that they leave here, and then covered the tiger with her invisibility cloak. The gentleman noticed with surprise that this was the power of invisibility. And then, looking at where the woman and the tiger had stood just a second ago, he shouted and asked where they had gone. One of the Taoists ran up to the master and said that they had a problem, while he stared angrily at the now empty space. The Taoist said that their ball was missing, and now Harvard responded with a look and turned to the man in annoyance and surprise. He wanted to ask what he was talking about, but he couldn't finish speaking because he began to choke on his own blood. The man's disciple asked him worriedly if he was okay, to which he held out his hand in an attempt to stop the Taoist and said that he was not to be worried about while he himself crouched closer to the ground and spat out blood, then added that he was simply weak. Spitting out blood, the gentleman thought that if he lost the ball that night, he would be expelled from the community. Suddenly, he remembered Hannah, who used the power of invisibility before his eyes. Starting to rise from the ground, Harvard ordered everyone to start looking for the thief who stole their ball, to which the student replied that there were only 3 of them left and they would not be able to deal with Spencer. In response, the man angrily shouted that they had seen how weak the tiger had become after his attack, since he had barely survived it, and then said that while he was recovering, 1 Taoist should stay with him, and the other 2 should go after the beast. And then he ordered them not to let him out of their sight. And at the same time, a small handle opened the carriage door. Chelsea looked out of the carriage with concern and asked if they were talking about her husband now. Meanwhile, Spencer and Hannah reached the flower field, and the tiger said that the Taoists must be in trouble there. And then he said he wanted to see the look on Harvard's face, and after he thought about it, he said it even made him feel good, and he started laughing. The ghost shouted, saying that now was not the time for laughter, and that the tiger needed to think about himself. The woman noticed that the animal was getting worse and worse and wondered what had happened. Suddenly, Spencer fell to the ground and the woman called his name in concern. Having fallen to the ground, the tiger suddenly began to vomit blood. Noticing this, Hannah said that this would not do, and that she needed to get those sticks out of the tiger's body, to which he, groaning a little, told her to do it. Suddenly, Spencer's scream shook the entire forest. Taking one of the sticks out of the tiger's back, the woman noticed something bad about it, and the tiger meanwhile angrily muttered that he should have been warned before taking out this stick. Then the ghost said that these sticks had taken root in the body of the beast, and her hand shook slightly with fear. Sweating and emitting steam, the tiger told the woman to continue. The ghost tried to object, saying that he was already bleeding heavily, to which Spencer replied that if he waited any longer, those branches would suck all the blood out of him. And if she got them, it would be better than that slow and painful death. However, these arguments did not seem too convincing to Hannah, and she again found herself objecting, to which the tiger said that she knew he could handle it. And then again, but more insistently, he ordered her to pull out these branches. After a slight hesitation, the woman nevertheless took hold of one of the sticks and, saying that it would be very painful, began to pull them out of the animal's body. Meanwhile, the Taoists were following Spencer and Hannah. Suddenly, one of the Taoists dropped to the ground and said that they had found this tiger. The other noticed that this tiger was very badly injured. And then this same Taoist told another to be careful, even though this tiger was badly wounded. In response, the first Taoist said that he knew what the mountain master's strength was, so he was sure that he was now dying. The first Taoist rose from the ground and said that the ghost next to the tiger had priceless power, and if they took this power away from her and returned the ball, they would be promoted. Meanwhile, Hannah had removed all the sticks from Spencer's body. And then she thought that even though she had gotten all the sticks, the tiger had lost consciousness because he had lost a lot of blood. And then she decided that she still had to wake the beast up. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded from behind the ghost, asking who it was, to which the woman immediately turned around. The two Taoists finally reached the tiger, and one of them said that although the tiger was breathing, he was sure that these were its last breaths. And Hannah, screaming, asked how they found it, and then she took out a sword from her necklace. Attacking the ghost, the Taoist defiantly asked if she really wanted to protect her master. Shouting that this was all very funny, the Taoists pounced on Hannah, their swords pointing straight at her. Meanwhile, Harvard was in some dark space and was meditating while some blue vapors were coming out of it. Exhaling blue smoke, the man thought that he had restored his strength to the 3rd level, and then he decided that this was enough to return to the fight. The Taoist, who had been ordered to stay by the master's side, was now guarding the carriage, and he lamented that they were being attacked not even by people, but by some kind of animals, and then remarked that it wasn't even funny. Suddenly, something passed the crew window, and some bright flash came out from there. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who was thinking that although he had not yet fully recovered his strength, there would be assistance next to him, and then, heading straight to the tiger, he remembered the stone on the ghost's neck and assumed that it was most likely priceless. And then, with a greedy smile on his face, he suggested that there were many other valuables in this stone. Anticipating what would happen next, Harvard thought that if he thought of a strong tiger and a ghost who had power over that stone, then he would be the richest man. Sometime later, the man finally noticed the body of a tiger lying in a flower field. The man noticed with delight that his prey was lying right before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the carriage where Joshua, Ben, and Chelsea were sitting, there was some kind of commotion, and the boy told the teacher that the girl had disappeared. In response, the man asked again, and the boy replied that she said that she was going to pee in the bushes, but after that he did not see her. Going outside, the old man quietly cursed and exclaimed that it was very dangerous in the mountains. Meanwhile, Chelsea was walking somewhere through the forest up the mountain. Sweating a little from the climb, she thought about how she was sure those people were talking about her husband, and although she didn't know why they fought, she knew for sure that her husband had come for her, so the girl decided that now she would go to him. It was already getting dark, and Spencer was still lying in the flower field, and the flowers were covered in his blood. And Harvard came closer to the tiger's body. The man grinned and assumed that the animal had died while pulling out its branches, then thought that it was obvious and lamented how boring it was. Looking to the side, the Taoist said that since the tiger died, it meant that the ghost had also evaporated, which meant that her little thing was somewhere here, and it had to be found. After examining the area around the tiger's body, the man was surprised to note that the necklace he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Starting to shake with anger, Harvard assumed that one of his students had already taken the necklace. The man swore loudly and in a fit of anger, using the talisman, struck the tiger on the neck. The blow sent Spencer's head flying off his body and rolling across the ground. The man thought furiously about how this bastard dared to steal his thing. And then, assuming that this Taoist could not have run far, Harvard set off in a bright flash to look for him. Sometime later, someone approached the tiger's head. As it turned out, it was Chelsea who took Spencer's head in her hands, and then she smiled weakly and turned to her husband. Bringing the head back to the body, she asked if he had decided to play a joke on her again. The girl said that she would not let herself be deceived again. After attaching the head to the body, Chelsea sat down next to him and told the tiger to stop teasing him and get up quickly. But then the head fell off the body again, and she rolled across the flower field. The girl stared at the head in surprise, and then she picked it up again, saying again that she had asked him to stop making these jokes. Chelsea reattached the head to the body and said that Spencer had done a good job and should stand up. But the beast did not get up, and his head fell off again. Then the girl burst into tears, and then she burst into loud sobs near the tiger's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Hannah was carrying Spencer on her shoulder, saying how heavy he was. Suddenly, she dropped it on the ground. The blow caused the tiger to suddenly open his eyes. The beast rose abruptly and wondered when he had managed to pass out, and the ghost was glad that he finally woke up. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something strange about the woman. As it turned out, Hannah was slowly evaporating. A few hours earlier, she had fought with two Taoists. The sword's swings flickered in the air like a bright flash. One of the Taoists was amazed at the power of this ghost and replied that at this rate they would lose. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and then he pulled two knives out of his sleeve. And saying that if the tiger dies, the ghost will die too, the man threw these two knives into the tiger's body. And now there was a second left, and these knives would plunge into Spencer's head, killing him. But suddenly, Hannah runs up and protects the beast with her body, and the knives end up in her back. The Taoist who launched the knives notes that sacrificing herself to save her master is the only way for her to survive. Suddenly, the ghost says that she has been messing with them for too long and screams to end it all. Turning to Spencer, she says that he's going to be in a little bit of pain now. And then a huge amount of purple smoke starts to come out of Hannah. One of the Taoists looks at this with bewilderment. The other one, angry, asks if she really decided to use illusions, and then says that she is not his equal and attacks her with a sword. The first Taoist tries to stop his comrade. Suddenly, the ghost's eyes light up with a bright flash. A purple light engulfed everything around and began to destroy the Taoist's body. His comrade extended his hand towards him, and the corners of his eyes turned red. When his comrade disappeared, the Taoist who remained alive fell to the ground and screamed in frustration. His hands were shaking and stained with his comrade's blood while Hannah came closer. She said that she had, of course, spent her strength, but not to the extent that she would lose to swindlers like them. With tears in his eyes, the man looked at the ghost and thought that she was invincible, and then he begged her not to kill him, because he was just following orders. The woman asked the Taoist if, after all he had done, he was now asking for mercy. Hitting his forehead, the man fell down in a bow before Hannah and said that he would do anything she asked if she would spare him. In response to this, the ghost asked if the man had a talent for magic. Hearing this, the man opened his eyes wide, and then he answered, raising his head, on whose forehead a bloody mark was visible, that he had the ability for magic, and he would do anything. Then the woman took out the eye that remained after the victory over the black soul, and a spell appeared from it. And she told the Taoist to look at this spell and immediately get down to business as quickly as possible, and she would supply him with the necessary raw materials. And then she, looking sternly at the man, added that what he made, he would eat himself, and therefore he needed to be very careful. After hearing about what happened before he woke up, Spencer said that what she gave him to eat was what turned the Taoist into a copy of the tiger. And then, looking at the ground, he sadly noticed that the ghost had to suffer greatly because of him. Reaching out to the beast, Hannah said that when the tiger lost consciousness, she gave him that ball, and it seemed that the ball was really effective, since Spencer was able to survive with such wounds. Suddenly, she fastened her necklace around the beast's neck, saying that the tiger only had to absorb all the beneficial properties of the ball. As the ghost continued to slowly evaporate, she said that this was the last thing she could help Spencer with, and then added that she had a lot of fun. Tiger noticed that Hannah just needed a little rest, and then asked why she then spoke as if she was saying goodbye to him. Leaning his forehead against the tiger's nose, the ghost said that he was afraid to leave him alone. Suddenly, she began to evaporate even more actively, telling him to be careful while she was gone. But she didn't have time, and this phrase was cut off halfway. Before she could finish speaking, Hannah disappeared, and Spencer was left alone sitting on the ground. After a while, the tiger quietly spoke to the ghost to return quickly and that he would wait for her. Meanwhile, the leader of the boars was told how their recent operation had gone, which clearly did not please him. His subordinates pressed themselves slightly to the ground, afraid to utter a word. The chief thought angrily that Spencer, despite all the chaos, was able to just run away with the magic ball, and then he noted that he had underestimated him, and then he thought that as soon as the tiger healed his wounds and regained his strength, he would come for his head. And then he furiously shouted to his subjects to quickly go and look for him, because they could not let their sacrifices be in vain, and then added that Spencer was seriously wounded and therefore could not run far. And then, still screaming, he commanded that the boars must find him and kill him, because if they didn't, he would tear off all their heads. Spencer, meanwhile, was climbing his mountain. He soon reached the pond where he was with Chelsea and called out to Anthony. Then, a catfish's head appeared from the water and asked if Spencer had come to see him. And then, seeing that the tiger was covered in blood, he loudly asked in surprise what had happened to him. The beast replied that he did not have time and would explain later, and then said that they needed to leave here. Anthony replied that since Spencer said so, he would follow his order, and then he irritably asked if this meant that that bastard Dustin would also go with them. Suddenly, a root began to emerge from the ground, and a surprised cry was heard from somewhere. As it turned out, this root turned out to be talking. And by all appearances, it was that same Dustin who later said that this catfish 100% wanted to leave him, and then added that it would be better for them not to take such heartless people with them. Spencer sighed heavily and closed his eyes as Anthony and Dustin bickered and insulted each other. Meanwhile, the panther, resting in Spencer's cave, woke up and stretched. Suddenly he heard something and twitched his ear, and then he suddenly stood up with shining eyes declaring that Spencer was back. And then, saying that he was sure that it was his scent, the panther ran to the exit of the cave. As he quickly approached the exit of the cave, he laughed, and then said that at last the impudent fellow had shown up. And then he added that he would finally tear it apart today. But then he noticed something was wrong, and he braked sharply. As it turned out, Spencer had indeed returned to his cave, and noticing the panther, looked at him questioningly. The panther stood and looked at the tiger in amazement. And then, still in amazement, he called the tiger by name. And then he screamed and asked what kind of creature dared to touch Spencer. In response, the tiger quietly and calmly asked what difference it made to the panther who had wounded him. Hearing this, the panther fell silent in surprise, his eyes wide open. And then he, scratching his head, began to mumble some answer, making it up as he went along. And when he finally came up with it, he said that because of this he could no longer fight the tiger in a fair fight. In response to this, the tiger said that the only thing he needed now was a panther and this fight, in response to which the panther asked where he was going. Spencer replied that he was a little busy at the moment and asked the panther to come later and then he could play with him. The panther opened his eyes in surprise and asked when he should come, since he had already been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The tiger replied that if he had waited so long then he should be happy, because soon he would be able to fight. Because soon those with whom he could do this would come here, in response to which the panther asked who would come, to which the tiger said that maybe it would be the Taoists, or maybe those pigs from Mount Wulong. Then the interlocutor asked in surprise that Spencer had fought with the Taoists, and his partner only looked at the tiger in surprise. Hearing this, the woman said that it was amazing to survive the battle with the Taoists. Leaving the couple, Spencer said that he had a lot to do, and therefore the panther should find a way to entertain himself. Panther was about to call Spencer when his partner suddenly shoved him in the face with her hip. Then the woman turned to the tiger, asking if he could listen to her, and then said that he was being pursued by his enemies, and besides, he had a lot of wounds and he was alone. Not understanding what the woman was getting at, Spencer asked what it mattered if he was alone and wounded. Then the woman suggested that the tiger unite with her master, that is, the panther. And then both animals asked again. The woman said that her master wanted to measure his strength with him, but of course, after he healed his wounds. The tiger thought that there was no guarantee that he would reach his hiding place before the Taoists or the pigs found him, and this suggestion was more opportune than ever. The woman asked what Spencer thought about the proposal. The tiger thought it was a good offer, but then he refused out loud, saying that he couldn't trust them. And then he added that he did not want to continue on his way, fearing that someone would hit him in the back, in response to which the panther got angry and said that he was not so mean as long as the woman put her hand in front of him. Then she suddenly started taking something out of her sleeve, asking if Spencer was familiar with it. Then the woman found a small sign in her hand, and upon seeing it, the tiger exclaimed in surprise. The panther asked what this thing was, to which his companion asked him to keep quiet. Spencer thought that this was a plaque that directly connected the life of the person whose name was written there, and he asked out loud what she was going to do next. Then the woman suddenly bit her finger, and then she wrote something on the tablet with her blood and said that she would write her name and the name of her master there. Suddenly the panther felt that something was happening to his body, and then, while the beast was still perplexed, the woman handed the sign to Spencer. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that since the woman had written her name there, she must have gone crazy. Noticing that the tiger was doing nothing, she asked what he was thinking about and told the tiger that he understood that if he had this sign, they would not be able to harm him. In response, Spencer said that the fact that she wrote their names on it meant that she was giving him their lives in his hands, and then asked where she got such courage, because she knows what he can do with this tablet. The panther then intervened in the conversation, saying that Spencer was not such a coward as to threaten them with this sign, to which his escort agreed with a smile. Turning away from the couple, Spencer said that he didn't need such a thing, because it would only burden him, and then began to walk away from them. The woman and her master stood still, and then the panther hesitantly called the tiger's name. Suddenly, the tiger turned around and asked why they were still standing, since they had a long journey ahead of them. Hearing this, the panther happily turned to his companion, and then he ran up to the tiger and said that since the tiger was unable to cope alone, he would help him. And then they all set off on their journey together. Sometime later, the company decided to take a break. Lying on the ground, Spencer thought that they had been walking for several days without rest, and the woman did not look tired at all. And then he noted that this woman was of a higher level than he thought. Then Spencer called Hillary's name, and she responded. Afterwards, he asked if she could teach him how to hide his spiritual power. Hillary noted that it was not difficult for her to train the tiger to do this, and then asked what he would give her in return. Hearing this, the tiger asked what she wanted. Stroking her master behind the ear, the woman replied that she didn't even know, and then said that she noticed that Spencer already guessed a lot about her, and it was difficult to lure her with anything. And then, pulling the panther by the cheek, she said that her owner, who was sleeping peacefully like a baby, was very easy to lure. Hearing this, Spencer realized that Hillary had chosen to accompany her master all her life, although it was unclear why she chose such a fool. And suddenly she asked the tiger if he had a dobongwon ball, which surprised the tiger. Looking at the woman, he wondered how she could have found out about this. Could she really know what was inside? Suddenly, seeing the tiger's reaction, Hillary, clapping her hands, said that she had been sitting and guessing all this time, but it seemed she had guessed correctly. And then she explained that she had lived a long life, and therefore she had a very developed sense of smell for such things. After answering that, he understood. Spencer thought that it was a shame to give up the ball just for this. Then the woman took a book out of her sleeve and said that if the tiger gave her this ball, then in return he would receive a sacred book in which very powerful forces were hidden. And then, to the tiger's surprise, she said that this book was very difficult to master, but if he succeeded, he would be able to easily raise his level to Shinsu. And then he thought about how people like him only have 6 levels of power, and all magical creatures like him dream of rising to the level of Shinsu. Then Spencer thought that no matter how hard you try to raise your level, not everyone can do it, because it is very difficult to get even 1 level. But if he has this book, then he can become many times stronger without raising his level. Hillary said, looking at the book, that it showed traces of the previous owner, and he was clearly at the highest level. The tiger swallowed when he heard that the owner of this book was unable to fully master it. The tiger asked if the woman was really happy with this exchange, since she was losing a lot by giving him this book. Hillary replied that everything was fine, but in addition, she would like to ask Spencer to be more friendly with her master. The tiger was surprised by this request to be more friendly with the panther, because it meant that he needed to help him, because they were on the same level, but he still agreed. Suddenly, voices were heard in the forest, and Spencer noticed that it seemed like the pigs were already close. Turning around, the woman said that since they had discussed everything, let the tiger go forward. Spencer asked if the woman could handle it. In response, Hillary said that the tiger had big plans since he was going to that place, and then added that she trusted his owner. Spencer replied that he understood, mentally noting how much Hillary cared about the panther. The tiger then began to wake up the panther, tugging at his ear with his paw. Reluctantly, the panther woke up, saying that he had such a good dream. Then Spencer said that it was time for them to go, to which the panther asked if it was really time already. Noticing that the tiger had already started to leave, he shouted for him to wait, and then turned to Hillary and called her. The woman said that she would soon catch up with them, but for now he had to go ahead, otherwise he would lose sight of Spencer. Hearing this, the panther quickly ran after the tiger, shouting to the woman to catch up faster. A little later, when the animals had already disappeared from sight, wild boars began to appear from the forest. Meanwhile, the tiger and the panther were already walking across the field, and the panther asked if what he had just eaten was a dobongwon ball, and then asked the tiger why he had given him such a thing, to which Spencer replied that in exchange for this ball, he had given something to Hillary. As the animals approached the tree, the panther became indignant, asking if this was really the whole reason. Looking around, the panther asked if they had come to the right place since there was nothing here, while Spencer came closer and closer to the tree. Then he touched the tree with his paw, and then he released his spiritual powers straight into the tree. A second later, leaves began to appear on the bare branches of the tree. A little later, the tree was completely covered with leaves, and the panther happily asked if this was really a magic tree. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake, and soon a staircase appeared in front of the panther. The tiger said that he had discovered this place by chance, and if he entered there, he would be able to fully master the power of the ball and no one could stop him. Having finished speaking, Spencer began to descend. As he descended, the tiger thought that once he raised his level, no one would dare to encroach on his life, and no one else will suffer because of him. When the sun was already shining brightly, Hillary reached the same tree. The boars cried out furiously, asking how much longer they had to wait, since they had already waited 3 days. Turning around, the woman asked what they were going to do here. In response, the boars said that the woman should show them how to open this place, and they themselves would go in there. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake, and then an explosion ripped through the area next to the tree. A little later, it became possible to notice the silhouette of a person in the smoke. Hillary and the boars looked at this silhouette in surprise, and then the boars started shouting that this man smelled like Spencer, and if they caught him, they would be able to find out where he was. Suddenly, the man said that these boars were stupid, and then he claimed that he was Spencer. Hearing this, the boars began to furiously ask how this was possible and how he turned into a human. Suddenly, a second later, the previously clear figure of the man became blurry, and the man plunged his sword into the body of one of the boars. All the other boars looked around at this scene in surprise, exclaiming in surprise. Spencer thought that his physical abilities had also improved. Suddenly, the sword, located in the boar's body, began to suck blood from this body. The man was surprised by this outcome and pulled out a sword, engulfed in a red glow from the boar's almost completely drained body. Noticing this, the boars exclaimed in surprise that this was a sword sucking the blood of the victim. Raising his sword, Spencer asked him how he liked the taste of blood. And then he thought that this sword really did look scary, but it also had its advantages. The boars began to wonder if this Spencer had really leveled up and what they should do now. Suddenly, one of the boars cried out furiously that they should not be afraid because they had once defeated a creature much stronger than him. The other boars turned to look at the speaker, who continued, saying that besides, he was alone, which meant he was inferior to them in numbers. This speech inspired the boars, and they attacked the man. Spencer said that it was so obvious and that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. And then he raised his sword again, and then he slammed it into the ground with a sharp movement, and a dark vortex of fog appeared from around. After this, the whirlwind began to spread to the surprise of the pigs. One of them tried to cheer them up again as the dark fog filled the entire space. Soon this fog spread so much that the boars could no longer see each other and were suffocating in it. Then one of them shouted for them to follow his voice, but no one responded. Suddenly, the cries of pigs were heard ahead, and suddenly his brother appeared in front of the boar, with blood flowing from his eyes, and he himself asked for help. Suddenly, a bunch of dark hands appeared from the fog and reached out to the unfortunate man, and then they tugged him rarely and pulled him somewhere deeper, while another boar screamed in panic and ran after him. He then looked up in shock to see a multitude of red eyes staring at him. A second later, these same hands grabbed this boar, and then all that dark fog started to get sucked into Spencer's sword. A little later, there was nothing left around. There were no boars, no bones. Spencer wondered if the sword was so thirsty for blood that it left no one alive. And then he noted that if he had been distracted for a second, he himself could have become a victim. And then he indignantly asked what kind of sword it was, and quietly mumbled that he should throw it away. Suddenly, Hillary remarked that this was extremely impressive, to which the man turned around. Putting the sword back into the necklace, he agreed with the woman's words. The woman congratulated Spencer on his power level increase. Then she asked him how he managed to turn into a human, to which the former tiger replied that it was a long story. Hearing this, Hillary asked if it was all because of his fiancée. Spencer shook his head and replied that it was not like that at all, and wondered irritably what the woman was even talking about. Then he said that he was going to Mount Wudu and asked if the woman would go with him. Hillary closed her eyes and replied that her master, like a turtle, was laid everywhere, so she could not give an answer. And then she said that her master, as soon as he woke up, would immediately go look for Spencer, and so she handed him a bracelet in the shape of a snake. Spencer scratched his cheek and noticed with bewilderment that it was a love bracelet, which was only worn by couples in love. And then the man wanted to refuse, but suddenly one of the bracelets jumped off the woman's hand and flew straight at the man, and it immediately wrapped itself around his wrist. After that, Hillary said that she would give the other half to her owner, in response to which Spencer only made a displeased face and chuckled. Then the woman said that the former tiger was unlikely to reincarnate anytime soon, and then asked if he could lend her one of the reincarnation gadgets. Spencer looked at Hillary in surprise and said that he didn't think a woman would need a transformation ball. In response, the woman objected, saying that she would need this ball. Without resisting for long, the man finally gave her the transformation ball, and Hillary thanked him in return. After that, Spencer said that he would then move on, and that it was unknown when they would meet again, so let her take care of herself. And then he began to walk away into the distance, while the woman stood in this vacant lot, watching him go. And then Hillary told herself that she didn't know when either, but they would definitely meet again. And then she, saying that she couldn't wait for this, began to approach the tree. Sometime later, somewhere in the mountains in the forest, night had already fallen. In this forest stood a red-haired guy inside. And then he asked why he had to be so stressed out about him, while the old servant stood behind him. Then the guy turned around and asked if Spencer really lived here. The old servant replied that this tiger definitely lives here, and every inhabitant of the nearby village knows this place. Suddenly, someone approached the red-haired guy from behind, saying that Spencer was not in the cave, and therefore, it seems, he guessed about their arrival and ran away. The dark-haired boy said that it seemed that the tiger thought that if he ran away, he would not be found. And then, putting a hair of the tiger in some object, he said that if he put a hair of the tiger in this compass, he would be able to find him, wherever he was. And then the guy added that this compass has a downside, which is that if you use this compass, you can't use it for another 2 days. Then suddenly, a beam of light burst out from this compass and began to point in a certain direction. The dark-haired guy noticed that it was the southeast direction, and the journey would take 3 days. The red-haired guy said that then they should hurry to get rid of this tiger as soon as possible and return. Then he loudly commanded the other Taoists to go to the southeast. The next day, someone yelled at the girl about how she dared to take the shamrock from his territory, to which the girl replied that she didn't know and apologized. But this someone continued and yelled that this shamrock belonged to him, and she could not even dream of taking even one leaf. Then the girl, shaking with fear and with tears in her eyes, said that if she did not bring the shamrock, her chickens would starve, and if they starved, they would not lay eggs. Then the interlocutor, hearing this, shouted how she dared to argue with him, which made the girl close her eyes. This someone said that in the end, people raise chickens only to eat them, which makes them really disgusting. As it turned out, this formidable defender of his territory was a hare who, stamping his foot, said that while he, Spencer, was still alive, no one could take anything from this clearing. Looking uncertainly at the hare, the girl asked if perhaps she could take some of the shamrock after all. Then the hare, hearing this, jumped up sharply, raising his paws and shouted that how dare she be insolent to him, and asked if she really wanted to test the sharpness of his claws on herself. Opening one eye slightly, the girl thought about what she had heard that Spencer was a huge, menacing tiger. But later the rumors were wrong. Seeing the claws on the hare's paw, the girl closed her eyes again, thinking that these claws probably cut both the air and everything around. Seeing that he was able to intimidate the girl, Spencer grinned proudly. Suddenly, someone grabbed the hare by the ears and asked who this pseudo-Spencer was. As it turned out, it was the real Spencer, and the hare meanwhile began to flounder in his hands and scream furiously and threaten. Then, the girl told the man that he couldn't do that, because he was Spencer, the owner of the mountain. Spencer, still shouting, declared that he was the master of this whole territory, and asked how this insignificant man dared to hold him by the ears. Not at all frightened by these threats, the real Spencer leaned over the hare and asked if everything was really like that. And then he suddenly looked menacingly at the hare, and his tiger stripes appeared on his face. Seeing this, the hare became very frightened and began to beg for mercy. Having achieved the result, Spencer told the girl that she was taking the basket and everything in it with her, in response to which the girl asked if she really could do it. Then the man approached the girl and, handing her her basket, said that the master of Mount Spencer was not so petty as to be angry over such nonsense. Having thanked him, the girl ran back to the village with the basket in her hands. The man watched her go with a smile on his face, when suddenly the hare, who had already come to his senses, gave a voice. Holding the hare up higher, Spencer said that he needed to talk to him about something. And then he added that he hoped that the pseudo-Spencer's ears were not just for decoration. Spencer then asked if anyone had been in his cave. The hare immediately responded, continuing to shout that 3 days ago some Taoists came, were looking for something, and then went in a southeast direction. Scratching his chin, the man thought that 3 days ago he had just reached the tree, and it was located in the southeast direction, which meant that they had definitely come for him. And then he thought that now wherever he went, these Taoists would follow him. so he had to go to Mount Wudong and lose throats to everyone there. But then Spencer noted that one must first know the level of the Taoists and how many there are, and until that moment, one must not act rashly. The man was thinking that he needed to find out what strength consisted of, but then a great idea came to him and he laughed quietly. Then Spencer suddenly called the hare, to which he immediately responded. And then the man said menacingly that if he did as he was told, then he would let him go. And then the hare went into the forest to tell all the animals that the Taoists had caught Spencer and were going to Mount Wudong. The raven also heard this gossip. Hearing this, he immediately took off and flew. Sometime later, this raven flew to Mount Wulong and told the boar chief about this gossip. Hearing this, the other boars began to ask for translation how it happened that Spencer was caught by the Taoists, and they were now coming here and why they didn't kill him. Suddenly, the leader said that apparently the tiger did not want to die alone. Then, one of the boars asked the chief what they should do in this case. The chief said that this tiger cub must have said that he hid the Dobongwan ball here. Then the boars, hearing this assumption, again shouted out loudly that he had really lied to the Taoists and that they could defeat the servants, but definitely not the Taoists. Suddenly, one of the boars shouted that they needed to run away from here, causing the leader's eyes to darken. Suddenly, he stamped his hoof, splitting the stone on which he stood. Frightened by this, the boars suddenly fell silent and bowed their heads. Then the leader of the boars, steaming with anger, shouted that this place was from Rodin and asked where they would run away to, leaving this place. And then he said that the land here was ideal for them and that they would use the terrain and take the enemies by numbers. And then he shouted even more furiously that they would cut all the people and get the ball of Dobongwan, and then he ordered to call everyone. Meanwhile, the red-haired Taoist who was chasing after Spencer was thinking angrily that they had lost the trail. Had he really grown wings? And then he asked his dark-haired friend what the current location of this tiger was, to which the guy replied that Spencer was not moving now and was standing in one place. And then he said that the compass points to Mount Wudan. Then the red-haired guy rushed even faster in that direction, saying that they would get there soon, and he would personally rip the skin off this tiger cub. Meanwhile, the other Taoists were barely keeping up with the two men. Meanwhile, Spencer was indeed on Mount Udon. Standing on the mountain, he said to himself that he had prepared everything, and now all that was left was to wait for everyone else to come. And then he declared that he would return everything that the boar leader had done to him in full. After some time, the Taoists and servants finally stopped, completely tired. The red-haired guy thought that they barely got to this mountain, and then wondered how they could now look for this tiger on such a big mountain. But then he remembered that Spencer had been seriously injured by the Taoist, so if they split up, they would be able to find him. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was walking in the distance in the forest, and he immediately called out to this guy, who turned out to be Spencer, who in response only pointed at himself in bewilderment. The Taoists called the man to them and told him that they were looking for a huge tiger that devoured people, and so they came to catch it. And then they asked him if he had seen it. Spencer, playing the fool, slapped his fist into his palm and replied that he had doubted and could not believe his eyes when he saw its size. But now he was absolutely sure that he had seen a large tiger. While one of the servants sighed with relief, the dark-haired Taoist asked where the guy had seen him. Spencer responded by saying that it was difficult for him to explain, so he would rather take them there. Then all the Taoists followed the strange guy. Spencer, leading the people, said that even in a dense forest, animals make a path, and this one is often used by large and formidable animals. Looking behind him, he added that if they went along this road, they would come to the place where he had seen the tiger. Spencer turned around and looked at the Taoists, noting that there were only 2 Taoists and 6 servants. And then, with a smile on his face, he thought that even if these Taoists were strong, there would still be more boars in number, so it should be an interesting performance. Spencer then asked if they knew anything about Mount Wudong, to which the dark-haired Taoist replied that they knew little. Hearing this, the man said that wherever they go, there is always a story that has taken root in a certain area, and then said that it is not for nothing that this mountain is called the Mountain of Dominance, because all creatures from people to animals who like to dominate in everything have gathered here. Touching the tree, Spencer said that it is said that wild boars now dominate this mountain. And then, raising his hand with a piece of wool, he said that boars' vessels in the form of their wool were left everywhere. The red-haired Taoist looked at his comrade and asked if he thought it was funny that pigs were dominant. In response, Believe said that he heard that their people had recently been attacked by wild boars, and then suggested that maybe this tiger had lured them there on purpose. Sighing, the red-haired man replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since their opponents were just animals. Then the dark-haired Taoist told the boy to listen to his surroundings, and noticed that not only animals but even insects could not be heard. Hearing this, the servants began to look around a little excitedly. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. Suddenly, wild boars started running out from behind the bushes towards the people. One of the servants shouted at the others to shorten their distance, while one of the boars tried to knock them down with its body. But this boar only dined past the men and ran further into the bushes. The servant was surprised that the boar had just passed by to dine. Suddenly, another one shouted that there was danger behind. The first servant did not immediately understand what the other meant, and in the meantime, a huge boar was approaching him. And a second later, this boar lifted that servant into the air on its tusks, piercing him through and through. The servant who managed to notice this boar called his already dead comrade and rushed at the boar, while it also rushed at the man. While the screams of servants and the angry grunts of pigs were heard all around, the red-haired Taoist stood and simply watched. Suddenly, his hand was engulfed in flames, and he said that if they could think of attacking from behind, then they were very smart for pigs. And then, when the fire had engulfed his whole body, the boy said that he should then respond to them properly, and then said that he would burn them all to ashes. Meanwhile, one servant fought with a boar, trying to defend himself from his ex with a sword. Suddenly, this boar noticed some light on the side, and suddenly a red-haired Taoist appeared from the side and launched his flame at the boar, hitting it, causing it to fly to the side. The servant thanked the red-haired Taoist, calling him Alex. Alex glanced at the servant and told him to finally pull himself together. Otherwise, if he got distracted, these boars would kill him. While the Taoists and servants were fighting the boars, other boars were watching from behind the bushes. Suddenly, one of the boars returned and the other noticed him and noted that he was still alive. And then he said that these little people immediately began to use their abilities, just as the leader had predicted. Afterwards, he quietly said that he would try to change his location. But then Spencer, who appeared out of nowhere, said that this would not work, because they all had to cut each other's throats. Frightened by this sudden appearance, the boars immediately ran out from behind the bushes, exclaiming in surprise and fear. And then suddenly these boars were torn to pieces by water bubbles. As it turned out, these bubbles belonged to the black-haired Taoist. Then he turned around and said that these pigs were not as stupid as they thought, but it seemed that they had already killed everyone. Then one of the servants, turning to the Taoist, calling him Kyle, said that they had lost sight of that guy, meaning Spencer, to which Kyle replied that it looked like the boars had taken him. And then he told the men to forget about him and better kill some more pigs. At the same time, the boars, who had been hiding until now, were shaking with fear, and one of them was perplexed as to why the boars continued to come out to them if he had ordered them not to do so after the first attack. Meanwhile, Spencer was sneaking up behind them, smiling maliciously. Suddenly he screamed, and the boars cried out in fear. And then, like the previous two, they also ran out from behind the bushes. Seeing this, the guy laughed, covering his mouth with his hand. And then he thought about how difficult it is for animals to suppress their instincts. And then he thought angrily that these pigs should continue to kill each other until they were all dead. Meanwhile, another one of the boars was also perplexed by what his comrades were doing and why they were not fulfilling the plan. Suddenly, the leader's eyes began to shine with an unkind light. Suddenly he stepped forward, saying that he himself would sort everything out. As he ran forward, he thought about why these stupid nobodies couldn't just follow the plan. He thought about why they had walked over his words and that he knew they were stupid, but not that stupid. And then the boar leader finally stepped onto the battlefield. With his eyes wide and huffing with anger, he wondered what was going on there since there were only 10 left. Suddenly, one of the servants noticed the leader and decided to attract the attention of the Taoist Kyle to him. Looking at this boar, the guy immediately realized that, judging by his appearance and behavior, this was their leader. Suddenly, one of the boars asked the chief whether he needed to call everyone, to which the chief angrily asked whether he had really decided to act. Sitting on a rock and watching the proceedings, Spencer said that, as expected, the boar chieftain began to flutter when almost all of his subordinates had laid down their hooves. But even those who survived looked tired. And then, looking condescendingly, he asked what the result of this fight would be. Then, the boar leader furiously shouted to his subordinates to attack the people with all their might. And then, running out with them, he said that he, the leader of Mount Wulong, would fight with them. Alex, noticing the leader, said, "Has their boss really come out?" And then noted that his size is quite impressive. Starting to get heated up, he noticed that his current attacks wouldn't even scratch him, so he decided to do something. And suddenly his whole body was engulfed in flames, burning his clothes, and he himself shouted that he would reveal his full potential. And then he shouted that he would put an end to this battle. Alex stretched his arms forward and launched a fiery phoenix at the boar leader, which flew straight at the boar. The chief thought that the Taoist was underestimating him if he wanted to defeat him with such forces. and then he stamped his hoof, and his eyes lit up with a yellow light, and he thought that he would take the life of the Taoist in exchange for those that he had taken. And suddenly the phoenix flying towards the boar was torn apart, and it did not touch the leader at all. Alex's mouth dropped open in surprise as he watched this. Without a second's hesitation, the leader pounced on the boy while he could only raise his hands in fear. And then the boar struck the guy with an attack, and a bright flash of light eclipsed everything around. As it turned out, Kyle had managed to get in front of his partner and protect him, asking irritably how Alex could have wasted all his powers without thinking, while Alex noted that the boar had been hiding his powers until that moment. As it turned out, Kyle was able to super injure the chieftain and break off his tusk, and the boar was only thinking about the fact that this Taoist was able to repel the blow into which he put all his strength. There was a huge crater in front of the guys, and the leader was standing nearby, and the servants were asking if the Taoists were okay. Looking at the Taoists, the leader thought that everything was a little more complicated than he thought, and wondered what he should do now. While adjusting the protection on his hands, Kyle told Alex to regain his strength while he finished what he started. Suddenly, Spencer came out onto the battlefield, loudly hissing and saying that it wasn't interesting to fight either. Everyone present looked at the guy in surprise. Suddenly, Spencer, approaching, suddenly jumped up from his place, and he found himself right behind the backs of the Taoists and the boar leader. After saying that it was wrong to interfere with other people's fights, the guy waved Kyle's severed arm with the thing that protected Alex, saying that it was cheating and that he would take the thing away. Suddenly, Kyle felt a strong pain and blood began to spurt out of the wound. Noticing this, he began to shout loudly. Taking out the thing that protected the Taoists from the attack of the boar chieftain, Spencer smiled sarcastically, and saying that this thing was very useful, threw away his now unnecessary hand. As the Taoist writhed in pain, Alex angrily asked how he dared to injure one of their men. And then he shouted that the guy could no longer hope to be left alive after something like that. The boar chieftain, meanwhile, asked after a short silence whether this guy was Spencer. Taking out the sword from the necklace, the former tiger replied that the boar had a good sense of smell, and then said that he had to return the favor, and therefore how could he trust him to someone so inexperienced? The servants, raising their swords, shouted that this guy would not get away with it so easily. The boars meanwhile began to cry out questioningly, asking if it was Spencer. Spencer folded 2 fingers and said that everyone was already in the know. And then, snapping his fingers, he said that now we could end it. Suddenly, blue circles appeared under one of the boars. The same circles also appeared under one of the servants. Suddenly, the man's entire body was engulfed in blue fire, which burned him, leaving only ashes. As it turned out, this fire engulfed everyone who was in this place, except for the Taoists, one of whom was still sitting on the ground, clutching his wound. Alex, seeing all this, was surprised by this power, and suddenly he realized that these were the powers of Shinsu. The boar leader was also not engulfed in this fire, and so he watched in panic as his subjects died. Alex thought that such power of such a level had long since ceased to exist and had disappeared before his birth. And then, looking at the guy in surprise, he wondered how this guy could use this power. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at him with his red eyes, the whites of them blackened, and the red-haired Taoist thought that he needed to inform everyone about this terrifying power. Alex must have been afraid and stuttering, quietly muttering that he needed to be told about this power, and he couldn't take his eyes off the guy. Suddenly, Spencer began to approach the Taoists. When the guys were engulfed in flames, and it seemed that he did not make a single movement with his sword. The boys huddled together, continuing to slowly burn out, and Spencer moved on. He approached the leader of the boars. Closing his eyes, the chief said he realized that they had, as it turned out, fallen into Spencer's trap. And then he noticed that the power emanating from him meant that the guy had raised his level, and then he congratulated him on this. Spencer, looking sternly at the boar, asked if he had anything else to say. The leader looked down and noted that there was no point in saying anything, and then said that he had a request. But he didn't have time to say what exactly this request was, because Spencer cut off his head with his sword, causing a surprised expression to appear on the boar leader's face. Sighing, the man asked irritably if this pig had really tried to ask him for something, and then, like all the others, the boar was consumed by fire. Sometime later, Spencer reached the village that was near his mountain. The man noted to himself that after that battle he received, albeit of a low level, 1 ball and 2 necklaces. He also received 3 useful spells and 2 useful books. Spencer looked at it and smiled greedily, noting that it was a good catch. And then remembering his sword, he sent word that if he used its power, it would destroy absolutely everything. Sighing and putting the things he had received into Hannah's necklace, he thought that this power was too powerful, and that was her problem. And then he remembered that he had found 2 more letters. Looking at them, he thought that there was probably something important written at the bottom. He was sure of it. But he couldn't check because he didn't know the letters. Suddenly, the same girl who was picking shamrocks called out to him, and Spencer turned his head to look at her. The girl said, holding a book in her hands, that thanks to the man, her chickens are well fed, grow very large and lay very large eggs, which she sells. And with this money she buys reading lessons. Still holding the letters in his hands, Spencer asked again, and the girl asked if he really needed someone who could read. And then she snatched the letters from the man's hands. Puffing with impatience, the girl opened one of the letters and said that she would read everything here now. And then she began to read, and the content of the letter was as follows. Our battle with the magical animals never ends, becoming larger and larger, and the place by the Red Sea can turn into a warfield against magical creatures. Spencer caught the word war in surprise. Noticing that the man's expression had changed, the girl asked him what had happened, to which Spencer replied that nothing had happened and told the girl to continue reading. The girl continued, the government's actions are very alarming, so all Taoists, be on guard. And then the girl said that this was all she could read, to which the man replied that this was enough for him and thanked the girl. Stroking the girl on the head, he asked if she wanted anything as a thank you for reading, to which she replied, laughing, that she didn't need anything. And then she added that he saved her, and therefore she didn't need anything. Suddenly, looking at this girl and her smile, he immediately remembered Chelsea. And then, saying that even if that was the case, he still wanted to thank her, he then handed her a bag with some little things. Looking into the bag, the girl noticed with delight how shiny these things were. Spencer told the girl not to show them to anyone, to run home quickly to hide them, and to open them only with her mother. Obeying her big brother, the girl ran home. After moving away a little, she turned around and shouted that if he needed to read anything else, he could always find her. Spencer saw the girl off with a smile on his face, and then he sighed heavily and raised his head, looking at the sky, still thinking about the contents of the letter. It was already night, and Spencer was walking somewhere in the forest and thinking that the Red Sea was a region to the west of here, and if a war started, it would quickly reach his village. Suddenly, he touched the stone with his palm, and then he moved his hand down and some signs began to appear on the stone and shine with a blue light. A second later, part of the stone separated and began to move away. As it turned out, there was a hidden door in this stone, which was now wide open. And behind this door there was a staircase that led down. The man stepped out the door and began to descend the stairs, thinking that if a great war began between people and magical creatures, then all the evil souls would raise chaos in this mortal world. A little while later, the man reached some kind of visit and walked straight ahead. There was some kind of blue glow ahead, and Spencer walked boldly towards it. As he got closer, he thought that in case of war, everyone in this world would need strength. And then a huge blue bird appeared in front of Spencer. The man wondered out loud if anyone thought that there was something on his mountain that they thought had disappeared centuries ago. Continuing to approach closer, he noticed that before he simply couldn't approach here, but now everything had changed. Suddenly, some blue mist separated from the bird, and taking the form of a bird, it screamed furiously. Coming almost close, Spencer declared that he was now ready to absorb the power of Shinsu entirely. Suddenly, the bird from the blue mist began to concentrate energy in its beak, as if preparing to attack. And then she fired a huge beam of energy straight at the man, which he didn't try to dodge. The blow gave Spencer quite a beating. His clothes were covered in holes and he himself almost fell to the ground, but still managed to hold on. Grinding his teeth with the effort, he thought about how even though he had raised his strength level, he was still barely holding on, and then wondered if his body would be able to withstand all this power. Meanwhile, the bird flapped its wings and waves of blue mist began to flow across the ground. This fog began to slowly surround the man. And then Spencer found himself in the epicenter of a blue tornado, which lifted him above the ground. This tornado of power continued to tear the man's clothes and ruffle his hair. But he did not give in, but only strained even more and shouted loudly that he had to endure it. He then extended his hand forward in an attempt to fight his way out of the whirlwind, screaming that getting this power would only be the beginning. And if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to go out into the world. Continuing to reach for the center of this force, he shouted that he would rather die here than screw up. Spencer's eyes turned completely red, and he almost completely grabbed the center of that power, screaming at her to make her his forever. Suddenly, he squeezed that center, and the bird began to cry piteously, and Spencer continued to drink above the ground, no longer surrounded by the tornado. In order to be able to maintain this center of power, he supported his hand with his other hand. Suddenly, Spencer was a little confused, not understanding what was happening, and asked if he had really succeeded. But then suddenly he felt strong pressure and pain again. Now this force entered Spencer's body and seemed to begin to tear him apart from the inside, refusing to obey, causing blue flashes to occasionally burst out of his body. Gritting his teeth, the man asked the force if it still did not want to submit to him and was resisting. But then he realized that this was the power of Shinsu from ancient times, and therefore he only clenched his hands into fists tighter. And then, pressing his hand to his heart, he began to try to tame this force. The tiger stripes appeared on the man's face again, and he said with a smile on his face that even if the force tried to overcome him, he would still help it adapt to his body. After some time, Spencer was still in meditation, but it seemed that the power was no longer kicking in his body as much, although his clothes were almost completely torn, but the flow of power was calm and smooth. The man noted out loud that 4 years had already passed, and during this time, thousands of changes had already taken place inside his body. Suddenly, he sank to the ground and said that now he could finally achieve absolute perfection. Saying that he was finally able to comply with this blue flame, Spencer held the blue flame in his hands, which swirled in soft waves in his palm. While conjuring his clothes and bringing himself into a dignified appearance, he noted that he had reached a new level. The man dropped his hands and found himself in complete silence, then sighed. He folded his arms across his chest, noting that he had so much to do, and wondered what he should sit down to do first. Suddenly, he remembered that girl from the village and decided to meet her. Sometime later, Spencer reached his village where life was in full swing. The man stopped and asked the woman about this girl. In response, the woman asked, "He wants to know about Eva." Suddenly, the men standing nearby said that if he wanted to know about this girl, then her family was sent into slavery. Spencer asked why this happened. One of the men said that this family suddenly had a lot of money, and after that they sent their daughter to school, but the nobles could not come to terms with the fact that a commoner was studying with their children, and therefore began to complain about Eva's family. The man continued by saying that in the end, the nobles said that this family stole this money and left this girl as a slave in one of the houses, and then added that this girl must be beautiful, since they want to make her a concubine from a slave. Another man, laughing, said that the last time he saw her, she had a straight, sharp nose and pale skin, and then exclaimed, saying who knew that she would become so beautiful. One of the men was about to say that this family seemed to have a keen eye, when suddenly Spencer approached the men, and then, with a threatening face, he asked where this very house was, while his eyes glowed red. A few hours later, night had already fallen, and in one of the estates they were already preparing to go to bed. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a woman, saying that everyone thinks differently, tricked a ball of fabric into blush. The woman applied rouge to the young girl's cheeks, saying that she needed to accept this, that there was nothing wrong with it, and then added that this was the house of the richest man in their village. While combing the girl's long hair, the woman asked her if she was aware of how many girls envied her, and then urged the girl to think positively. Having finished her preparations, the woman left the girl alone, and she stared at the floor with glassy eyes. Sometime later, the girl went outside and stood under the moonlight. Suddenly, someone said that he had finally found a girl. Recognizing this voice, the girl, who turned out to be that same Eva, asked if it was he she thought of. Spencer noticed that she still remembered him. The girl, who had already become a young woman, replied that of course she remembered, because he had helped her 4 years ago, and then said that the man had not changed at all during this time. Coming closer, the man said that he had come today to learn to write. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and asked again, opening her eyes wide. And then she smiled brightly and closed her eyes, saying that of course she would help, but she didn't have much time. Spencer and Eva found a place to study and sat down on the rocks, and the girl began to explain something to the guy, pointing to something in the book. The girl said that if he wrote it like that, the meaning of the sentence would change. While she was telling all this, her eyes were shining with happiness. Suddenly, the girl stopped explaining and fell silent, her face slightly dejected. The man, noticing the changes in the girl's behavior, looked at her questioningly. Slamming the book that was lying on her lap shut, Eva said that it was time for them to finish their lesson. Standing up, the girl with her eyes closed said that she was glad that Spencer was able to master today. Clutching her skirt in her hands, the girl continued, saying that she suddenly remembered how she was discriminated against for being a girl and studying, but she did not give up and continued, and then said that perhaps thanks to a man she was brave. Looking at the girl, Spencer asked again about courage. Looking at the guy with a sparkle and hope in her eyes, Eva asked if the man could fulfill her wish since she taught him to write. Sometime later, a drunken gentleman returned to his estate. With a sharp movement, he opened the doors to the room where the girl was already sitting. Laughing obscenely, the nobleman asked how long the girl had been waiting for him, and then said that he had drunk to lift her spirits. Coming closer to the girl, the man extended his hands to her and noticed that she looked even more beautiful in this dress. Almost touching her, he said that today they would go to heaven, and she only had to obey him. And so the man put his hands on his belt, unbuckling it. Suddenly, Ava hit him in the face, screaming at him not to touch her, causing blood to splatter. The man looked in surprise at his cheek, which now had a cut on it. Pointing the knife at the nobleman, the girl shouted that she did not want to live in such a house with such a man, and she would rather die than do this, and he would die with her. Then, shouting that Eva was a slut, the man also hit the girl on the head with a jug of wine, breaking it. From this blow, the girl fell onto the bed, and the gentleman shouted how she dared to cut him when he was spoiling her with compliments. And then the nobleman continued to beat the girl until she could not sit still and only clenched her teeth. Sometime later, Eva sat against the wall, covered in bloodstains and bruises, almost unconscious, while the master stood over her, breathing heavily. The man noted that the girl was stubborn, because she didn't make a sound. And then, having said that he was not against this kind of view, he looked at the girl obscenely while drool flowed from his mouth. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar with 2 fingers, and then Spencer, on foot, with a wave of his hand threw the man to the other end of the room. The girl didn't react to this in any way, but only sighed heavily. The guy said that he was worried about her because she asked him to find silver and then sent him here. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes. And then Spencer went on to say that Ava was even more unpredictable than he expected. Suddenly, the nobleman, shouting, asked, rising to his feet, why no one was giving him any peace today. And then, turning to the guy, he asked who he was anyway. Hearing this, Spencer turned to look at the gentleman with a threatening look. And then he said that, so be it. Spencer remembered Chelsea crying and screaming that she couldn't leave her husband. And then the guy started to come closer to the man, while the latter, crawling on the floor, tried to move away from him and begged for mercy. Suddenly, blue mist began to come out of Spencer, and the man asked him again who he was. Suddenly, he screamed piercingly. The boy thrust his clawed hand forward and replied that he was Spencer, whom he had been so eager to kill. And then a huge blue tornado appeared over the entire estate of this gentleman. Sometime later, a man and a girl were walking up the mountain. Eva, still a little in shock, looked at Spencer's back. And then she noticed to herself that this brother turned out to be the master of the mountain. Turning around, the guy said that he heard what happened to her, and then asked if she despised him, because it all happened because of the jewelry that he gave her. The girl looked at the man, her eyes wide. And then, looking away and smiling weakly, she replied that she could not hate someone who helped her. And besides, she was very inspired by the fact that she would finally be able to fulfill all her dreams. Feeling a little sad, the girl continued, saying that at that time she didn't yet know how cunning and greedy people could be. And then, bursting into tears, Eva said that she just wanted to do what she loved. So why didn't life allow her to do it? Spencer looked at her sympathetically as she said that she couldn't do anything and didn't know where to go next. Suddenly, he struck the ground with the sheath of his sword. And then he told the girl to pick up this sword, and then it would become her path and show her the way. Afterwards, the man added that Eva would become his follower, learn to use this sword and protect the mountain, to which the girl responded in surprise that she was a girl and had never even held a sword in her hands. In response, Spencer told the girl to throw away all these prejudices about the female gender, because her confidence when she taught to study and her courage when she wanted to live the life she chose herself were enough. After these words, the man concluded by saying that Eve is strong. Hearing this, the girl stared at him in surprise. And then she reached out for the sword. And then she picked up the sword, mentally noting that it was heavy and that she was scared. But she would try. She said out loud that she would try to walk confidently along the path Spencer had laid out for her. And then, with a smile on her face, looking at the man, she said that she would protect his mountain until he returned. In response, the man said that the girl was a good girl and she should continue to live. 3 months later, Spencer stood at the entrance to the town of Eton. Looking at all these buildings, the man thought that this city was big. And then he thought about how everyone said that the mountain on which the city stood was high. But now his mountain seemed so small compared to this one. Afterwards, he remembered that these gates were built a long time ago. And behind them is the treasure of Savile, which doubles whatever is put inside, and many people desire this treasure. The man noted that he managed to reach this gate in human form. And then he wondered how he could get inside now. Suddenly, an old man with a whole crowd of men walking behind him called out to him and asked if the guy was a wanderer. Looking at the questioner, Spencer replied that it was. The old man replied that they were just missing one, and then he told the boy to go with them, because what was the point of just standing around doing nothing? Then 2 men approached the guy and pulled him along with them, persuading him to join. While the company was climbing the mountain, the old man was telling them that today was the day when Mount Yen opens up once every 100 years. One of the men said that this was a special day for them because, if they were lucky, they would be able to go inside. Another man, turning to Spencer, sarcastically remarked that if you stand at the entrance, then you are no better than a stone at the door. And another also sarcastically asked whether the guy really thought that if he stood there, the doors would be opened for him. And then he said that the guy seemed smart but didn't know anything, while Spencer looked at them with a stone face. Suddenly, another man complained that they were helping this land, so why should they enter through the back entrance and not the main one? Looking at the man with his sharp gaze, the boy wondered if these fools knew what would happen to them if they went in. And even if they succeeded, they only killed the weaklings. And then what? But then he thought that he didn't care about it. The main thing was that the doors opened. And in the meantime, the company got to the doors. The old man pulled out some kind of piece of wood and extended his hand towards the door. Suddenly, a beam of light burst out of this piece of wood and went straight to the lock on the door. And then the doors suddenly swung open. Suddenly, a man came out from behind the door and called the old man, saying that he was late. The old man began to make excuses, saying that they were missing one person and they were late while they were looking for him. Suddenly, the man turned around and, saying that it didn't matter, ordered them to follow him. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had gathered behind these doors, and someone, standing on a platform, was announcing the names of the squads into which the people had split. One of the men in the newly arrived company asked if these were all servants, to which the old man replied that there were Taoists ahead. Suddenly, the conductor pointed his finger at the men and loudly asked why they were still standing, and then commanded them to take their places. As Spencer passed members of the other squads, he deduced that he was in Squad 5. Suddenly, a man standing on a platform loudly said that today, after 100 years, the doors of the mountain were finally opening, and then he greeted everyone. Wishing everyone success, he folded his hands and said that now they would begin teleportation. Suddenly, he shouted to someone to open the gate, and suddenly the ground on which the troops were standing was illuminated by a red light. Meanwhile, the red demon was devouring the meat of a huge snake. Suddenly, he was distracted from eating, feeling something. And then, the demon turned around, his green eyes flashing, and was glad that people had finally arrived. Suddenly, he spread his arms out to the sides and shouted a loud greeting, and then laughed madly. Meanwhile, people had already successfully teleported, and questions were immediately heard in the crowd about where they were and whether they were already inside the mountain. Suddenly, one of the men noticed something and tried to attract attention in a shaking voice. Suddenly, a huge magical wolf appeared in front of the crowd, amid their surprised cries. Suddenly, one of the men, taking out a sword, asked how they were supposed to fight such a huge monster from the very beginning. Suddenly, some man shouted out that they were all fools since they could not distinguish a sacred animal from an ordinary beast. And then he added, to the laughter of the other participants, that was why they were not rising in rank. Suddenly, the man with the beard noticed, a little surprised, that this was the guardian of Mount Yeni. Then, the other man with a tattoo on his forehead replied that it was so, and this wolf protects this mountain, and also he has reached a high level of strength, to which the man with a beard replied that then it is necessary to greet him personally, and his comrade noted that other animals would not dare to compete with a sacred animal. Then the man with the tattoo on his forehead replied that is why he is someone they are proud of. And then the squad leaders began to gather their men, preparing to enter the mountain. Suddenly the sacred beast, sensing something, turned around sharply. As it turned out, something in the crowd of people caught his attention. Suddenly Spencer felt the beast's gaze on him. In a panic, the man thought, could this wolf have revealed that he is not a human? Then this is very bad. While the beast was looking at the guy with all his cheeks, he thought that if the fact that he was not a human was revealed, then all the Taoists would pounce on him to kill him. But suddenly, to the surprise of the former tiger, the sacred beast only smiled, closing his eyes. Noticing this, Spencer thought with relief that it seemed like they weren't going to expose him. Suddenly, one of his squad mates touched the guy's shoulder and asked why he was still standing, since it was time for them to go. Meanwhile, all the troops were leaving the cave in an even formation. Sometime later, someone asked if it was true that he had been inside this mountain years ago, to which the interlocutor replied that it was true, and that at that time he had seen many healing herbs that he could not pull out. Then the woman replied that if it was true, then they would share, and then asked if they were on the right path because it seemed to her that they were treading water. In response, the old man, the leader of Spencer's squad, replied that the woman should trust him, since it would not be to his advantage to deceive them. Suddenly, one of the girls, who was watching the woman, shouted that if the old man had decided something, then he would not escape death. And then suddenly, the next second, something carried this girl away, leaving only splashes of blood. Hearing strange sounds, the woman and her subordinates turned around abruptly. As it turned out, the red demon grabbed the girl, dragging her along the ground by the head, while she, stretching out her hand to her comrades, asked for help. Noticing the red demon, the woman wondered where this evil spirit came from. The evil spirit, meanwhile, licked his sharp teeth with his long tongue. At the same time, another detachment was running through the forest. Suddenly, one of the men told the squad leader that everyone else had been left behind, to which he replied that he didn't care, because they hadn't come here to do botany. In response, the man said that if they were left, they could be killed, to which the squad leader replied that no one cared about their miserable lives. After suggesting that they were being attacked by monsters, the commander ordered a halt, and both men quickly dropped to the ground. The leader of the squad looked around, holding a red bubble in his hands, which contained a paper crane. Suddenly, he started running somewhere. Seeing this, the man called his older classmate, and in the meantime, other members of the squad reached them. Suddenly, the leader shouted that he had found something, holding in his hands a skull on which was a small egg, surrounded by something golden. Then his younger classmate asked what it was and whether this was what his teacher was asking the leader about. The squad leader replied that this was a very rare and special egg, under which golden lichen always grew, and then added that the man's teacher said that he hid it here because its time had not yet come, but now this egg is perfect. The man with the egg in his hands slyly thought that if he took it, he would rise in rank and become rich, and then began to say that they could now leave, when suddenly someone ordered them to stop. Suddenly, another group appeared from the depths of the forest, and their leader said that he smelled something as the men ran past the healing herbs. The men already there were very surprised by the appearance of another detachment. The captain of the other squad said with a predatory smile that he now understood why they were so eager to get here, because they hid such a valuable thing here. The leader replied that they had found the thing first, and therefore it belonged to their squad. Suddenly, two men from the enemy detachment emerged, preparing to fight to take the egg. Then the man cried out, asking what he wanted, a battle between their troops. In response, the other replied that if they had their eye on the same thing, then why don't they measure their strength, and the winner will take the prize, in response to which the man only gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Spencer dug up the root and raised it above his head with a smile on his face, saying that this root was probably more than 50 years old, and he had a talent for digging things like this without a single scratch on it. But suddenly, coming to his senses, the guy abruptly threw the hoe to the ground, shouting what he was even talking about. And then he thought that it was dangerous because he almost got into the swing of things and forgot why he came. And that's not why he was here at all. Suddenly, a squad mate called out to him, causing Spencer to run, holding the root in his palms. At the same time, the evil spirit sucked out the souls of the arriving Taoists and their servants. And the old man who was leading those Taoists fell to the ground, bowing to the spirit, and addressed him by name, calling him Sylvester. And then, slightly raising his head, he asked if the spirit was pleased. In response, the demon, holding the golden core of one of the Taoists on his tongue, replied that such Taoists were nothing to him, and he needed stronger opponents. In a panic, the old man, sweating a little, said that there were still many Taoists left, and then suddenly reminded him that the spirit had promised him something. In response, the evil spirit broke the golden core with 2 fingers and told the man not to worry. And then he added that he is one of the strongest spirits, and he always keeps his promises, unlike people. And then he passed by the old man, who was still lost to the ground, telling him to lead him, because he did not want to delay, since it was depressing him. Having said this, the evil spirit, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, declared that from this moment the real hunt begins. Meanwhile, another squad was running after someone, and one of the men was shouting for his comrades not to let this monster go. The man shouted for them to corner the monster while his comrades chased after the monster, which had white long hair, long claws, and a face covered in stripes. Suddenly, one man shouted that he had caught the monster and, jumping up, hit it with his weapon, causing it to spin in the air. But the monster, as it turned out, did not die, but only violently attacked another man. Then the other man suddenly folded his arms, and from this his weapon suddenly plunged into the monster, killing it. A man watching this battle shouted for the men to be careful and not think that these monsters were weaker than them. And then he turned to his senior classmate, who was standing on the mountain of corpses of these monsters, and said that they were finished. The men began to discuss how much they could sell these monsters for, since there were a whole bunch of them here, when suddenly an evil spirit appeared behind them. The men quickly noticed him and immediately turned around, drawing their weapons. Looking at the new arrival, one of the men asked if this was a human being, to which the other replied that this was an evil spirit. In response, the first man asked what this evil spirit was doing inside the mountain. An older classmate and part-time captain of the detachment called one of his comrades and then ordered him to attack the spirit. Then the man attacked the spirit, cutting it into 2 pieces. The servants, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed that this was what they expected from the Taoist. But, as it turned out, the evil spirit was not killed, but was completely unharmed. And with the help of his claws, he tore off the man's head, saying that he was pathetic. And then quickly approaching the captain, he noted that he was slow. He then pierced the Taoist with his hand, who did not have time to do anything, causing him to scream dully. A spirit hand was sticking out of the man's body, holding his golden core, and the spirit was disappointed to notice that the Taoist didn't have much strength while he was groaning pitifully. The evil spirit suggested that if the captain had so little strength, then the others did not, and then said that he would turn them all into sand. The servants began to run away screaming. Laughing dully, the spirit asked where they were going. Meanwhile, another detachment was following the tracks of some animal. The girl walking behind the captain asked if her older classmate had found anything. Turning around, the man said that he would install the Huanjin here. The girl asked again in surprise, her eyes wide open. The man, taking out some object and emitting a beam of light from it, said that while he was doing this, the others should protect the territory. Suddenly, a focused beam of light emerged from the object and spread out in different directions. The girls, notifying others, walked around the area, saying that they were installing a Huanjin here, and therefore the servants needed to hire their places. The captain focused by raising his index and middle fingers and told the others to be on guard. Suddenly, someone shouted that someone was here. They began to emerge from the fog. Suddenly, with irritation, they recognized the man they had found. Afterwards, one of them clarified whether it was correct that this man's name was Tyler. As it turned out, the man turned to Spencer and said that they would be nearby, so he could not worry, because he would be safe and could continue to go and collect medicinal herbs. And then he added, ordering him not to go far. Spencer looked at the men with an emotionless face and agreed with everything they said, thinking that they thought he was a loser. The man installing the Huanjin sighed and said that he seemed to be finished with everything. As he lowered his hand, he said that he didn't know what would happen, so he had to be focused. Suddenly, someone asked the man why he was staring at the Huanjin, since there were no creatures visible here. In response, the man asked if the girl had ever heard of Yoyuk, and then he began to explain that this was an evil spirit from ancient times, until this spirit in the form of a small ferret met someone. Suddenly, the men who met Spencer, noticing the ferret, wondered if such animals lived here. One man, saying that he was bored, decided to catch this animal and had already started to take out his sword. Suddenly, this cute-looking ferret bared its sharp fangs and made a huge hole in the man's body. Spencer, meanwhile, continued to collect herbs, when suddenly he heard something that made him flinch. Turning around, he wondered if someone had just shouted. Standing up, the man asked if something had happened, and then noted that his sensory system was not working properly because of the Huanjin. Meanwhile, the man who installed the Huanjin told the girl that evil spirits lived there and that these servants were of no concern to them. At the same time, Spencer walked in the direction where the babies were screaming, and he noticed something. As it turned out, all the men who were scouting the area had already been killed, and next to them was a huge flock of these evil spirits. Suddenly, the spirits raised their heads from their bodies, and noticing a new victim, they began to squeal furiously. Suddenly, these little evil spirits gathered together and, swirling, created a huge hurricane. This hurricane mercilessly tore apart the bodies of already dead men, and now this hurricane has reached Spencer, and all that was left of the man was a splatter of blood. But, as it turned out, this hurricane did not hurt the guy at all, and he, in turn, chopped up the animals with a stone face. Why did all these little animals fall to the ground? Hearing how dangerous these spirits were, the girl asked the captain if they should leave this place then. The captain replied that if they did not take the risk, they would not gain anything useful. And besides, these spirits could only be fought with the help of the Huanjin. The man looked at him sternly and said defiantly that the spirits only had to come here. Meanwhile, Spencer asked what the little thing was and said that he killed them all out of fear. And then he noticed that these animals possess amazing strength. The boy scratched his head and wondered what he should do if all the servants were dead. And then he began to pick up the bodies of these spirits, smiling greedily. Suddenly, the man noticed someone and looked at him. A black silhouette appeared in front of Spencer. A man emerged from the shadows and asked in a trembling voice if he was from the Pingung squad. Meanwhile, another squad was previously busy fighting, and one of the men was holding a huge ball made of seals. Another said irritably that this was exactly the place where the Huangjin was installed, to which another man replied that it was probably a Taoist from Pingung. The man asked his leader what they should do now. The leader replied that they would go ahead, and then he said that some minor obstacle had appeared, but nothing had changed in a global sense. The squad rushed forward, and their leader said that if anything happened, there would be a battle of squads. Soon the men disappeared into the fog. But, as it turned out, Sylvester had been watching them all this time, and the old man asked him why he let these people go. Baring his sharp teeth in a smile, the evil spirit replied that this way all the people would gather together, and this was better than catching them one by one. In response, the old man said that the Huangjin was created by people, and if they hide under it, then everything will go to hell. Hearing this, the spirit shouted that he had certainly thought of everything, and then something wrapped itself around his hand. As it turned out, these were centipedes, which the evil spirit called his children. And then he ordered them to go and find the Huangjin kernels. Obeying their master, the centipedes suddenly flew to the side. Laughing, Sylvester said that soon this Huangjin would become a cemetery for these people. Meanwhile, the man who met Spencer sadly noted that he, in order to avoid danger, rushed to the Huangjin, but met only a private who knew nothing. And then he asked into nowhere why he was having such bad luck now. And Spencer, at the same time, scratching his head, thought that he felt as if he himself was resisting him. Suddenly, another squad caught up with the man, and one of the squad asked, "So what if the man was able to hobble all the way here?" To which Spencer and the man turned around sharply. The man, taken by surprise by the enemies, asked in surprise how they got here so quickly. In response, the pursuing man asked the other if he was surrendering. Spencer noted with surprise that it was a Teeson squad. Then the man who was being pursued smiled humbly and said that it seemed his hour had come. And then he took out his sword, saying that, as a representative of his squad, he would not run away and would accept the battle with dignity. And then he said that the golden lichen was in his necklace. And then he held out his hand with a sword in his hands, telling them to attack if they wanted to. Spencer's mind latched onto the phrase, golden lichen, and he looked at the man's necklace. And then he thought he finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, one of the centipedes climbed onto one of the Huangjin's centers. Suddenly, the Taoist who created the Huangjin noticed something strange. The maid asked the man if something had happened, to which he replied that something bad had definitely happened, and the girl assumed that it was an evil spirit. The Taoist wanted to answer something, but something interrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, a red mist shot up all around, and the servants immediately shouted that something was wrong with the Huangjin. Raising two fingers again, the man said that someone was trying to take over the Huangjin, and something had happened to the servants. Otherwise, why weren't they protecting the Huangjin? Meanwhile, the servants tried to remove the centipedes from the centers of the Huangjin, but they could not injure them even with a sword. This red fog reached Spencer too. The leader of the decent squad thought that all this was happening because someone was trying to get in, and then noted that he had to take that very thing first. And then he told his comrades to be ready to attack at the signal and to kill the private at the same time. Suddenly, from behind one of the men of the Dason squad, someone's red hand appeared out of nowhere and reached out to him. A second later, the man let out a muffled cry, causing his comrades to turn around. As it turned out, it was Sylvester who grabbed the man by the neck, choking him, and said that this is where they were all gathered. Without a second's hesitation, the squad leader launched his ball of seals at the demon. This ball, having hit the spirit, exploded, causing the demon to be engulfed in flames. The rest of the squad members covered themselves with their hands from this hot explosion. The leader of the Daesun stood tensely, holding his ball and waiting for the result of his attack. While the rest of the squad screamed curses, two balls appeared in the air, and the heat from the explosion began to gather around them. As it turned out, these balls belonged to Sylvester, who emerged from this explosion unharmed, saying how much he liked it all, and then noted that the man had collected all the exploding spells into the ball. Seeing this, some members of the squad became quite angry, preparing to attack, and shouted that they would kill this spirit. But these threats did not frighten the evil spirit at all, but only provoked him, and he called the men to him, spreading his arms. Meanwhile, the man who was being chased muttered out loud the question of who had appeared there. Meanwhile, Spencer noted that the spirit's body was red, as if washed in blood. Meanwhile, Sylvester, laughing, killed members of the Tayson squad. Suddenly, a man with a club attacked the spirit from above. Spencer noted that the spirit had two horns on its head, and then he noticed two red balls spinning in the air. A second later, the evil spirit used these two balls to push away the men who were attacking him. The leader of the squad screamed angrily and again decided to attack Sylvester with his spell ball, and soon, another huge explosion thundered, after which the ball disintegrated, and the spirit found itself at the epicenter of the explosion. The leader of the squad, breathing heavily, dropped his arms, His sleeves were frayed by the explosion because he was too close to the explosion, and he thought that he had detonated his largest ball. But as it turned out, this attack was also no match for the spirit. Then the man standing next to Spencer asked what it was, and all the Taoists were instantly defeated. Seeing the spirit in action, Spencer knew who it was. And then he remembered that it was one of the strongest spirits, Spencer, while he was dragging the man by the head. Suddenly, the evil spirit turned its head and stared at the men with its shining green eyes. Having come into the sight of this spirit, the men simultaneously shuddered with fear. Having let go of the man's head, the evil spirit began to come closer and closer to Spencer and the Taoist. Spencer panicked and thought about what he should do because he didn't have enough strength to defeat the spirit. And he would die here like the last dog, and he also wouldn't be able to get out of this dome. Then, as it seemed to him then, a single solution came into the guy's head, and he began to move his hand. Suddenly, Spencer dropped to one knee in front of the evil spirit, showing his surrender and calling Spencer great. While the man standing next to him was perplexed by what was happening, the guy, looking at the ground, thought that he did not know what would happen because the evil spirit had the same origin as him. Noticing him, Sylvester, looking at the guy, chuckled contentedly. And then he noticed that Spencer was a very interesting guy. Suddenly, the man standing next to the boy shouted that even if he was afraid, how dare he bow down to this evil spirit? And then he asked if the boy was denying his human origin, while the evil spirit was scratching his ear with his finger. The man was about to continue his tirade, saying that Spencer had dared to bow down to the spirit without any remorse. But Sylvester could not stand the noise and, telling him to shut up, dealt a slashing blow to the man. And then the spirit said, "How dare a worthless man like him say such a thing?" But then he noticed something. Spencer looked at the man who had fallen dead. Sylvester, looking at the guy, noticed that he was an animal that hid among people, but pretended to be a man, and then noted that this was quite interesting. And then the evil spirit said that a war was developing between them and the humans. Because of this, the Taoists left their places and fled. And then he noticed that Spencer was unable to resist these Taoists. Sylvester continued, saying that if it suddenly turns out that the guy is not human, then he is finished. And then he asked why the former tiger came here. Thinking that if he made a mistake, he would be finished, Spencer said that he was looking for the treasure of Savol. Hearing this, the evil spirit laughed loudly, covering his eyes with his hand, while the man looked at him in bewilderment. And, laughing, the spirit pulled out that very treasure of Savol and asked if this was what the guy was looking for. Spencer stared at the treasure in shock and wondered why an evil spirit had this treasure. Laughing again, Sylvester said that it was okay that the former tiger had pretended to be a man and come here. But the fact that he had come for this thing was just hilarious. And then he extended his hand to Spencer and offered him to become his warrior, and then continued that he would of course pay him back. And then the evil spirit said that the treasure of Savol would be his reward, in response to which the man stared at him in surprise. Sylvester said that his condition now leaves much to be desired, and even if he devours people's strength, it is worth nothing, but he needs to get his power back. At the same time, the old man was rummaging through the clothes of the already dead man, and thought that it would be better to have someone who was closer to him in origin nearby. And the spirit said that when they restored his strength, then he would receive the treasure. Still kneeling, Spencer thought that he didn't need to think about this offer, because if he didn't agree, he would die. And in the end, the man agreed, saying that it was an honor for him, to which the spirit laughed. Coming closer and holding the dead man's belongings in his blood-stained hands, the old man said that Spencer was also a spirit pretending to be a man. Hearing this, the former tiger looked menacingly at the old man. Noticing this, the old man told the boy not to look at him like that, because everyone has their own circumstances. While the spirit had already moved a decent distance away, the old man said that he had worked 24 hours a day for 100 years for this moment to come. And then, preparing to follow his master, he said that if there was hope that he could live a little longer, then he would give the spirit everything that was needed. Spencer didn't respond to this, and the evil spirit began to urge them on. The men were already almost out of sight, and it turned out that the necklace containing the egg and golden lichen had disappeared. The red mist had been there for a long time, and one of the maids took off her hat to get a better look at it. The leader of the squad who set up the Huanjin told the girl not to worry, as this was the center of the Huanjin, and so he would protect it, but it would not last long. And then he ordered that while he was here, the servant should go and check the protective pillars and gather all the servants, when suddenly someone said that there was no need for this. As it turned out, it was Sylvester, with his red balloons dangling in the air next to him. As the ball was breaking through the Huanjin's defense, the evil spirit said that they were the only ones left alive in this dome. A second later, the ball managed to break the barrier, and the spirit said that since everyone had already died, it was time for them to die too. The leader of the squad exclaimed in surprise that the spirit was able to break through the center of the Huanjin so quickly, when suddenly a servant jumped out in front of the man, saying that she would protect the Huanjin, and her sword collided with the red ball of the evil spirit. A second later, the man made a strangled sound and a cloud of dust rose around him and the maid. Another servant, covering her mouth from the dust with her sleeve, called the man and the girl. But when the dust cleared, it turned out that the blow had torn off both the man's and the girl's arm. Noticing this, the maid screamed loudly in fear, clutching her face with her hands. But then Sylvester threw his red ball at the girl, telling her to shut up. While the girl was still in shock, a figure in white ran up to her. The man grabbed the sword with both hands. And then this girl stuck it into the ground, and then blue ice began to spread across the ground. The red ball and the ice were almost ready to collide. But still, the red ball managed to break through the ice shield, and he flew straight at the girl, who opened her eyes wide. The ball crashed into the girl, knocking her hat off her head and releasing her white braid. However, the girl was still standing on her feet, although her hand was still hit by the ball, and she gave the wound to her hand. The girls and Sylvester and Spencer were at a distance, and it turned out that the ball had punched a long and wide hole. Spencer noted that the girl bravely tried to fight off the blow, but she would still die at the hands of the evil spirit. Sylvester noticed with some surprise that the girl was able to hit his ball back, and then said that her soul was unusual. The former tiger, meanwhile, was thinking that if you are weak, you will be devoured, because this is the law of the universe. Looking at the girl, he thought that if you come to hunt on Mount Yen, you immediately become the target of a stronger enemy. Suddenly, Spencer noticed something that surprised him. As it turned out, this fearless servant was Chelsea. Looking at the now grown-up Chelsea, the man wondered what she was doing here. Coming closer to the girl and bending over her, the evil spirit, laughing, said that since he managed to meet the white-blooded one, he was the luckiest one today. And then Sylvester said that he would take the dirty soul of the girl, which immediately angered the former tiger. But still, the question of what she was doing here did not leave him. The man recalled that Chelsea was supposed to leave with that Taoist, so why was she here now? Spencer understood that the evil spirit would definitely kill the girl, and therefore, he had to save her. However, the man immediately began to doubt himself. Could he really save her from one of the most powerful spirits? Could he even resist him? And then he thought that they weren't even that close, which meant there was no point in sacrificing himself. However, Chelsea decided not to give up just like that, but she decided to fight on and raised her sword. Sylvester, dodging her attacks, said that the girl was very strong, and then he extended his hand to her and said that she should not try before she died. But the evil spirit's blow did not hit the girl, but the ground, because she managed to dodge it. However, Sylvester still managed to inflict a shallow wound on her cheek. Spencer's eyes widened when he noticed this. Bringing the claw covered in the girl's blood closer, the evil spirit hissed and said that she was indeed strong. And then he licked his claw, saying that everything that was happening was actually amusing him. Suddenly, the spirit felt something that made his body shudder and his eyes open wide. Smiling widely, the spirit shook with euphoria, saying that it was beyond his expectations because it was a taste he had never tasted before. Suddenly, he found himself at the girl's side, saying that, in addition, he was beginning to feel a surge of strength. Chelsea didn't have time to dodge, so Sylvester was able to grab her by the neck and said that only a few drops of blood had this effect. And then, approaching the girl's neck, the spirit said that the girl's blood would help him raise his level of power. The evil spirit opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Chelsea whole. But suddenly his jaws closed not on the girl's tender neck, but on the tip of a sword. As it turned out, it was Spencer who stuck the sword between the spirit's jaws, to which it called him a little shit. Taking the sword out of his mouth with his other hand, Sylvester said, "How dare the guy do that?" while Spencer stabbed his hand that was holding Chelsea by the neck with his other sword. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from the place of the cut on the evil spirit's body, which pushed the girl away from the spirit. Chelsea fell to the ground and was on her knees, holding her throat and coughing. Wiping her lips with her sleeve, the girl looked away, thinking that this guy was following her squad. Looking at Spencer, who was already ready to deliver or receive another blow, the girl thought that she had seen him before. Smiling nervously and sweating, Spencer thought he was going crazy. He thought about what he had done after all, and then sighed heavily. And then the former tiger turned to Chelsea, who had already risen from the ground, and noted that it wasn't so bad that he was able to meet her before his death. Smiling, the guy noted that Chelsea had already become so grown up and had grown into a beauty. In response to this, the girl looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, an old man started flying towards Spencer from the side. shouting about how this scoundrel dared to attack the respected Sylvester. The boy swung his sword and a dark purple mist appeared around him. This fog, in which red eyes began to appear, began to absorb the old man, who did not understand anything and was in a panic. Looking sternly at the man, the guy said that initially he didn't give a damn about him, but now he was starting to irritate him, and then asked him if not everyone had their own circumstances, repeating what he had told Spencer earlier. The old man's eyes were wide and slightly red as he begged for mercy. However, the fog did not spare the old man and only splashes of blood remained of him. Clutching his injured shoulder, Sylvester rose to his feet, calling Spencer an insolent man. And after he looked at him menacingly, he asked if the guy understood what he had just done. And then he himself answered, saying that with this action, Spencer had turned all his brothers into his enemies. Sighing quietly, the guy replied that he understood and even already regretted it. And then, taking a firmer grip on his sword, he continued, saying that there was nothing he could do now, since his instincts had already taken hold of him. Raising his remaining hand, the evil spirit called fire into it, saying that these instincts of his were telling him of his imminent miserable death. And then he threw a sword made of fire at the former tiger. In response to this, Spencer swung his sword, sending a dark purple mist with red eyes that opened its mouth to meet the fiery sword. These two attacks collided, but still the sword of the evil spirit continued its movement further. The boy opened his mouth slightly and was surprised that this sword was able to pass through his barrier so quickly and easily. And then he met that sword, deflecting its blow with his sword, causing the fiery sword to bounce upward. But suddenly Sylvester grabbed the sword and shouted that he would cut the guy into small pieces. The three swords clashed together and the evil spirit began to press Spencer into the ground, causing cracks to appear in the ground. Suddenly, one of the guy's swords broke and a small explosion thundered between the opponents. The explosion sent Spencer tumbling to the side, shattering the ground into pieces. Looking at the guy, the evil spirit noted with surprise that he was able to reflect his blow. Breathing heavily and holding one whole and one not-so-whole sword in his hand, the man crouched down, almost falling to the ground. Looking at the broken sword in his shaking hand, he noted that this valuable sword could not withstand even one blow, and then noted that a little more and the evil spirit would have gotten him. Suddenly, the sword flew at Spencer again. The guy looked at the sword, cursing, when suddenly ice began to move towards him from the side. And a second later, Sylvester's sword was stuck in the ice. Chelsea, moving closer to Spencer, said that she could see that he was no ordinary private, but he was unlikely to cope alone. And then she suggested that they act together. And then she said, looking into the guy's eyes, that they needed to survive. Rising to his feet, ready to fight, Spencer echoed the girl, saying that they had to survive. Seeing that his victims were not going to give up without a fight, Sylvester shouted that they dared to raise their swords against him, the great Sylvester. And then he said that he would now show them all his power. And from the place where he stood, cracks appeared on the ground and dust rose. Quickly approaching the boys, the evil spirit shouted that they would die painfully and excruciatingly. Chelsea and Spencer looked at the spirit, wide-eyed in surprise, while noting that the spirit was fast. A second later, the boy and the evil spirit clashed again, crossing swords. Then came several blows from Sylvester, which Spencer successfully blocked and parried. Suddenly, the evil spirit struck a blow that caused the man to slide across the ground with his feet, raising dust and breaking the earth. But the guy successfully withstood this blow as well. Then Sylvester became suspicious and stared at Spencer. And then he asked him if he was really at the second level of power, while the guy, shaking from the tension, held back the blow of the spirit. Hearing this question, Spencer thought that he had 6 power balls in total, and his power level was just above 3, so he was quite stronger than many. Suddenly, several ice swords appeared right in front of the evil spirit's face. Noticing this, he made a strangled sound and called the girl a slut. Spencer, seeing this, thought with determination that now was the moment to attack Sylvester. And then he suddenly jumped up and pointed his sword straight at the evil spirit. Meanwhile, from below, Chelsea also pointed her sword at the evil spirit. Noticing this, Sylvester exclaimed in irritation, "How dare they do this?" Suddenly, he stamped his foot sharply, causing cracks to appear on the ground. And then fire burst out of a crack in his chest, which met Chelsea and Spencer's attacks. And that fire successfully pushed the man away, causing his sword to fly out of his hands. The girl also flew to the ground, dropping the sword from her hands. And soon, a river of lava appeared at her feet. And noticing this, the girl said that the evil spirit could control not only fire, but also lava. Without wasting any time, Sylvester began to approach the girl, who was still lying on the ground. Looking back, Chelsea found her sword and already reached out her hand to it, preparing to grab it and attack the spirit. However, before she could lift it, the evil spirit stepped on the sword, breaking it. And then the spirit grabbed his red sword and thrust it into the ground, pinning the girl's palms to the ground. This action caused the girl to scream hysterically, to which the spirit responded that she should lie there quietly until he returned. And then he jumped up sharply, leaving behind only dust. The spirit's final attack also left Spencer badly battered, with his clothes scorched and torn. The man looked around in panic, searching for Chelsea, but before he could find her, the evil spirit grabbed the guy by the face. Lifting the man off the ground, the evil spirit said that Spencer had finally forced him to reveal his full power, and for that, he should be praised. And then he said that in addition, he would dissolve the guy, leaving no trace of him. While lava began to burst out of the crack in his chest, a powerful stream of lava splashed directly onto Spencer while the spirit was still holding his head. This lava flow spread a few more meters further, carrying the guy away from the spirit. While the evil spirit was still standing with his hand raised, the former tiger flew into the Huanjin's barrier and smashed it with his body. The girl stared in shock at Sylvester and the hole in the barrier. Sighing, the evil spirit said that since there was no one else who could interfere with him, he could now enjoy his dinner. And then he turned around abruptly. The spirit wanted to head towards the girl, when suddenly he noticed something and sharply turned his head. As it turned out, Spencer had not died from the last attack and was now standing there emitting a red light. Noticing this, Chelsea began to free her hands, thinking that she needed to help the guy quickly. Looking at her hands, the girl noted that it seemed that her hands were not so badly damaged. And then she began to raise her hands up, suffering terrible torment. But despite the pain, the girl continued, clenching her teeth so as not to make unnecessary sounds. Suddenly, a classmate of Chelsea's ran up to her. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the spirit, his clothes torn, looking at the spirit with hatred, barely standing on his feet. Coming closer to the guy, Sylvester said that his attack corresponded to the 4th level in power, and therefore he did not believe his eyes. And then he added that although the guy was not as valuable as the white-blooded one, it was still amazing that he was able to withstand such a blow. And then Sylvester suddenly hit the ground with his remaining hand, breaking it, and said that this time he would send the guy to hell. Having said this, the evil spirit took out a huge piece of lava from the hole he had made. Noticing this, Spencer prepared to push off the ground, breaking it as his hands turned white and claws appeared on them, noting that the spirit was about to attack. A second later, the evil spirit pushed off the ground and flew towards Spencer with a piece of lava in his hand, screaming for the boy to eat his lava. But before the spirit could strike, Chelsea, who had already freed herself from the spirit's sword, ran out in front of the guy. Surprised, Spencer almost called the girl by name, but came to his senses in time and did not finish his sentence. Twisting her arms, Chelsea began to form a barrier out of her blood. A second later, the evil spirit's lava and the shield of the White-Blood's blood collided. This shield successfully withstood the demon's attack, causing him to curse loudly. Knowing what the girl was doing, the guy dangerously extended his hand, intending to stop the girl. But he didn't have time, and suddenly there was an explosion, and Spencer only managed to shout the girl's name, choking on the dust raised by the explosion. The maid tried to find her sister, calling out to her. When the dust settled a little, she noticed Chelsea with Spencer sitting next to her and then ran towards them. The guy sat on the ground in torn clothes, holding the girl's head with his hands while she was unconscious. Everything around was turned into ruins, but Sylvester crawled out from under the ruins and, cursing, said that he hated it when these fucking insects bothered him and interfered where they shouldn't. Meanwhile, still unconscious, Chelsea was breathing heavily as she developed a fever. Spencer looked at the girl in despair and wondered what he should do because Chelsea could die this way. The maid ran up to the boys, calling her sister and asking if she was okay. The maid fell to the ground on her knees in front of Chelsea and tried to wake her up. But when she touched her, she quickly pulled her hands away as if she had been burned. The girl fearfully wondered why her sister had such a fever and said that if she was not cooled down, she would die. She then placed both of her palms on Chelsea's stomach and began to use her power in an attempt to cool the girl down. But then she noticed that with her powers, she wouldn't be able to do this for long. Continuing to cool the girl, the maid said that in order to get rid of the heat, she needed to leave here quickly. Spencer looked at the maid with complete confusion and despair in his eyes when she noted that this place was dangerous for Chelsea. Lowering the girl's head to the ground, the guy told the other that that was enough. And then, standing up, Spencer said that he was leaving Chelsea with the girl. Turning around, the guy went to Sylvester, who was already waiting for him. Looking at Spencer, the evil spirit noted that this was all somehow strange, and he thought that the guy wanted to take possession of the white-blooded one and therefore attacked the spirit. The evil spirit noted that the former tiger had the breath of an animal, strong energy, and this atmosphere. But suddenly the evil spirit realized what was commanding Spencer, and then he said that this is exactly how men react when their woman is touched, to which the man got really angry. Without a second's hesitation, the boy struck the evil spirit with his claws, revealing his sharp teeth, and then a whole series of blows followed. But the opponents were worthy of each other, and so far no one could win. Suddenly, one of Spencer's blows hit Sylvester's shoulder. Having received this wound, the evil spirit became very angry and pierced the enemy's shoulder with his palm. But the former tiger did not give up. He only clenched his jaws tighter and grabbed the spirit's hand. And then he struck Sylvester in the face. And now, on the face of the evil spirit, there were 2 wounds from which golden blood flowed. Shouting that the guy was really annoying him, the evil spirit used his foot to push the guy into the ground. Spencer bounced back, landing on his feet and trying to stop himself by clawing at the ground. Suddenly, the man began to cough and blood sprayed out of his mouth. After that, he concluded that he had no time because his body was falling apart. And then, as he increasingly transformed his body into that of a tiger, he thought that he needed to fight with all his might. Tiger stripes appeared on Spencer's face as he thought about tearing this evil spirit to pieces. A second later, Spencer rushed forward at full speed, preparing to attack Sylvester with his claws, his eyes glowing red. Noticing this, the evil spirit was very surprised, wondering why this former tiger was becoming stronger and stronger. The man and the spirit clashed again, striking each other with many blows. After shouting that Spencer is an idiot and that he should stop already, Sylvester hits the ground again. And then he suddenly raised his hand up, and a huge column of lava burst out of the ground, which the guy was unable to avoid. The evil spirit laughed triumphantly, saying that the man had already gotten to him, and therefore he should simply melt in his seething lava. But suddenly this column of lava was surrounded by blue fire, and the guy in it began to scream loudly. Sylvester was very surprised to see the blue fire and could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, with the help of his blue fire, Spencer was able to dispel the spirit's lava column. The shocked evil spirit muttered a question. How is this possible? But the former tiger did not hesitate for a second and began to attack the evil spirit with his blue fire. Now the blue fire had spread several meters in length, and the evil spirit could not escape it. This blue fire became a good weapon against Sylvester, because while in it, the spirit began to burn, turning into ashes. Spencer watched his opponent suffer, his soul heavy, and all the features of the tiger in him were already hidden. Sometime later, the battle was over and Chelsea woke up. Noticing the movements, the maid, still using her powers on the girl, asked her sister if she was awake, to which the girl muttered that she should help him. In response, the maid said that Spencer had already defeated Sylvester, but the girl replied that he was still in danger. Hearing this, the first looked at the second in surprise and thought that Chelsea sometimes says strange things, but she was never wrong. Meanwhile, Sylvester was still burning in the blue fire, while his killer stood before him. Spencer closed his eyes and sighed. His dry lips parted, relieved that the spirit had lost and that the battle was finally over. Suddenly, the spirit spoke. He said that these flames are Shinsu belts. And then, flashing his green eyes, he stared at the guy saying that this is a flame that does not go out without killing the enemy, and then exclaimed that Spencer is not worthy of such power. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened, staring at Sylvester. Suddenly, the spirit's green eyes flashed, and a dark blue fog appeared around him, and the spirit itself called the guy to see the real appearance of the great Sylvester. And then the evil spirit rose above the ground, and some red flashes began to burst out from the crack in his chest. And then, having increased in size, Sylvester revealed his true appearance. He grew horns, and protection appeared on his chest, and his arm grew longer. Spencer looked at the evil spirit in confusion, wondering if the evil spirit's power had increased. And then the spirit, taking hold of his horn, said that by this method he would spend all his resources. As it turned out, this horn was a sword with which the spirit was going to finish off the man. Attacking the former tiger, Sylvester said that although this move would exhaust all his resources, at least he would not leave Spencer alive. And then he quickly moved behind the man, who did not expect such an outcome. Without a second's hesitation and with a sharp swing of his hand, the evil spirit dealt a powerful blow to the man, causing a bright flash. However, to Sylvester's surprise, Spencer was able to dodge this attack. The spirit became seriously angry and began to strike the guy multiple times. However, the man almost successfully evaded these attacks, although he sometimes received minor injuries. The evil spirit was surprised to see that the man was able to dodge his attacks using his animal instincts, and then he extended his newly grown fiery hand towards Spencer. And after shouting for the man to try to dodge this attack, he attacked him with an explosion. Spencer didn't have time to dodge, and could only cover his face with his hands in an attempt to defend himself. The explosion sent the man flying several meters away from the evil spirit, shattering the ground. The stunned man, breathing heavily, thought that this was probably his limit, because his opponent was, after all, one of the most powerful evil spirits. Suddenly, some thorns emerged from the ground surrounding Spencer. Saying that it was time for them to wrap things up, Sylvester made the spikes surround the boy tightly, occasionally piercing him, causing him to make a strangled sound. A little while later, the evil spirit thought with irritation that the limit of his capabilities had already been reached and there was no more time. And then he said that Spencer was just a bastard, that he was able to somehow increase his strength despite his origin, and then added that he would help the former tiger disappear. And then, shouting that he would destroy the guy so that he would not become a burden to such great spirits as him, he rushed at the former tiger. And now the evil spirit's thorn had almost reached Spencer's face, and he could do nothing about it. But suddenly the maid thrust Spencer's sword into Sylvester's back, preventing him from striking the man. Enraged, the evil spirit turned to the girl, causing her to let go of the sword in fear, which remained in the spirit's back. The evil spirit wanted to get this sword, but it began to emit vapors of purple mist with red eyes, which grabbed the spirit, not letting go. Noticing this, Spencer told himself that this was his last chance, and he had to show all his strength. And then his beast nature began to appear again. And then he, breaking the ground, prepared to attack Sylvester. The evil spirit angrily exclaimed that the man would not be able to defeat him with such a cheap trick. Then he waved his hands and the purple mist dispersed, releasing him. And now the opponents were ready to face each other in a duel again. Using his blue fire, Spencer delivered a punch to Sylvester's stomach, causing him to be unable to dodge it and only make a dull sound. When the evil spirit looked at the former tiger, he said that he would try to defeat him with such a trick. The man then used blue lightning strike, causing the spirit to suffer in agony as blue light erupted from every possible orifice. This blue fire rose several meters, burning Sylvester. As it turned out, this column of blue fire in the shape of a bird rose so high that it could be seen from several kilometers away. Meanwhile, on the mountain, while the storm was raging and lightning was sparkling, a dragon sat, wrapping her in his body. Suddenly, this dragon landed on a small ledge on the mountain, and its body, turning into mist, began to transform into the body of a man. And then sometime later, a man with long white hair stood on the ledge, his feet pointing into the distance. Feeling something, he said that Sylvester was dead. Sometime later, a man on duty in some open area said that he was bored, to which another replied that everyone should be back soon, and therefore they needed to stand guard. The first man mockingly stated that the other was behaving like a loyal dog. Suddenly, they noticed a man running from the depths of the forest. One of the men noticed a Taoist from another squad running towards them, and then, noticing that he was alone, he wondered why he was alone. The running man, covered in blood, shouted that an evil spirit had appeared. One of the men on duty asked again about the spirit killing all his comrades, and then asked the shaking man to calm down and tell everything. Shaking with fear, the man grabbed his head and said that this evil spirit killed all his comrades at once, and he had to flee from there. One of the men who met the other at the base noted that he was not in his right mind. Turning to the leader of the squad with a tattoo on his forehead, he asked him what he thought, and then he noted that this story seemed like nonsense. Looking sternly at the shaking man, the squad leader noted that it was already such a time, but the other squads were not returning, and as a leader, he could not ignore this. And then he commanded that all the warriors should take up their weapons. As the men prepared, he said that they would enter Mount Yen while the rest would remain at the base. Suddenly, someone walked into the base holding a girl in his arms while another girl fussed over her. As expected, it was Spencer, Chelsea, and her classmate. One of the men recognized the boys as warriors from the Pingung detachment, and then asked if they too had suffered at the hands of that spirit. The maid asked how the men found out, to which he shouted that a Taoist from another squad had already told them about it. And then he said that this spirit killed everyone, although it was hard to believe. The girl replied that they need not worry, since this spirit had already been defeated. Hearing this, the panicked man raised his gaze, and then he shouted that this could not be, because the power of that evil spirit was the 3rd level or even higher, and therefore it would be impossible to defeat it even if they all attacked together. Hearing this, the men froze in surprise. The maid replied that all their troops had suffered, but still the spirit had been defeated. And then she added, saying that Chelsea had also suffered at the hands of that spirit. Then someone ordered that she be laid on a cloth on the ground, and then the same person ordered the doctors to provide first aid to the new arrivals. One of the doctors, looking at the girl and assessing her condition, said that it would not be possible to help her here, And then someone shouted for the girl to be carried to the central building. Without saying anything, Spencer glanced worriedly at Chelsea. Suddenly, the sacred beast, lying on the platform, asked whether he had killed Sylvester. As it turned out, the sacred beast asked the man about this mentally, and he, also mentally, turned to him and asked if he had let that evil spirit into this mountain. The sacred beast replied that the spirit was caught by people and locked here for several centuries because he could live here peacefully, and then he said that the spirit was supposed to bring him the liberation plaque. The liberation tablet is a tablet that makes a holy, powerful spirit obey, and if the spirit itself signs its name with its own blood, it will obey the owner of this thing. And then the beast said that because of Spencer, everything went wrong, in response to which he asked if he really wanted to kill him now, thinking that now it was clear why the spirit of the 4th level was here. The beast replied, laughing, that he had no need to do that, and then said that the former tiger, since he had killed Sylvester, should finish what he had not had time to do. Hearing this, Spencer was surprised and said that his strength level was at level 2, and by human standards, he was an ordinary private, and then asked how he could get what belonged to the elders. The sacred beast replied that for now everything was like that, but he would tell him the place where Spencer would raise the level of his essence, and he would definitely succeed, because he, being on the 2nd level, killed Sylvester. In response, the former tiger defiantly asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing such a question, the sacred beast asked if he was seriously asking him such a question. And then he said that if he revealed the secret of the man's essence, I wonder what would happen here. And then he asked what Spencer wanted more, to die here or to raise his level and help him. Spencer thought about how he had no choice in the first place, and he barely returned from the battle alive. And then he thought that he couldn't ignore the fact that he could rise to a higher level, and then he agreed to the sacred beast's proposal. Sometime later, night had already fallen, and the moon was high in the sky, and someone was standing in the gazebo and speaking, addressing the greedy, petty little people. As it turned out, it was Spencer. He said that he fought, putting his whole life on the line, and he was repaid with such a trifle, and then he added that it was as if he was used and thrown away like an unnecessary thing, and therefore there was no point in being here any longer. The man noted that he was able to leave calmly, and so he assumed that the maid, as she had promised, had not told anything about Sylvester, and then said that if they suddenly found out, they would immediately suspect him and expose him. Looking into the distance, the man said that he could not act rashly and hastily, and therefore he needed to think everything over slowly. Spencer noted that, after all, thanks to the victory over Sylvester, he received a lot of interesting things, and such specimens are worth a fortune. Squeezing his hand, he noted that some people had never even dreamed of such a thing. However, leaning on the railing, he wondered why his soul felt so empty. The man thought that perhaps he should have at least said hello to Chelsea. Looking at the sky with a smile, he said that even if he had done this, nothing would have changed. The girl would hardly have believed that he was Spencer, and if she had wanted to see in, she would have come to his mountain long ago. The man concluded that she now lives her own life. He thought with annoyance that they had spent too little time together for any clear memories to remain. And as expected, this meeting had been only a fleeting interweaving of their destinies. He stood for some time longer, leaning on the railing. Spencer turned his whole body, noticing someone unusual, looked at the new arrival and asked who he was. The long-haired boy apologized for disturbing them, and then said that he had come on the instructions of the Taoist from Ilwanmun. Wondering why he had come, Spencer asked if he could find out the boy's name and status. The guy replied that he was a Taoist and his name was Eugene. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, the man was surprised because that was the name of the main character of the novel he found himself in. He remembered that this guy was the youngest Taoist ever, and all the ropes led to him, and such a character was standing in front of him. Nervously, Spencer said he was just a bystander watching the events on the mountain. Tapping his chin with his fan, Eugene asked again, then said that it was a little strange. And then he asked if there was really a simpleton in the form of a magical beast in Ilwanmun. Hearing this, Spencer instantly knew he was in trouble. Suddenly, the man took out a multitude of seals, which he immediately launched at Eugene. Covering himself with a fan, the guy asked if these were really spiritual seals. Then he waved his fan, creating a hurricane of seals. And then this hurricane of seals headed towards Spencer. Holding a fan in his hand and looking at his opponent, Eugene said that this animal was surprising because it could use seals. Assuming that Spencer was going to kill all the Taoists, the boy looked at the former tiger, who was standing on a small piece of rock, and everything around was destroyed. Looking at the guy, Spencer noted that he was able to defend himself from his attack with one swing of his fan, which significantly exceeded the man's expectations. Awakening his animal essence, the former tiger thought irritably about why some monsters were appearing after Sylvester. Suddenly, Spencer, surrounded by his own blue fire, flew up into the air while his opponent was in shock at what was happening. The former tiger extended his hand to attack Eugene, to which he replied that it was very reckless to use fire against a Taoist who controlled the wind and that he would burn him in his own fire. Spencer, still hanging in the air, began to concentrate his blue fire from his palm. Eugene looked at his opponent in surprise as his eyes glowed red. Suddenly, a bright blue strip of fire spread across the entire mountain, burning everything in its path. The fire, as expected, reached Eugene, causing him to crouch down, protecting himself with his fan. And then he, waving his fan, stood up on his feet, dispersing the fire with his wind. Gritting his teeth with anger, he said that if he had not protected himself from this fire that consumes the wind, he would already be dead. As it turned out, Spencer turned into a falcon and quickly flew away from the mountain, rejoicing in his progress, and shouted that he was not yet crazy enough to fight such a Taoist. And then he added that he would certainly not fight him on human territory, but suddenly the former man, now a falcon, began coughing up blood. Wiping his beak with his wing, Spencer thought that it was because he had overdone it, and it was immediately noticeable. Thinking that he needed to leave this place as quickly as possible, he noticed that an area in the sky was glowing pink. Suddenly, the falcon was struck by lightning. Eugene, who had flown up on his sword, swung his bident, causing that very lightning, and shouted that this bastard had finally been caught. Looking menacingly at the falcon, he asked if he really thought he could escape from him. But then, flapping his wings, Spencer pulled out Sylvester's red ball from somewhere, which smashed the lightning into pieces. Noticing this, Eugene's eyes widened, wondering what just happened. As he rushed towards his opponent, he thought that it was amazing that his opponent could transform into different creatures. But what was even more amazing was that he had protection against his Nuehoran attack. Smiling greedily, the guy thought that Spencer had many more ways to protect himself from fire, and he would take them all for himself. He suddenly raised his hand, in which he held the bident, and lightning began to burst out of it. And many lightning bolts fell on Spencer while he tried to protect himself from them with the help of red balls. In a panic, the falcon thought that he would not be able to hold off these attacks forever, and then he thought that he would have to use it. Suddenly, the falcon's body glowed blue, and many falcons identical to Spencer flew away from the enemy. In response to this, Eugene's eyes lit up yellow, and he shouted that his latest trick was clones, but this cheap trick wouldn't work in front of his eyes. But it suddenly turned out that this cheap trick is not so simple. Looking at the falcons, the boy noted that his eyes identified each one as real, and then he wondered how a pathetic second-level animal could use such a level of power. Standing still as the birds flew away, he thought that if he warmed himself behind each clone, he might miss the real Spencer. Eugene froze for a second, wondering what to do. Suddenly, he raised his hands in which he held his fan and bident, and said that no matter what he had to get these abilities, and it didn't matter if several mountains suffered. Meanwhile, the real Spencer, in human form, was hiding in a tree, breathing heavily, watching the enemy. He wondered why the guy wasn't chasing the clones, and then suggested that it was because he had trouble telling which one was real. And then he hoped that Eugene wouldn't be able to sense his spiritual power, because there was no way he could know where the real Spencer was just by energy. The man thought that he had only one Nadena left, and if he was found, it would be the end for him. Suddenly something flashed purple in the sky, and then this something began to glow even brighter, illuminating everything around. Suddenly, lightning struck the ground, shattering it, and Spencer thought that it seemed like the Taoist wanted to destroy the clones along with the mountain. Meanwhile, on Ilwonmun, the servants and Taoists were doing their best to extinguish the blue fire. One of the men shouted for the others to quickly call all the other Taoists who had mastered the powers of water. Arriving at the place, the Taoists asked in bewilderment what was happening in the middle of the night. Then, waving their arms, they attacked the fire with jets of water. However, it seemed that their water could not cope with this fire. And then the Taoists suddenly jumped back away from this fire. One of the Taoists noted in bewilderment that this fire was capable of burning even water. Suddenly, Elder Magnus arrived and shouted why the men were just standing there while everything was burning. One of the men told the elder that this fire was unusual because it could not be extinguished with water. Magnus shouted at the man, asking him if he couldn't feel the energy coming from the fire, and then became outraged that the Ilwonmun Taoist couldn't even feel such basic things. And then, when the man was asked what they should do, he shouted for them to carry the Bonensol, and for them not to spare him and to use him to put out the fire. Elder Magnus thought that all these people were just a bunch of talentless fools who could not notice obvious things. Suddenly he noticed that a few kilometers further away, unnatural lightning was thundering. and suddenly the man, having turned into a nuisance, disappeared. Meanwhile, Eugene's lightning battered the mountain, tearing trees from the ground by their roots. The blow also hit Spencer, sending him flying to the side. Hitting the ground, the man pushed off and flew further, falling on his back. Lying on the ground on his back and closing his eyes in pain, the former tiger thought that this guy was crazy because he had knocked down several mountains by the roots. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew at the man, and that boulder landed right on Spencer's stomach as he tried to push it away with his hands. Gritting his teeth with tension, Spencer thought about how he couldn't use his powers or Eugene would find him, and so he had to hold on with just physical strength. And then he tensed up even more, thinking that none of this mattered to him. However, then a second boulder flew at the man. The former tiger's eyes widened as he wondered what kind of crap was going on here. But suddenly someone grabbed his collar with 2 fingers, and then that same someone pulled him back. A woman stood holding a boulder with one hand and pulling the man out from under it with the other. Looking at the savior, Spencer quietly asked who it was. But suddenly his savior hit him hard in the mouth with her hand. And then she raised one finger, pressing it to her lips and showing the man that he needed to be quiet. Meanwhile, that same boulder began to crumble into small pieces as it hit the ground. Rising above the destroyed area, Eugene wondered why he hadn't sensed his opponent's energy yet. Breathing heavily, the boy assumed that the beast had already managed to escape. But then he remembered that Spencer had used all the clones, and then he thought that this bastard was able to deceive all the Taoists of Ilwunmen. Arming himself again with his fan and bident, the boy said that the beast should continue to hide until its strength was exhausted, and if it found even a hair of it, then nothing would remain of it. Suddenly, Elder Magnus appeared next to the guy and asked the guy if he was the rebel who started all this. Looking at the man, the boy immediately recognized him as the Taoist Ilwunmen, who was also a Hwanson-level Howl. And then, after introducing himself, Eugene bowed his head and folded his hands, greeting the elder. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, Magnus immediately remembered that he was the same one who, at a young age, had already managed to become a Taoist, ahead of many. And then, looking sternly at him, the elder said that the boy would still have to answer for everything he had done today. Eugene immediately tensed up when he heard this, and then he began to justify himself, saying that he did not want to cause a stir, but simply could not close his eyes to the fact that one animal, pretending to be a Taoist, was walking among his comrades, and besides, his magical abilities were good, and therefore, he had no choice. The man was surprised to hear that a magical animal had made its way up the mountain. Combing his white beard with his fingers, the elder said that it was unlikely that the boy was deceiving him, and then wondered if the beast had taken advantage of the moment when all the Taoists had left their posts due to the war with the magical beasts. But then the man asked Eugene if he didn't think he had crossed the border today, and then added that although these mountains were nameless, they belonged to Ilwunmen. A little confused, Eugene, trying to justify himself, said that everything was not so at all, because this beast was of extraordinary strength, and it was both physically and magically stronger than all that he had seen before. Then he wanted to ask for assistance, but came to his senses. And then the guy started to think about what would happen if he caught Spencer with the help of the elder. After thinking for a moment, Eugene realized that he would need the elder's permission to obtain all of Spencer's abilities. And besides, the chance of refusal was doubled. And then he thought that he couldn't watch his powers being taken away by someone else. Suddenly, Elder Magnus asked the boy if he was really trying to say that he was wrong. Holding his bident with a trembling hand, the boy once again sent a message that he could not allow anyone else to obtain these abilities. Crossing his arms in front of him, Eugene apologized, asking the man to forgive his rash act that led to nothing, and then he said that they would definitely catch that evil spirit, so there was no need to be angry. Looking sternly, the elder replied that this was exactly how it should be. Looking at the man from under his brows, Eugene sensed that this cunning old man wanted to assert himself at his expense, and therefore he would bend his neck for now. Flying away from the guy on his sword, the elder concluded that he had done so much, but was unable to catch the beast, and therefore they would still have to discuss his speech in the main hall. And besides, he wanted to hear how Eugene ended up in Ilwunmen. Agreeing with the man, Eugene thought that he would definitely return everything to him in full. Turning back to the ruined mountains, he thought that even though Spencer had managed to get away today, he would definitely find him and take everything he had. A few hours later, it had already arrived. Suddenly, someone's hand burst out of the ground, and Spencer emerged from underground. Suddenly, he took a sharp breath, exhaling dust. Rubbing his bruised back, he began to get indignant, saying that he had come across some kind of psycho. And then he turned around and said that he was in debt again, and then thanked him for being able to survive. Hillary replied that there was nothing wrong with that, As long as the man thought that if the woman had not appeared, the man would have definitely killed him. And then he remembered that the differences in strength between the elder and Eugene were too great. Suddenly, someone loudly called Spencer's name. As it turned out, it was some girl with cat ears on her head who, screaming, asked why he was constantly walking around beaten. And then she noted that if it weren't for them, he would have died already. The former tiger stared at the girl, trying to figure out who she was. Suddenly, he realized that it was a black panther. While the girl was shaking sand out of her ears, saying that the human body was uncomfortable, Hillary tried to calm her down. Still shocked, the boy asked if the Black Panther had really been a girl all this time. In response to this, the girl said that he was asking the obvious. Now Spencer was completely out of it, while the Black Panther complained that he had left again without saying anything. And then she said that it was all karma, and so he shouldn't go alone anymore. And then, leaning over, she asked if the guy understood everything. Spencer, blushing and stuttering, replied that he understood everything. Suddenly he noticed that same bracelet on her hand, and then he looked at the bracelet on his hand. And then, turning around abruptly, he asked Hillary if they could take off these love bracelets. The woman replied that, of course, they could. Hearing this, Spencer immediately approached the woman, ordering her to take them off right now. In response to this, Hillary said that there are 2 ways to remove this bracelet. The first is that someone must die, and then the bracelet will disappear on its own. And then she continued that the second way is to cut off your hand. And after throwing lightning, she said that Spencer could choose any of them. In response to this, the guy, without saying anything, stared at Hillary, who was throwing lightning bolts. And then he said that he thought about it and realized that this bracelet is quite fashionable. And then he said that he decided to wear this bracelet not out of desperation, but because he decided so himself. And then, looking at the woman who was still ready to attack, he asked her to calm down. A few hours later, it was already evening and Spencer was walking across the field. He thought that his body was slowly recovering, but his spiritual power had not yet been fully restored. Spencer assumed it was because he used that power. Then he thought that in order to restore the Yondan, he needed to rise to the 3rd level. And then he remembered the offer that the sacred beast had made to him. Arriving at Subonbong, Spencer thought that with great power comes great responsibility, so he needed to protect himself well first. Looking at the sunset, the boy thought that here in Subonbong, unlike other mountains, there is little spiritual energy, but there are many Taoists, and that Eugene, who was probably chasing him, would hardly think that he was hiding among people. That's why he decided to stop here. The Black Panther asked if it had taken them so long to get here, since there were better places. But here there were a lot of people and it was crowded. Spencer turned around and shouted that she wanted to follow him, and he wasn't going to leave, so she could leave if she wanted. Night fell. Spencer, the Black Panther, and Hillary stopped in a cave. Hillary and her owner slept next to each other. But, as it turned out, the woman was not sleeping, but was watching Spencer, who was also not sleeping. Coming out of the cave and reaching the cliff, the guy noticed that the clouds covered the moon, and its power did not have time to be fully absorbed. But later he added that it was still necessary to prepare in advance, while something was still shining green. Spencer took out one of the treasures, the power of Savaljehian, and then wondered if it was as strong as they said. Taking out the egg and golden lichen, he noted that this was the most precious thing he had, and therefore, if he swallowed it, he would probably gain power that surpassed the 3rd level. But suddenly, tearing off the egg, he said that for now his strength would be enough for him, and then he threw it into the treasure. Holding the treasure in his hands, Spencer noted that if something went wrong, it meant it didn't belong to him, since he had gotten it by accident anyway. But suddenly the full moon came out. The boy raised his hand after the treasure flying into the air. A few seconds later, white smoke began to emerge from the treasure, and suddenly everything around was illuminated by white light. And then, after the lid of the treasure opened, 2 eggs flew out. With a triumphant cry, Spencer caught the treasure, saying that apparently people were not mistaken when they called it the most expensive thing. Then the guy took one of the eggs in his hand and threw it into his mouth. Then a faint blue glow enveloped his body, and Spencer placed his hand on his heart and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, which glowed orange, making a strangled sound. And then the body of the former tiger rose above the ground, and yellow smoke began to burst out of it, tearing apart his body. And then Spencer exploded in a yellow flash on that cliff. But, as it turned out, this explosion did not destroy his body. And the guy noted that he was able to achieve an increase in his spiritual strength. A few hours later, morning came, and in the cave, Spencer was going wild, destroying the floor with his red balls. When a small hole formed in his butt, the guy decided that was enough. And then he raised his hand with the necklace from which water began to pour out. This water poured into that very hole, and Spencer asked if they were cramped inside the necklace. The catfish that were previously inside the necklace responded that it wasn't dark at all, and then said that they hadn't seen Spencer for a long time. The guy told them that they needed to stay in this makeshift lake for now. Then, holding out 2 orange balls, he told the catfish to take 1 dobongwon each and take full possession of it. One of the catfish said that they couldn't take such a valuable thing because Spencer must have gone through a lot to get them. In response, the former tiger said that they would go through hellish pain and become Yeonhwa, and in order to walk side by side with him, they must become stronger. Hearing this, the catfish doubted that they could become stronger. But Spencer interrupted them, saying that if they were sincere, then even a fish could become a dragon. After a short silence, one of the catfish replied that they would gratefully accept Spencer's gift, and 2 balls rolled towards the fish. Afterwards, Spencer poured some dirt onto the floor of the cave and then began to take something out of his necklace. Suddenly, Dustin flew out of the necklace, happy that he was finally out. Afterwards, the root happily greeted Spencer, to which he responded by noting that Dustin was, as always, cheerful. The guy said that for now, Dustin would be staying here, and so he would have to keep an eye on these herbs. And then he also handed the living root to the dobongwon, to which it only grimaced, saying that he hated the smell of young ginseng. Spencer responded by simply saying that if he didn't want to, he wouldn't force him. He then continued by saying that all the other guys at Myunghwa's level had already eaten and were preparing to level up to Yeonghwa. Dustin's eyes widened upon hearing this, and then, grimacing, he ate the ball anyway. Spencer, without saying anything, just looked at him with a smile on his face. And then Spencer decided to take care of the rest, and overall everything was fine, but it turned out that there was a problem with Guwando's sword, which had marks from the previous battle on it. After examining the sword, the boy concluded that he could not use it until it was repaired, and he would also not be able to use the Kyumgunjit egg. Looking at the egg, Spencer noticed that he had already drunk the elixir, so the effect would probably not be the same. And then he remembered that if he grew this egg, he could get a Jumjangsa. But the problem was that he didn't know how to hatch the egg. While Spencer was wondering what to do, Sylvester's centipede was approaching him, and suddenly she ate the Kimganjite egg. Noticing this, the former tiger suddenly jumped to his feet and cursed the centipede. The boy shouted that this was the only egg he had until the centipede's eyes suddenly lit up. And suddenly she rushed towards her comrades, and then, making squeaking sounds, she tore all her relatives to pieces. Spencer was about to rush to stop the carnage, asking why they had suddenly started fighting, when someone suddenly said that it would be better for them to watch for now. As it turned out, it was Hillary, who then said that this centipede had been known since ancient times. Looking back at the woman, Spencer asked if the centipede had a name. The woman replied that her name was T, and that he wandered the earth and swallowed everything he saw. While the centipede's slaughter was still going on, Hillary continued by saying that T was consuming the powers of others and changing his appearance, becoming stronger. And now the battle was over. The blood of her comrades was running down the centipede's whiskers, and the woman finished speaking, saying that no one could appreciate the grant of T's power. Suddenly, a multitude of golden threads burst out from the centipede. Noticing this, Hillary asked in surprise if this insect had eaten the Gumjangjiju, to which Spencer replied that it had eaten the Gumjangjiti. While the centipede was forming a cocoon of golden threads around itself, the woman said that this insect changes depending on how it is raised, and therefore the guy should try to raise it. Thought he had initially considered this a failure, Spencer was pleased to hear this. Taking out the sword, Spencer asked if Hillary could fix it. After picking it up and examining it, the woman concluded that she could fix it, but she needed a few things. The boy readily went to the village to get the missing things. Suddenly, a black panther called out to him. Spencer looked back at her, giving her a questioning look, and then he looked at her and asked if she had just woken up. The former tiger said that he was going to the village on business, and then he asked the girl if she wanted to go with him. Running closer to the guy, the black panther said that he would do him a favor. Meanwhile, Hillary looked at the sword hanging in the air. Looking at him, she said that he dared to deceive others by hiding himself. Taking something out of her sleeve, she said that he could not deceive her. And then she shot a lot of balls, telling him to show himself. These balls transformed into lotus petals under the sword and began to release smoke. And suddenly the spirit Sylvester appeared from the sword. He shouted, asking how the woman dared to behave like that in front of him. Hillary immediately recognized Sylvester's spirit, and then she asked what happened to him because he was one of the best. And in the end, the evil spirit replied that such a pitiful creature as she did not dare to criticize him, and that she deserved severe punishment. And then he added that if the woman pretended that she didn't see him, then he would let her go. But suddenly, Hillary jumped forward and placed her fingers on the spirit's forehead. She squeezed Sylvester's forehead in her hand, and he asked if she really wanted to kill him. Hillary said that the owner of this sword is her mistress's future fiancé, and therefore she cannot allow anyone to interfere with them. And then she began to squeeze his head, causing him to dissolve, in response to which the spirit screamed that he would tell her about the Pajanmagek technique. Hillary stopped to ask if he meant the technique that was passed down from generation to generation, and then she asked if his life was really that cheap. As the woman continued to squeeze the spirit's head, he said that he would give her the Chanyanjibo as well, but she would not be able to obtain this technique without his help. But Hillary was not impressed, and she noted that even on the threshold of death he dared to lie, and then said that this technique was transmitted to the spirits themselves, but since Sylvester was defeated, it had already lost its value. And then she said there was no point in keeping the spirit alive, and then she pulled something white out of his head. While the woman's eyes glowed menacingly, she said that she would cut off a small part of the demon's soul and study it herself slowly, and put the other part to good use. Hearing this, Sylvester was surprised by Hillary's level. But before the spirit could say anything else, the woman got down to business amid the spirit's loud cries. Meanwhile, in the city, the Black Panther asked if Spencer wanted to buy something, and then she asked why they were walking around here. Spencer replied that the pavilions run by the big clans were very expensive, and the quality of the smelting there was poor, and that the small clans were doing even worse. The Black Panther sighed understandingly. Suddenly, she collided with the guy's back. Stopping in front of a shabby shack, Spencer said they had arrived. Rubbing his bruised nose, the Black Panther asked if she was imagining it, or if the building was about to collapse. While the guy was going inside, she asked if there were any people there at all. Entering the room, Spencer asked if the owner was there. Suddenly, someone quickly dropped under the counter, and then someone started whispering under the counter, asking why they were hiding from their guest. Then two girls emerged from behind the counter and greeted Spencer loudly. Looking at the girls, the Panther noticed that they were not animals, but not people either, and then she was surprised that they could live among people. Having put the skins on the counter, the guy said that he wanted to make Huan Jinbei out of them, to which the girls began to actively ask what he had put for them. One of them said that it was the first time she had seen something like this, and the other said that the guy was doing them such an honor. Spencer asked how much it would all cost. Suddenly, one of the girls replied that it would cost 500 precious stones, which made the silly girl look at the other in shock. The guy thought that a good Huan Jinbei should cost that much. Black Panther, addressing Spencer by another name, asked if he needed any pebbles, to which the guy asked if she really had that many. And then she slammed the table down, telling him not to be surprised. And in the end, there were only 3 pathetic stones lying on the counter. All 3 looked at this huge catch. Meanwhile, the former Panther boasted that she found them while looking for the guy. As a result, the girl was kicked out of the shop and she sat down against the wall, sulking. These girls turned out to be Catherine and Isabella, whose origins are written in deep history, although its influence is small, and in a few years they will be talked about on every corner. But for now, they are just little girls, just like Chelsea in the past. Spencer, meanwhile, placed a bag of valuable stones on the counter. The girls looked at the bag in surprise. Catherine said in surprise that he had actually given them to them, to which Isabella, covering her mouth, laughingly said that Spencer would not regret it. But then Believe said that he had a request. He also wanted to participate in the process. The girls looked at each other doubtfully. As he began to take the stones from the stand, Spencer said that if they didn't want it, then so be it. But there were plenty of people who would be happy to do so. Hearing this, Isabella shouted that they understood, and then asked him to promise that he would not tell about what he saw inside, to which the guy agreed. Suddenly, someone entered the shop. The girls happily noticed that it was a certain Hunter, and then they joyfully ran towards him, pointing to their first visitor. Hunter patted Catherine on the head while the other held his hand, then congratulated them. And then he said that since they were busy, he would go. And then he added that he didn't want to disturb the girls because he just wanted to look at them. The girls saw their friend off. Spencer asked who this Taoist was. Isabella said it was Hunter, the Taoist of Suvalman, and Catherine added that he had been a great help in getting them settled here. Hearing this, Spencer asked suspiciously, to which the girls replied that they were very grateful to him. Spencer thought it was very surprising that a Taoist would help non-human beings. Meanwhile, Hunter's face was not at all happy. Standing by the wall of the shop, the Panther was indignant, asking how much longer she had to stand there. Suddenly, she heard something. It turned out that they were children who were kicking a ball around. The boys happily kicked the ball around while the girl tried to keep up with them. Suddenly, the Panther appeared in front of the girl and the boys continued playing. Suddenly, one of the boys noticed the girl, And then finally everyone paid attention to her. The boys wondered who this girl was until she coughed sheepishly, and then the kids called her crazy, which made the former panther angry. And then she, screaming, drove the boys. And then she said that she just wanted to play with them, and it was a great honor. Suddenly she heard something again. Turning around, she noticed a girl with white hair passing by. Turning completely around, she looked at the Taoists walking away into the distance. Turning back, the girl noticed that a strange energy was emanating from that girl. Suddenly, Spencer addressed the panther, calling her Kimberly, and then he threw some huge red stone into her hands and then said that it was a poyancule that should be given to Hillary. Kimberly asked what the guy would do, to which he replied that he still had things to do, so she needed to go herself. But then, the former panther asked where he was going. Spencer turned around and asked again. The girl replied that last time he also left without saying anything, and now he was going to do the same again. In response to this, the guy said that this time he was not going anywhere, and then added that she also did not have to tell him if she was going somewhere. Delighted, Kimberly asked again, and then said that this was now their vow. Spencer replied that he already knew all of this, and therefore the girl could go, to which she told him to stop whining. Returning back to the shop where the ritual was already beginning, Isabella told the boy that when they began the fusion, he should not make a sound, and also that if he lost concentration even a little, then they could fail. And then she held out her hand with 2 balls of different colors and sizes. And then the girls, folding their hands, began to fuse while the skins lay on a special mat. Suddenly, a white fog appeared around them, and they began to chant a spell in an unknown language, and the animal skins glowed. And then they began to gradually dissolve into the air. A few seconds later, the skins completely evaporated, and the girls raised their hands up following the light. Looking at all this, Spencer noticed that it was unity and disappearance, which were inextricably linked with each other, like existence and non-existence. And then he thought that this was clearly different from ordinary fusion. Soon the light shone even brighter, and the boy thought that all this would have been impossible if they had not learned the secrets of heaven and earth. And this is not something that can be learned. This knowledge must be possessed. While something round was being formed from this light, the former tiger thought with doubt. Would these girls really be able to create this in this wretched place without special tools for fusion? And if they did, it meant they were very strong. Soon the light dissipated, and in its place there was some object hanging in the air. Making the object fly towards Spencer, Isabella said that they were done, so now he needed to give the thing a name. Taking the thing in his hand, the boy replied that since it was in the shape of a wheel, he would call it a koryun, and the girl said that this was a good name. Holding the koryun closer, Spencer thanked the girls and then said that they were incredibly strong, so next time he would turn to them again. Catherine said they were very grateful to hear that, and Isabella said they would do everything they could to help him. Meanwhile, Kimberly and Hillary returned to the cave, but the panther was still worried, and the woman called for her to stop when she also began to worry, looking at her. The girl said that it had been a long time since he left, to which the woman retorted that if he said he would come back, then so be it. When suddenly Kimberly noticed something. As it turned out, it was Spencer who was returning just in time. Jumping up from the rock on which she was sitting, the former panther went to joyfully greet the former tiger. Some time later, Spencer, holding his sword in his hands, which was apparently already repaired, looked at it. And then he turned to Hillary in surprise, asking if it was possible that when they combined the souls of the 3 demons, they were able to form a new weapon. Hillary replied that she didn't know for sure if it was because of the souls of the 3 demons or the souls that the sword had absorbed before. But after the souls merged, a new weapon appeared. A little worried, the guy thought that it turned out that Sylvester had been waiting for him on Kuwan Island all this time, and therefore, if not for Hillary, everything could have ended badly. Thinking about it, Spencer felt like his head was spinning just from thinking about it. And then he thought that there were still so many things in this world that were impossible to believe existed. And he also noted that he had almost reached the 2nd level. Swinging his repaired sword, he told himself that he needed to become even stronger and be even more careful. And then he said out loud that he should be glad that he received another powerful weapon. And then he remembered the centipede, and it obediently crawled out of his sleeve. Looking at her, the guy noted that she had become stronger, and she also became very attached to him, which was obvious from the fact that she got lost on his cheek. While putting his new sword in his necklace, Spencer said that he was going to Chongog and did not know how long the trip would take. Hearing this, Kimberly jumped up and shouted that he was selfish because she had waited for him for so long, and he was going somewhere again. In response, to the girl's surprise, the guy said that he just wanted to talk about this, and then said that he did not know what dangers awaited him this time, and also how long it would take. so he decided to invite Kimberly and Hillary to go with him. Hearing this proposal, the former panther blushed, and the woman covered her mouth with her hand. Blushing even more and looking away, Kimberly asked what had gotten into Spencer. But in response, he said that if she didn't want to, then let her say so, to which the girl replied that she very much agreed. Meanwhile, someone entered Catherine and Isabella's shop again. Noticing this, Isabella said that it looked like they had a new visitor again. And then the girls greeted the visitor in unison. But, as it turned out, this visitor was Hunter. Already walking down the street, Hunter told the girls that Cheonyodong was under the control of his Suwolman. And then he continued, saying that it was formerly the dwelling place of a Taoist named Cheonyo, and after his death it became known as Cheonyodong. But, as it turned out, this place was feared because of the secret that was hidden there by Chongyo himself, because of which bloodshed could begin, and therefore they put a ban on it. Hunter said that once every 100 years there comes a day when the ban is relaxed for 2 weeks, and that day is today. The girls guessed that he came to them because they were well acquainted with Huang Jin, and so that they could help him find the hidden secret in Cheonyodong. Hunter replied that he was not interested in the secret, but only wanted to fulfill the will of his late teacher. After all, his teacher was closer to him than anyone else. But he found himself locked in a Huang Jin and gave the order to escape. When he was already locked up, the teacher said that there was no time, and to believe that he left Cheonyodong, but then he would definitely return to take his weapons, which he would leave in this place. Hunter said he wanted to return the teacher's body to ease the pain of his loss. The guy said that he was very ashamed to ask the girls for help, but he came anyway. But the girls replied that it was not at all difficult for them to help him, because he had done so much for them. The guy thanked the girls for these words, but as it turned out, someone was already watching their conversation. Suddenly, 2 men came out of the alley and stood next to Hunter. After that, the guy said that these were his comrades who would go with them to protect them, so the girls didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Spencer and his friends reached Cheonyoguk. Spencer was examining the trunk of some tree. Noticing this, Kimberly asked what he was looking for, to which the guy replied that he was looking for a tooth. The boy said he wasn't sure it was here because he'd only heard about it, but they said there was a tooth hidden in the tree that guarded treasure. And then he sighed and noticed it wasn't here either. Having heard what this tooth meant, the former panther became eager to look for it and told Spencer to get his arthropod friend as soon as possible. But suddenly Hillary said that this was not necessary, and, pointing to a tree covered with moss, said that they should look in this tree. As Spencer climbed the tree, he remembered that this had happened hundreds of years ago, and therefore by this time the tree should have turned into an old ruin. Having parted the leaves, the guy was finally able to find the tooth. Noticing it, he looked at it joyfully and exclaimed that he had found it. And then, under the surprised glances, he fell to the ground in a bow. Kimberly pressed her ears and asked what he was thinking of here, whether he had decided to atone for his sins. And then she shouted at him to stop, because he was scaring her, to which the guy, blushing, replied that the girl should shut up if she didn't know anything. Meanwhile, someone asked Hunter if he had to go there, to which he replied that he himself knew that it was not safe to send guides there alone. In response, the man said that the war would come to an end in 100 years, and therefore it was better not to go there now. Hunter responded by saying that the guides only live for 300 years, so how could they wait another few years? The man sighed and said that they had no choice then and wished them luck. Then the boy walked through the portal, shouting to his comrades that they were going to Cheonyodong. Catherine was about to express her doubts, but Isabella immediately stopped her, told her not to worry, and assured her that everything would be fine. And then they, holding hands, entered the portal together. After some time, the whole team found themselves in front of some huge rift. Looking at this crack, one of the men asked if this was the entrance to Cheonyodong, and then noticed that this cave was simply huge. Meanwhile, Hunter called the girls, who responded simultaneously. The guy told the girls not to let them down, and then the 2 girls went forward together. Doubting, one of the men asked the boy if these kids could really lift the ban, and then said that he was worried about the fact that their future depended on these little ones. In response to this, the guy only urged the man to watch silently. Looking at the entrance, the girls simultaneously said that this was incredible. And then one of them said that this was the first time she had seen such a powerful ban. And then they looked at each other, preparing to begin lifting the ban. Afterwards, they touched the invisible wall with their palms and began to recite the spell. And suddenly cracks appeared along this invisible wall, and soon, with a loud sound, this barrier completely split. The men noted with surprise that the ban was disappearing. One of them asked if these little ones were some kind of gods because it was incredible. Meanwhile, Spencer was finishing, obviously with difficulty, what a deep bow to the tooth. And suddenly, after the last 100th bow, the tooth began to glow with a bright light. And suddenly, instead of it, a black oval passage opened right in the trunk of the tree. Kimberly was surprised to see a door appear, and Spencer, sitting on the ground and sighing with fatigue, said that he had had to bow so much before. And then they all went into this passage together. Looking around, Kimberly noticed that there were a lot of glowing plants growing here, and then asked why they were here. Also looking around, Hillary noted that there were Huanjin everywhere here. As she walked further, she said that this Huanjin fills this place and blocks contact with the outside world. And the plants are here so that independent air circulation is possible. And then she noticed that someone tried very hard, although she does not know the reason for this. The girl turned around happily and exclaimed that there must definitely be some kind of treasure here. Suddenly, Spencer said that they had arrived. As it turned out, they came to a room where a huge wolf was lying on a table eating flowers, and in front of him was a small red box. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a hyena-like monster screamed. But this monster didn't scream for long because Hunter's bald comrade cut him down with a sword. And then he, smiling, picked up a blue glowing sphere from the ground and laughed greedily. Another man also received blue spheres, and holding the severed head of a monster in his hands, said that this was indeed a mountain of spirits, because magical creatures were running towards them. And then he asked Hunter, who was watching the girls who continued to resolve the prohibitions, if he wanted to participate too, or if the Taoists didn't need such goodness. Meanwhile, the girls broke another taboo. Looking at this, Hunter noted that this time it took Catherine and Isabella longer, and they were also even more tired. Meanwhile, the men ran further and further ahead, while the girls sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Hunter thought that from now on the way would become much more difficult, while the men froze, shocked by the sight. Looking at the mountains, they said with surprise that it was amazing what was inside the mountain. And then they noticed a tree with white leaves. Coming closer, Hunter said that this was the same famous festive tree that grows only here in Cheongyodong, and the leaves of this tree contain very powerful. The guy picked out one white leaf and said that they use them in Suvola for energy restoration. And then he held out this leaf, inviting them to collect as many of these leaves as they could while they were there, in response to which the men cried out in flattery that it was an honor for them. And Hunter thought to himself that since they had already reached the ghostly tree, their goal was already close, and he would soon take possession of the treasure. Suddenly, Catherine and Isabella turned to the guy and he asked what was going on. The girls said that in this place the Huanjina intertwine with each other, forming a dense curtain, and thus the whole cave is like one large living creature. And then they continued by saying that they would have to take off the Huanjins without touching the others, and so it would take them several days to take them all off one by one. On hearing this, Hunter's comrade shouted that they had not agreed with him about this, namely that they would spend a whole week here, and then he asked him, still continuing to shout, whether he hadn't said that there would be no problems with the treasure. And besides, what about this treasure? Raising his weapon higher, Hunter said that the situation was a little different, and although he had hoped to delay this moment, he had no choice. And then he hit one of the girls, and suddenly blood spurted from the wound on Catherine's chest. Meanwhile, Spencer told Kimberly not to scream, because with her screams they could wake up the dead. Kimberly asked again what dead meant, which Hillary confirmed. And then Spencer told me that this place was the tomb of the she-wolf. And then, continuing, the guy said that this was the tomb of the very girl that the golden spirit loved so much. The panther asked if this was the same spirit he had met in Ilvona. Meanwhile, Spencer told that there lived a she-wolf named Olivia, who loved to wander among people in human form. And then one day this Olivia met a Taoist, and after some time they fell in love with each other, and the relationship only grew stronger, despite the fact that the golden spirit and all the wolf's fellow tribesmen were against it. But even those who were able to overcome racial restrictions had one obstacle that even Olivia and her Taoist were unable to overcome, namely, the different lengths of their lives. And although the girl often said that they were equal, magical creatures live for 1,000 years, and the lifespan of Taoists is 3 times shorter. Eventually, the Taoist's lifespan came to an end, and he left this world. And the she-wolf had no choice but to guard the grave of her beloved until the end of her days. The golden spirit did not want the girl to die, and therefore offered to prolong her life, but she refused. She said that she had already experienced the kind of love that happens once and for all, and therefore further life simply had no meaning. The wolf said that she had decided to return to her homeland and merge with nature, because she felt that she had finally realized the most important thing. And she said that she hoped that the golden spirit would also meet such a person someday. Soon after, Olivia died, and the last thing the golden spirit could do for her was to build a tomb for her peaceful eternal sleep. But this was a foolish act, for he had spent too much of his spiritual power to build the tomb, and because of this, he was captured by the Taoists of Ilwan. After hearing the whole story, Kimberly said that it was quite a story. Remembering Chelsea, Spencer thought that he, having risen only to the level of Engul or Enman, would be able to live for at least 2,500 years, while the limit of human life is 1,000 years. Thinking about it, he noted that they were so far away from each other. Approaching the red box, the guy said that it was the very purpose of his visit. Opening the box and letting the light out, he said that it contained what the golden spirit had left for Olivia. Taking out a shining blue ball from the box, Spencer said that it was a jade pectan. Hillary, hearing this, asked again, and Kimberly, smiling broadly, asked that it was probably something good. The woman answered her mistress that, with the help of its energy, this ball allows a person to get rid of suffering and reach the level of Engul, which greatly surprised the former panther. Starting to turn around, Spencer said that since the deed was done, they could leave, since there was no point in disturbing the sleep of the dead. Suddenly, the whole room shook with a roar. Suddenly, as if something was piercing the guy through and through, he began to disappear, although it seemed he himself did not feel it. Kimberly, with her hand outstretched, rushed towards the former tiger with a scream. Suddenly, Spencer finally noticed something strange when it had already reached his head, but then he disappeared with a bang. Meanwhile, Catherine, suffering from pain and shaking, fell to the ground. She was clutching her chest wound and Isabella asked to show it to her. And then she noticed that, fortunately, the sword had only hit the skin. Looking at Hunter, Isabella asked why he did that. Still holding the bloody weapon in his hands, he asked again. And then he said that it was all about this black blood. And then the guy waved his hand, and blood from the weapon splashed to the side. Drops of blood fell on the wall of the ban, and suddenly this blood began to destroy the prohibition, and cracks appeared on the invisible wall. And soon the invisible wall collapsed completely. With a terrifying expression on his face, Hunter said that demonic blood had the ability to break magical taboos, and that was the reason he brought the girls here. And then he continued, saying that even though they were half-breeds, the girls still had that same blood flowing through their bodies. Hearing this, Isabella realized that this was precisely why he treated them so well. Hunter confirmed her suspicions, saying that he was only playing a role in order to use them later, since it was not his status to care about some insignificant half-breeds. Throwing the weapon to the ground, he said that he could wash away every last drop of the girl's blood, but he wanted Isabella to do it herself and destroy the Huanjin. While Catherine's face was frozen in despair and Isabella's eyes were filled with tears of resentment, Hunter said that this was the minimum price for his kindness. Meanwhile, Kimberly watched as Spencer was reduced to a shining spot. Rushing to Hillary, she immediately bombarded her with questions about where the former tiger had disappeared to, and what if something bad happened and what they should do then. The woman, however, did not panic, but only came closer to the shining spot and raised her hand over it. And then she concluded that there was a strong presence of various energies around, which made it seem that under the influence of another Huangjin, the space where Spencer was transferred to another place. Surprised, Kimberly asked the woman again. Hillary ran her eyes over the walls of the cave and explained that the place was made using Huanjin, and all Huanjins are naturally connected to each other. And then looking into the eyes of her mistress, she said that, judging by these energy fluctuations, something had disturbed the energy field of one of the Huanjins located nearby, and therefore there was no reason to worry, because as a result, Spencer had only moved to another place. Overjoyed by this news, Kimberly fell to her knees on the ground, and then, shedding tears, she asked how they would find him now. In response, Hillary reminded her mistress that there was a love bracelet on her wrist, and then she suggested that the guy had moved somewhere to Cheonyadong, and therefore they needed to find him quickly, because there were many dangerous entities there. Meanwhile, Spencer moved somewhere, falling on the ground with his back. Lying on the ground, he concluded that he was definitely alive. Getting up from the ground, he wondered where he was then, and then, scratching his ear, he noted that someone was definitely talking about him. Getting up from the ground, the guy looked around and noticed that this was definitely not the cave he had been in earlier, and Hillary and the panther were nowhere to be seen. As he walked further into the forest, he noted that judging by the strong, uniform energy of the place, it seemed like he was on a ghost mountain, and then he wondered why there was Huanjin everywhere. Suddenly, he came across a tree with white leaves. Recognizing the tree as a ghost tree, the boy remembered that it only grows in Cheongyodong. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise that it turned out that he was in Cheonyadong, while something or someone was rising from the ground. While Spencer wondered if this energy could be coming from this ghost tree, something or someone kept climbing higher. Suddenly, some monster noticed that a man had appeared next to him. As the monster approached Spencer, he noted that this man would be better for restoring energy than some leaves. Noticing this monster, Spencer noted that this creature was about the 3rd level and that it was hidden by the energy of the tree, and therefore the tiger did not notice it right away. Suddenly revealing sharp spikes on its back and complex spider legs, the monster rushed at the enemy, and then he, approaching him, swung his paws, cutting the guy's body. But, as it turned out, Spencer dodged the attack, running behind the monster. Taking out his new sword from his necklace, he said that he just wanted to try out his updated Guan. Enraged that the guy didn't die and rushing to attack again, the monster shouted, asking how the guy dared to ignore him. Noting that he would start with a light strike, Spencer swung his sword, and suddenly a huge purple spike appeared, which pierced the monster's body, lifting it above the ground. Noticing this, the guy was surprised by such a result, because he put very little spiritual power into this blow. While the monster was exhausted from pain, the guy noted that this blow was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the spike began to absorb the monster. Looking at this, Spencer assumed that the sword was just hungry. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Sylvester's spirit had appeared at his side. Looking around, he noticed that the spirits of his defeated opponents had appeared around him. Looking at his sword, Spencer guessed that due to the renewed Guhuan, the spirits he destroyed had taken form, and in this case, their true form is visible to him. Looking at the spirits, the guy noted a strong oppressive feeling that was pressing on his whole body. The guy thought that he didn't know what it was, but he definitely felt it. Looking again at the sword in his hands, he said that it seemed that his powers would not allow him to see more, and it was only clear that this energy belonged to the spirit of the Guimu. And since the essence of the Guimu did not appear before him, it meant that Spencer did not have the right to meet with it yet. Remembering that the previous owner of this sword was the spirit of Hugh, whose power, it seems, was not noticed by the guy, and if he had been less attentive, he too would have become one of these entities. Putting the sword back into the necklace, Spencer closed his eyes with a sigh and said that it turns out there are still so many different monsters in the world. Opening his eyes, the boy noticed that someone with many red eyes was staring at him. Spencer immediately reacted and drove away from this stranger, breaking himself with his hands. His eyes widened. He wondered in panic who it was. As it turned out, there was some kind of spirit standing in front of the guy, who had long gray hair, a white face, completely covered with red eyes. His fingers were red, as if in blood. This spirit, smiling, said that the spirit had no need to be careful with each other, because if the guy were a man, he would already be lying on the ground with his neck broken. And then he asked Spencer's name, to which he did not immediately react. And then he said his name was Eugene. Meanwhile, Isabel was coughing into her hand. As it turned out, she was spitting her own blood onto her own hands. Hunter noted that the girl could have simply used his sword. The girl shouted that this would never happen, to which the guy replied with a sigh that she could do as she wanted. And then Isabella smeared her blood across an invisible wall, groaning in pain. And suddenly the wall split again. Looking at this, the guy smiled triumphantly. The man who came closer said that this girl was strong, because she was able to resolve the Huanjin with the help of her blood. Turning to the man, Hunter asked if he was feeling better yet. In response, the man awkwardly apologized and said that he was simply worried that all their efforts would be in vain. As Hunter walked into the new passage, he ordered the men not to go too far and to remember why they were here, unless they wanted to die stupidly because of some creature. While Catherine was wrapping her sister's wrists, Isabella said that since she would have to use her blood again, it would be better to just bandage them for now. But then Catherine said that next time she would do it. The other girl looked at her sister in shock as she explained, saying that they didn't know how many more Huanjins would be on the way. And then, continuing, she said that because they don't know how much more blood they will have to use, they must do it in turns. Taking her sister's hands, Catherine exclaimed that if they did this, then they would both be able to get out of here alive. Suddenly, a bald man approached them and said that it was time for them to move on. Meanwhile, Spencer told the spirit that he had teleported here from Chongyogok. And then the spirit said that he didn't know what kind of people were there, but they were indiscriminately destroying the Huanjins one after another. Looking at the spirit, Spencer noticed that the Huanjin seemed to be parting in front of him, and he walked so easily as if he had just woken up. And the spirit, meanwhile, assumed that this was precisely why the guy was here, while the guy concluded that this spirit was definitely level 4. Suddenly, Spencer asked the spirit if he could ask him a question, to which he did not answer because he was staring somewhere at the ground. Jumping over some area on the ground, he finally asked what question the guy wanted to ask. Following the spirit's example, Spencer also jumped over and then asked why the spirit was in that place. The spirit replied that he was here because of the spirit parade. The guy asked again in surprise. The Spirit Parade is a blood festival where the Demon King is chosen. It is an endless bloody battle in which numerous magical entities try to tear each other apart. It is a bloody festival where a new Demon King is born after a brutal battle. Spencer was about to suggest something, but the Spirit finished for him, saying that the great Sylvester, the former Demon King, had passed away. Turning around, he said that he didn't know what kind of person attacked him, but as soon as the parade was over, all magical creatures would go looking for him to destroy him. Hearing this, Spencer felt as if everything inside him had turned over with fear. Meanwhile, the girls, already completely exhausted, continued on their way. Catherine said quietly that she could go no further, and then she fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Hunter stopped, looking at something. As it turned out, he looked around and realized that they had finally reached that very place. Looking around, he thought that the teacher must have left some kind of clue. Suddenly, he noticed a shining dandelion in the distance. Hunter remembered that his teacher used this herb as a medicine, and without thinking twice, he extended his hand to him. And then he grabbed it, causing it to fly apart into tiny flashes. And suddenly, everything around began to glow with vibrations of light. A second later, some kind of dark passage opened in front of the guy, behind which it turned out that there was a dead man sitting with a box on his knees. As expected, this almost skeleton turned out to be Hunter's teacher. Falling to his knees in front of the teacher, the boy cried out, saying that it turned out the teacher had been there all this time. Having said that he had fulfilled his last wish, the boy extended his hands towards the box. And then he suddenly snatched the box from the teacher's hands, causing his body to completely fall apart. And the guy said that he came here to take the treasure. The remains of the boy's teacher flew backwards at high speed, and Hunter, not worrying about them, stood up with the box in his hands laughing. And then he smiled triumphantly, noticing that the box was finally his. At the same time, Spencer was discussing how it was already known that Sylvester had died, since there were only a few Taoists there. While asking these questions, the boy asked the spirit if anything had already been known about the man who killed Sylvester. The spirit replied that nothing was known yet, but the Guisu who served Sylvester had already begun to move, so everything would become known soon. Hearing this, Spencer noted with some relief that no one yet knew that it was he who killed Sylvester. Suddenly, the spirit chuckled and asked about what had happened. Suddenly, he said that the people who caused Spencer to be here were right there, and he looked in a certain direction. As the spirit moved on with a clicking sound, the boy said that he could not see anything. Meanwhile, Hunter brought his teacher's treasures to his comrades. And then he said that he would keep the brush and the bottle, and the men could take the rest for themselves. In response to this, the men exclaimed joyfully and looked at the remaining treasures. Looking at the treasures, Hunter remembered that in his hands was the Churyong drink, which had incredible power against poisons, as well as the brush that his teacher always carried with him. And then he thought with a smile on his face that he had received everything he was looking for. Suddenly, that same spirit came out from behind the thickets. He said that these scoundrels were so desperate to get their way that they brought the Huangjin to such a deplorable state. Noticing him, Hunter's comrades immediately became wary and drew their weapons. Radiating a frightening energy, the spirit said that all this was just funny. This energy had a negative impact on men. Noticing this, Hunter, who was also trying to defend himself from her, called the spirit, calling him Mr. Howard. And then he instantly fell to his knees before the spirit. And then he, shouting, said that he had come to him and brought everything that he had asked for. Seeing this, the guy's friends were very surprised. And Spencer, who was also there, thought that this Taoist had been playing his own game all this time. Handing Howard the bottle, Hunter said it was a Churyong drink and would be incredibly beneficial to the spirit during the 100 Spirits Parade. Howard said that he didn't expect the guy to be able to get him. In response, Hunter only bowed even lower, saying that now the spirit should take care of him, as he promised. The men, however, still did not calm down and asked what the guy was doing. And then the bad guy suggested that all this time he had been in collusion with these spirits. Turning around, Hunter confirmed his theory, saying that he no longer had a reason to go to such a dangerous place if not for this, and he planned to use them as a human shield if necessary. Hearing this, the men naturally became very angry and promised that he would no longer be a Taoist after this. In response, the guy, smiling like a madman, said that they had no need to worry, since he no longer planned to be human. And then he stood up triumphantly and, like a madman, began to shout that he had had enough of leading the miserable life of a man and spending his few years in fear. And instead, he would become a spirit living for thousands of years. And then she fell to her knees again before the spirit and asked him, as they had agreed, to make him a spirit too. The spirit smiled evilly at this and asked if the guy really wanted this. And then he ordered that the boy's wish be fulfilled. and suddenly the red eyes on his head opened wide and shone, and then some gray-purple appendages began to appear from Hunter's body. After some time, half of the guy's face turned gray-violet, and he, laughing, said that he was transforming. And then his whole body was torn to pieces, and a huge spirit appeared before the others, who cried out that he was now a spirit and would live for thousands of years. But, as it turned out, all this was only in the guy's head, and he himself was drooling and shaking. Seeing this, Spencer noticed that it was all an illusion. Howard said that people are so limited in their dreams, and somehow they had the courage to belittle him like that. Passing by the kneeling boy, the spirit said that he could stay here and rot in his fantasies. And then he raised his hand, from which purple mist came out, and said that now he had to deal with the rest. And suddenly a purple fog appeared in front of Hunter's comrades, from which spiders crawled out. Seeing this, Spencer realized that it seemed like this spirit was even higher than the 4th level. Meanwhile, the men mercilessly chopped these spiders into pieces, but their numbers did not decrease. Suddenly, a spider grabbed the bald man by the back, and he immediately cried out for salvation. But no one helped him, and the men were bitten to death by spiders, spraying blood. Spencer immediately realized that they had no chance of salvation, but suddenly he noticed something. As it turned out, he noticed that the same spiders were approaching Catherine and Isabel, preparing to eat them too. Suddenly, one of them rushed at the girls, but he could not reach them, because the former tiger stopped him with his sword, which he inserted between his jaws. And then Spencer swung his sword, cutting the spiders into pieces. Turning around, he asked the girls if they were okay. Isabel, supporting her sister, looked at their savior in amazement, and then she burst into tears. Suddenly, the guy noticed wounds on Catherine's hands, but then Howard called out to him, asking what he was doing here. In response, the guy screamed that he knew them and that these girls were not human. The spirit replied that then it would be even more necessary to kill these traitors who serve people. Spencer frowned and said that they did not do this of their own free will, and besides, couldn't he see how they were mutilated? The spirit said that being used by people is a real shame, and therefore he cannot leave them alive. Meanwhile, Hunter was still in ecstasy, but suddenly his teacher's brush, which was still in his hand, began to glow, and then the guy began to sharply turn his head from side to side. But suddenly he stopped abruptly, and then the guy said, laughing, that it was already interesting what the spirit turned to. Suddenly, someone in Hunter's body, while his eyes were turning black, said that his student had found him after all. Looking at Hunter's body, Spencer noted that the energy had completely changed, although the body remained the same, but still created the feeling that it was a different creature. Tilting his head unnaturally, the guy said that they had a very interesting situation here. Looking at Hunter, Howard noted out loud that the dead man had taken the youth's body. And then he waved his hand, attacking the guy, and shouted that whoever took the body should be ashamed. And then a whole army of spiders headed towards the guy. But suddenly they all dispersed while Hunter stood there, emitting light from within, seemingly without even moving. Hunter's teacher replied that he could not help himself when he was given the opportunity to come back to life. Rising up from the ground and summoning a huge purple storm, Howard said that he didn't know what powers he had in life, but now he was only in the body of an ordinary Taoist, and therefore he wouldn't be able to deal with him, a spirit of the Yongmyeon level. The man agreed with this, saying that even if it was so, he had an amazing opportunity to try it, so he would take the risk. And then he too rushed into the attack. The spirit, opening one of its red eyes, shouted that life and death are a natural part of nature, and then began to read the spell. Wrapping a thorny stem around the boy's leg, he told him that he would refuse to accept this truth. Shouting out that it was disgusting that he was resisting the laws of nature, the spirit summoned more and more stems that wrapped around the guy. But the man did not give up, and raising his glowing fingers, he said that spirits capable of enjoying life for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, would never understand this. And then he attacked the spirit with lightning. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the girls, protecting them. Looking at the spirit and the Taoist, he thought that now there was a duel between two masters with incredible magical abilities. And then he wondered what they had to go through to reach such a level. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew at the girls. Noticing this, Spencer immediately rushed to protect them. And then, with a few swings of his sword, he cut the stone into small pieces. The girls looked at the guy in surprise. In response, he only shouted at them to stay as close to him as possible. Meanwhile, the duel between the spirit and the Taoist died down a little. Howard thought that this old fool could control powerful spells with just simple gestures, but he couldn't fly, which meant he hadn't yet reached the limit of his physical capabilities. Having assessed his opponent, the spirit smiled triumphantly, and then he began to read the spell again, causing his hand to turn white, further highlighting his red fingers. While casting the spell, the spirit thought that before he could destroy his body and release his true power, he needed to summon all his spiritual power and use a powerful spell to put an end to this. Suddenly, noticing this, Hunter's teacher understood everything. But then the spirit had already rushed into attack before the man had time to react. Waving his hand with the brush in it, causing a white trail to appear in the air, Hunter said that it seemed the spirit had discovered his weak spot, and therefore he must respond with dignity. And a second later, the blow of the blow and the Taoist met. The opponents did not give in to each other, and therefore they became more and more tense, trying to overcome each other. Suddenly there was a white flash. Spencer didn't have time to do anything because of this outburst, but only managed to cover his eyes with his hands. Opening his eyes again, the boy realized that he was now in some kind of white space, while the spirit and the Taoist were still fighting. Howard's hands were shaking with tension, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Teacher Hunter's hands were also shaking, and he said with a smile that for a moment he even thought that the spirit would cope. But then he hit him with a sparkling sphere of energy and said that it seemed that the spirit was already tired, and therefore he would now give him peace and quiet. Watching the fight, Spencer was surprised to think that Howard's Huangyi, which covered them from all sides, had disappeared. And if things continued like this, then after the spirit hunter would pounce on them. Taking the sword in his hands, the boy thought that they had only one chance to survive this, and therefore they had to act. But then, frozen, Spencer remembered that his opponent was a monster capable of defeating a spirit of the Yongmyeon level. Remembering the girls who were shaking in fear behind him, he thought that this Taoist could turn him into a handful of ashes with one wave of his hand. But then he came to his senses and, biting his lip, asked himself whether he really was going to go to the next world here and now. And then, thinking that instead of dying, he would fight to the last, Spencer rushed into the attack. A second later, he swung his sword, aiming the blow at Hunter's body, and he only managed to notice it briefly. But still, the Taoist's level was high, and therefore he was able to stop this attack. And then, calling the guy a pathetic humanoid piece of trash, he threw Spencer back several meters. The exhausted boy fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The Taoist glared at the boy, still holding his shaking hand in the air, and said that he wanted to take a closer look at him. But then Howard stood up, which Hunter's teacher clearly did not expect. Saying that Spencer had done a good job, the spirit began to attack his opponent again. Screaming loudly at the soul in Hunter's body to die already, Howard conjured up spikes that pierced the guy right through, to which he cried out that he had only just gotten this body. But these cries did not stop the spirit, and he began to raise his body even higher on these spikes. In a panic, Hunter's teacher looked at his hand and said that he just needed to free it. Noticing this, Howard waved his red fingers and said with a grin on his face that nothing would work out for him. And then another spike appeared from behind, which amid deafening screams broke Hunter's arm. Taunting the man, the spirit shouted that nothing could save him, and then added that he was very sorry that he alone had to enjoy how he desperately tried to survive. And then for a while, Hunter hung helplessly on these thorns, and then he said in a resigned voice, while something black flowed from his eyes like tears, that for a whole 1,000 years he had gone through the hardships of numerous deaths in order to reach the level of Daesong. Having said this, he looked up with a sad smile and said, could he have foreseen such an insignificant end to his life? And then the spikes tore through Hunter's body, releasing fountains of blood. Following this, the white walls began to crumble into dust. Turning to Spencer, Howard said that this whole thing could have ended badly if it weren't for the guy, and then he praised the guy's work. As the debris flew, Spencer asked if he understood correctly that Hunter's body was his teacher, to which the spirit answered positively. And then the spirit said that he did not understand how one could stoop so low as to extend his own life by stealing the life of his own student. Only a madman possessed by a thirst for life was capable of such a thing. Afterwards, Spencer approached Hunter's body, which was already lying on the ground. Rummaging through his pockets, he discovered that there were 2 treasures there, a binding bracelet and a protective vase. While putting these treasures into the necklace, he, holding the bun in his hands, said that he did not know what was in this bottle, and therefore he needed to ask Hillary about it. Looking at the corpse, the guy thought that it is true what they say, that karma will find you. And then he thought about how this man used others for his own selfish purposes, trying to satisfy his own greed. But in the end, he met such a tragic end. Sighing and smiling, the guy asked, since everything was clear with this, then maybe this guy had something else. He started rummaging through the guy's clothes again and found something. As it turned out, he found the very brush that belonged to Hunter's teacher. Spencer looked at it and said that he didn't know where it could be used, but it was definitely an unusual item. Meanwhile, Howard sighed, and then he said that it seemed like he was no longer in danger. Approaching the boy and the girls, he said that although he could not have foreseen this, in the end everything turned out well. Seeing the spirit, Catherine and Isabel immediately hid behind the former tiger. The spirit chuckled and said that the girls shouldn't be so afraid, and then said, calling Spencer Eugene, that the boy had helped him and therefore he wouldn't kill them. And then he raised his hand, some kind of carpet began to levitate above the ground, and the spirit said that since they were finished here, it was time to go back to take care of the parade of 100 spirits. And then he added that upon his return he intended to recommend Spencer to the demon king whom he served. Turning to the boys, he told them that that was why they should follow him. Surprised by this, Spencer thought that it seemed Howard wanted him to become a ghost warrior for the spirit of the Saipamunchak, which of course was a very tempting offer for any spirit. However, the boy declined, saying that he thanked the spirit for the offer, but he had only recently reached the level of Yonghwa, and so he did not think he had the skills to warrant such an honor. The spirit standing on the carpet replied that he knew that the boy's abilities were far beyond those of many others, and with such skills he should not worry about them not being enough. But Spencer still replied that he had a job to do with his comrades and that he couldn't. Looking sternly at his interlocutor, Howard said that when he gave an order, the guy just had to follow it. And then he ordered again, but more insistently, that the guys climb onto the carpet. And then they all flew together across the sky over the mountains. Meanwhile, silence reigned on the carpet. Spencer thought about the fact that the war with the Taoists was in full swing now, so there was a chance that he would simply become an expendable material that would be carried from place to place. And then he also thought about how he was only barely at Yonghwa's level, so it was unlikely that he would be able to contribute much, so why were they so obsessed? But then he remembered that he first met Howard when the spirits of the creatures he had destroyed came out, and in that case, Howard could have noticed Sylvester's spirit. In a panic, the guy thought that in this way the spirit knows that he killed Sylvester and is now luring him into his lair, and therefore he needs to get out of here urgently. But then, in fear, Spencer thought that maybe he wouldn't be able to beat Howard, because last time Chelsea was with him, and now everything is different. And besides, he is now responsible not only for himself but also for the twins. Looking at the spirit's back, the guy began to frantically think about how they could escape from him. Suddenly, Catherine mentally called out to Spencer, and then she noticed that it seemed like they were in a difficult situation right now, judging by the expression on his face. Turning to the girls, the guy also mentally agreed with this, and then said that right now they were heading to the base to the spirits of the Saipamunchak. In response, Catherine said that thanks to their special abilities, they are able to see things that are unknown to others, and therefore Isabel is sensitive to changes in energy flows, and she sees traces dissolved in them. And then she asked the guy if it was true that he was with the escorts. Afterwards, Catherine said that when they were trying to destroy the Huanjin, she felt a strong energy, and then she felt like she needed to find something, and then she felt like there was someone in the Huanjin. Spencer was very surprised to hear this, and then he thought it could only be Hillary and Kimberly. Closing his eyes, he mentally thanked them for being there and for looking for him. Suddenly, he was already telling the girls out loud to hold on to him. And then he suddenly, holding the girls in his arms, jumped off the flying carpet. Surprised, Howard turned around and asked what the guy was doing. But the guy didn't answer him, but only cut off the top of the mountain with a swing of his sword, which then fell to the ground like a stone, and he himself landed on a now flat surface. Lowering the girls to the surface, he told them to hold on to him, and then he turned to look at the spirit. Meanwhile, the spirit flew closer to the boys on its carpet, and then he grimaced and said angrily that it looked like the guy either wanted to die or had lost his mind. And then he asked again what the guy was doing. Spencer replied with a smile on his face that he had already said that he could not leave his comrades and go with him, and so he would just wait for them here. After a short silence, Howard said that although the guy was quite smart, he couldn't understand that he just needed to follow him if he valued his life. And then he threw 3 red things at him. Spencer was about to defend himself with his sword when suddenly a centipede crawled out of his sleeve, and then she spat out her golden threads. These threads, having met with the red things, distorted the trajectory of the flight. Because of this, those red things hit the rock instead of Spencer. The spirit looked at the centipede in surprise as the boy praised it while it sat on his shoulder. And then Spencer took out his Koryon and said that even if the spirit managed to wound him, he still would not get out alive. And then the round part of the skewer began to spin. Howard noticed with surprise that it was a Huanjin, which was now emitting a white mist from itself. Shouting that he had had enough of these tricks, the spirit spat out a whole horde of spiders. Saying that he would destroy the boys with his illusions, he spat out so many spiders that they formed a dome over the mountain. The spiders couldn't completely cover the mountain because they encountered some resistance. Noticing this, the spirit wondered if his illusions had not worked. And then he said that Spencer must have been able to repel them because he used the power of the treasures together with Yonghwa's abilities. But Howard decided to check it out anyway and used his deep ghost gaze, and his eyes glowed red. But then he noticed two small figures. As it turned out, it was Catherine and Isabel. Grimacing with anger, the spirit said that these little ones dared to oppose him, and that they had to be killed immediately. Meanwhile, two red balls were flying towards the spirit through a thick curtain of fog. But Howard, albeit barely, managed to avoid this attack. He sighed and noticed that it was impossible to escape from such an attack unscathed. And then he noticed something suspicious about it. Suddenly he came to his senses and turned around, shouting that these balls belonged to Mr. Sylvester, while Spencer attacked the spirit with a sword. While the spirit was distracted, the boy delivered a slashing blow with his sword, and a huge deep wound appeared on the spirit's chest, and he noticed that he could no longer remain in the human body. Noticing that this attack was not enough, Spencer decided to end it all by cutting the spirit's throat, and so he went on the attack again. Suddenly, Howard's body began to emit a purple glow, which made the guy stunned. The glow became even brighter, illuminating everything around, and suddenly the spirit took on its true form of a centipede, and said that the guy was a fool who would now have to deal with his true form. Baring his fangs, the spirit said that even though the boy did indeed have abilities on the level of Yonghwa, it didn't matter because he would still tear him to pieces. And having said this, his spirit, in the form of a huge centipede, rushed to attack. And this attack was successful because he was able to knock the guy off his feet. Howard crushed the ground, pinning Spencer to the ground with his sharp paws as the girls flew in all directions. But the spirit did not stop there, and the guy flew on. Meanwhile, Kimberly felt something as her bracelet began to vibrate. The surprised girl raised her hand to look at the bracelet. Noticing this, Hillary asked the owner if something had happened. Suddenly, the former panther turned sharply to the woman and said that the bracelet was giving off danger signals, just like the last time when Spencer was being chased by that Taoist. The girl said that the guy was in danger again, and then asked Hillary what they should do. The girl burst into tears from worry. Seeing this, the woman said that they needed to hurry then. And then she raised her hand, from which black lightning began to burst out, saying that she had now transferred them through the Huanjin. And then she asked the girl in which direction the bracelet pointed. Kimberly pointed in a certain direction and Hillary pointed her hand there, and a huge wave of lightning went there. And then, in that place, a huge passage opened in the form of a portal, like a black hole. The girl, still with tears in her eyes, stared at this in surprise. Lifting the girl by the scruff of the neck, Hillary said that they were in a hurry so they would have to travel like this. And then she rushed into the portal with the girl in her arms. And to Kimberly's screams, she quickly flew into the portal. Meanwhile, Howard was wrecking everything around him. While he tried to stab Spencer with his sharp paws, he defended himself with his sword from them. And the spirit shouted that it turns out that he really did see the spirit of Sylvester, and these balls that the guy used previously belonged to the master. Continuing to press, Howard shouted that Spencer had definitely had a hand in Sylvester's death, but someone like him certainly couldn't harm the master. And then, while the centipede was crawling out of Spencer's sleeve again, the spirit, screaming, asked the guy who had killed Sylvester then. And then, noticing the centipede, he quickly pushed it away with one of his paws. Saying that he would kill the guy quickly and painlessly if he told, he continued to try to stab him, and the centipede fell to the ground to the side. Looking at the spirit with a twinkle in his eye, Spencer said that he would tell the spirit whatever it wanted to know. And then he said that it happened exactly like that Sylvester lost his life at his hand. Slightly taken aback by this news, Howard loosened his grip slightly as blue fire began to spread across his paws. And then the fire spread throughout the spirit's body. And he, in turn, threw his head up screaming from unbearable pain. And Spencer put even more effort into attacking the spirit, so much so that he also screamed. But while he was screaming in pain, Howard wasted no time, and again one of his paws headed towards the guy. The guy didn't expect this at all, and therefore didn't defend himself in any way, and so the sharp paw hit him right in the side with a clicking sound. And then Howard, with a quick, sharp movement, sent the guy flying, pushing him away from himself. And then he cried out that this fire, which was still spreading throughout the spirit's body, was not going out. Howard noted that this fire is unusual, namely it gives spiritual protection that covers his shell. Rising from the ground, Spencer said that this fire could not be extinguished once it was lit. Gathering a dark fog around himself, he said that gradually this fire would destroy the entire body of the spirit. A second later, Spencer's entire body was enveloped in a dark fog, and he continued, saying that eventually Howard would turn to dust and disappear. And then, from this fog, entities that had been sitting in the sword all this time began to emerge. These entities stood obediently behind Spencer, ready to attack at any moment. And the guy said that the same thing would happen to the spirit as to Sylvester. And the guy thought to himself that if he let it go now, the next chance would never come. And then, shouting that it was necessary to attack, he gave the command to the entities with his sword, and they went on the attack. Without a second's delay, the dark entities attacked Howard in a crowd. But still, this was not something that could frighten the spirit. And therefore, he only swung his paws, cutting down the entities. And then he said that it was amazing that the guy was able to use abilities that only those who had passed the level of Manhwa could summon. But afterward, he stated that even if that were the case, Spencer was still too weak to show him his true power. Howard remarked that it was a good try, but still not enough strength to kill him before the fire destroyed his body. And with that, the spirit attacked the guy again. But Spencer was in no hurry to give up, and he successfully evaded the sharp paws of the spirit. However, Howard was not so simple, and he also directed his paws into the guy's eyes, which he did not expect. But still, the guy was able to erupt in such a way that these paws did not touch him, but on the contrary, only hit the ground. However, the spirit did not give in, and again tried to hit the enemy's eyes. Then, Spencer decided not to dodge them, but to cut them down with his sword. But it seemed that Howard was prepared for this too, because before he could come to his senses, another attack was flying towards him. And this attack was successful, because Spencer was unable to dodge it. And as a result, this attack hit both him and the ground several meters ahead, shining with a pink light. But, as it turned out, Spencer was not killed by this attack, because he managed to move away, although he moved away only a few centimeters. Meanwhile, Howard noticed that the leg was almost burned. At the same time, Spencer was thinking that this attack was insanely powerful, and he wasn't sure he could dodge it again. The opponent confirmed his thoughts, saying that the guy was lucky that time, but that would not happen again next time. As he prepared to attack again, the former tiger thought that Howard was not an opponent that he could waste time with and constantly dodge, since he was at the level of a Yongmyeon, and therefore he needed to put in all his strength. Thinking about how he had to push his body to the limit and release his claws and bare his fangs, the boy was so tense that tears started to flow from his eyes. Spencer pushed off the ground with his foot and thought that whether he died today or not, the hunt began now. And then the fight continued again. The former tiger quickly dashed as close as possible to the spirit while it tried to stop him by piercing him with its legs. Howard noticed that this little parasite was now moving in a completely different way, and therefore tactics needed to be changed. And the spirit decided that the best solution would be to destroy everything around him along with the enemy, and so he began to wave his legs furiously. Suddenly, he swung his legs sharply, causing a huge hole to appear on the ground. After this, the spirit calmed down a little and, peering into the curtain of dust, waited for Spencer to appear, if he was still alive. Suddenly, Howard was able to spot the guy's figure when the dust settled a little. With furious cries, the spirit began to attack the enemy. But suddenly his blow was met not by Spencer but by the essence of Sylvester. Meanwhile, Spencer was approaching the enemy from the side. But the spirit did not lose his composure and quickly turned to the side. Shouting about how smart the guy was, he asked where he got such tricks from, and then attacked the enemy again, releasing red things from his mouth. One of those red things almost caught Spencer's eye. But still, the guy managed to dodge first one and then the other. And then Howard suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him no respite. And then the spirit quickly thrust its paw into Spencer's body. However, the guy was not simple and had aces up his sleeve, and therefore defended himself from this attack with the help of one of Sylvester's red balls. As he tried to defend himself from this attack, tension contorted the former tiger's face. Suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated everything around. But the guy was not killed, as he used other treasures to defend himself. However, Howard's sharp paw still managed to wound the guy in the shoulder. And then the guy sank to the ground, his arms hanging limply at his sides and the shield falling like sand to the ground. The spirit said that he still managed to defend himself, but even with these useless artifacts, it is difficult to constantly call upon superpowers. Spencer stood there stunned, thinking only that he was no longer able to lift his sword. Thinking that this was really the end, the guy heard Howard shouting out of the corner of his ear that the border between levels couldn't be crossed so easily. And then the spirit decided to deal the final blow. Meanwhile, Chelsea appeared before Spencer's eyes. However, he couldn't remember what her face was like, so he decided to pretend that he remembered what her face was like. But suddenly he heard a sound that was not what he expected and his eyes widened. As it turned out, Hannah appeared in front of him and blocked the spirit's attack by crossing two swords. And then she turned around and asked if Spencer was really going to give up his life. And then she shouted that she had never had such a weak-willed master. The guy looked at the ghost in surprise. The spirit also looked at the newly arrived opponent in surprise. Meanwhile, a wave of red lightning broke the Huanjin barrier, which also surprised Howard quite a bit. As it turned out, it was Hillary who arrived on the battlefield, followed by Kimberly. A battered Spencer stared at the girls, breathing heavily, but Hillary didn't look at him. She instantly turned her gaze to the spirit. He in turn also looked at the woman, and then the woman stared at the spirit, frightening him with just her appearance. And Howard was truly scared and involuntarily asked who she was. But Hannah was not going to remain unnoticed and again prepared to attack her master's offender, causing a multitude of rose petals to appear under her feet. Pointing her sword at the spirit, she sternly declared that she would have to kill the spirit for bringing her master to such a state. Having assessed the situation, Howard decided that he needed to get out of here immediately because he couldn't handle these women, and he began to quickly run away. But before his eyes, Hillary suddenly appeared, clearly not intending to give up her spirit. Trying to save himself, Howard shouted that the women had no need to kill him and asked to be allowed to leave. In response, Hillary said that Spencer would become her lord's husband in the future, and therefore, it was unforgivable what he allowed himself to do to him. And then, raising her hands, she brought down a multitude of red lightning bolts on the spirit. But Hannah did not lag behind and in an instant found herself behind the spirit. And then she also attacked Howard, finishing him off with a rain of enchanted blades, causing him to fall to the ground. With a weak smile on his face, Spencer noticed that these girls were truly intimidating. And then he began to fall to the ground, unconscious. But then Kimberly appeared, reaching out to catch the boy's hand. Yet she managed to stop the former tiger from falling to the ground. After some time, Spencer was still unconscious, but suddenly he moved his eyes without opening them. When he finally opened them, a blurry picture stood before his eyes, and many female voices were calling him. When the picture came into focus, he saw Hillary, Kimberly, Hannah, Catherine, and Isabel looming over him. Spencer's eyes widened at the sight, and then, under the girls' worried questions, he began to dodge them. Suddenly, Kimberly grabbed his chin while someone was asking him to say something, in response to which he tried to say something but couldn't. Suddenly, his eyes began to roll back again as the girls talked anxiously. Sometime later, Spencer woke up again and was even able to stand on his feet, and he told himself that he survived. He decided to leave the cave and sat down on a hill, looking at the sun, which was either setting or going down. After a short silence, the guy thought that he still couldn't believe that he was alive. He noted that, even though he had resorted to the help of artifacts, if the twins had not helped him, he would have already died in Howard's Huanjin. Then he noticed that if Govarl had not been distracted by his attack and had still hit the target, he too would already be dead. He then noted that if Hannah had not appeared in time, he would also be dead. He would have been dead too if Hillary hadn't found him. Spencer hung his head and realized that he had been dead so many times. Afterwards, he told himself that he had used his powers to the maximum and had summoned spirits and even used artifacts, but in the face of overwhelming force, he had proven useless. Biting his lip in frustration, he realized that in the end, he really hadn't been able to cross the boundary between levels. But then Hannah called out to him. Looking into the distance, the ghost remarked that it was beautiful here, to which Spencer agreed. Suddenly, she told the guy to tell her everything, to which he turned around in confusion. Hannah explained that she wanted Spencer to tell her everything he was thinking about, so he didn't have to keep it all to himself. The guy looked away sadly, and then, lowering his head, he told the ghost that when he rose to a new level and received those artifacts, he felt that he could do anything. But looking at the people he met all this time, he realized how insignificant he was. Smiling sadly, Spencer continued by saying that it was amazing that he had even lived to this point, and then he noted that he had become so vain. But now, he had come to know his true self. Looking down sadly, he said that he would no longer risk his life so recklessly and simply go to Mount Pexin. But suddenly Hannah hit him on the floor of the head with her fist, and then she yelled at him, asking if Spencer thought he was so special, and then she said he was right and that it was bragging. While an embarrassed Spencer held his head and timidly called out to her, she continued, saying that he was just one of the spirits at the level of Yonghua. But the ghost did not calm down, and Hannah shouted that his opponent was a creature 2 levels higher than him, and therefore it was not surprising that the former tiger could not stand against him. Stroking the guy on the head, she said in a calm voice that the fact that the guy was able to come out of the battle with such an opponent alive was already worthy of praise, because he did the impossible. Blushing, the boy turned to look at his ghost. Still looking at the guy's head, Hannah asked about the fact that, although he was going to Mount Pexin, he would take Ms. Chelsea with him. And then she added that all Spencer's thoughts lately were only about her. Spencer, blushing even more, shouted and asked what she was talking about. As she was leaving the guy, Hannah said that until that moment she had never allowed herself to mention it. She simply felt what her master felt. Hearing this, the guy, still embarrassed, turned away and mumbled that he didn't understand what she was talking about. In response, the woman only said that this is why relationships are an incredibly scary thing, because once you connect with a person, it is impossible to break this connection or refuse it. And then she said that the era of war that Spencer had spoken about would soon come, and he would need a lot of strength to protect Chelsea. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes wide. But soon he calmed down and said that this was not all for Chelsea, but that he had received a human incarnation at the very beginning in order to become a Sinsu. Hannah meekly agreed with these words. As he walked away from the ghost, Spencer said seriously that he would not stop until he achieved his goal, and therefore Hannah could not complain, but simply had to follow him. Sometime later, Catherine and Isabel decided to leave the company, and Spencer decided to see them off. The girls explained that since they had been wanderers before, it was time for them to go their separate ways so as not to bother each other. The guy didn't answer anything, he just asked if they had a place they could go to. The girls replied that there was no specific place, but they were ready to go anywhere where there were no people. As they were leaving, the girls said that meeting the sponsor was special for them because he was so kind and didn't ask for anything in return, and that's why they won't forget him. As the girls left, Spencer thought about Chelsea again. Suddenly, he shouted to the girls to wait, and then he extended his hand towards them, holding out something. As it turned out, these were Dobonghuan balls. The girls immediately became worried that they were too valuable and how could they accept them. In response, Spencer said that this was all he could do for them, because in the end, there was no one to protect them except themselves. And then he continued, telling the girls to become stronger, since they live in a world where the weak are consumed by the strong, and they survived. The girls replied that they accepted the boy's gift. However, after that they said that they would definitely pay him back next time, and until that moment the guy should not expose himself to danger. Hearing this, Spencer agreed with a smile on his face. Later in the cave, Hillary threw Howard's remains on the floor, which scared Spencer quite a bit. And then she explained that the remains were of no value to her, but they could be useful to him. She then revealed that Howard's eye had unique powers, and his legs are covered with magical protection, so they can be used to make excellent weapons. Spencer thought with disgust that he knew very well what those legs were capable of, since they were the ones that had given him a good beating. And then, the woman took out a bottle and said that it was a drink that helps with poisoning. And then she said that she divided it in half between him and her mistress, but it should be enough for him. While the woman was saying something, something flew into her face. But she managed to react and caught it. As it turned out, it was a glowing sphere, which Hillary called Oshapekton. Spencer said it was as a way of thanking them for saving him. And then he said that he was going to engage in spiritual training that would allow him to advance to the level of Yongyul. In response, Hillary said that then it meant they wouldn't have to say goodbye for long. While the guy went into another room, the woman said that she would look after everything until he returned. The guy thanked the woman and pressed the button on the wall, and then the door closed. Spencer found himself alone in the darkness, holding a glowing sphere in his hands. He then said that if he swallowed it, he would be able to rise to the level of Yongyul, and then he began to inhale the slowly dissolving sphere through his nose, after which the guy, enveloped in a glow, rose above the ground. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village, someone said that he had heard rumors that he could be contacted to save others. The old man bowed his head and said that they say that the lifespan of a Taoist is 300 years, and then he asked to be told how to become a Taoist, or at least how to prolong his life. And then he handed the man a whole box of precious stones, saying that it was a token of gratitude. Turning around, the man said that he saw that the matter was urgent, and therefore he could leave it there and go, and later he would send someone for him. As he walked away through his yard, the man said that it was stupid that the old man thought he could become a Taoist. He noticed that the opportunity to prolong life seemed to have blinded the old man and driven him mad. But thanks to it, he could gain wealth. But suddenly, a girl in white appeared before him. When she took off her hat, it turned out to be Chelsea. The man sighed and assumed that the old man had sent her too, and was surprised at how beautiful she was. But then the girl pushed off the ground, and she attacked the man from above. Chelsea struck the ball in a glittering arc through the air, but, as it turned out, the man managed to dodge, and then began asking about who this girl was. The man, drooling, asked who had sent her, if it had been the shamans. Chelsea said that all this time she could not find him for one reason. The man did not belong to any of the strikes, and was simply a parasite among people who knew nothing about him. These words made the man quite angry, and then he decided to attack her, and many black shadows flew at the girl. But this only made Chelsea's blue eyes and white hair shine even brighter, and suddenly ice began to spread from it. This year almost reached the man while he was in shock, and a second later he found himself frozen in ice so that he couldn't move. Feeling the intense cold of this ice, he asked the girl if she was from the Pingong clan. And then he started talking about how he didn't do anything bad to the Pingong clan, so it was clearly a misunderstanding. Suddenly, to the man's surprise, Chelsea called him by name, calling him Sheldon. Ignoring this, the girl asked if the man remembered that 14 years ago he had killed Spencer on Mount Pexon. The man replied that he could never forget what happened 14 years ago. And then he continued, saying that it was then and because of this that he was expelled from the clan and he had to lead a miserable existence as a wanderer.